Hello, and welcome to the Strickland's live free agency bonanza super show, whatever you want to call it. I'm joined by some illustrious guests here. Uh, First, we have Sam, my co-host. Sam, say hello to everybody. Sam is not talking. Great. Um, but we are also joined by John Schmeelk. John, how are you doing today?
Doing good, man. First night of free agency. It's not midnight anymore, which I think all of us are grateful for. I don't. A lot of stuff's going to go down. It should be fun.
Yes, and I'm very sure that the Knicks won't make any signings very soon after 6 because that would insinuate tampering. We are
Never.
joined. We are joined also by Yossi Goslin from Hoops Hype. Yossi, how you doing, man? Appreciate your time.
Hanging in there. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, of course. Before we get started, just need to mention that we do have a sponsor that is Bet Online. Check them out. I will do the full spiel later, but we are going to get started on NBA free agency. And I guess we'll start with the Knicks stuff because, Yossi, you know the cap pretty well. If you want to correct me if I'm wrong, I've done my own, napkin math here. The Knicks obviously have the full mid-level at their disposal. Very likely that they're going to use at least some of that, if not all of it, on Dante DiVincenzo. Now, if they use all of that, that puts them over the luxury tax and it hard caps them at 172 million. Is that correct?
They get hard capped at they get hard capped to 172 mil. They'd be into the tax temporarily. I'm sure they could get under it if they cut some of their non-guaranteed guys like Jeffries, Roby, Sims. A combination of them. They could make it work, but there might be another tinkering thing they have to do, whether it's an Obi Toppin trade.
Right.
He got linked Indiana today, or if they can finally get off Fournier. But they'd be slightly over, but they could get under.
Yeah. And I guess the question is, I actually have this question. I think if they non-guarantee Jeffries and Roby and then sign DiVincenzo, I think that would put them at I think they'd still have one empty roster charge. Is the empty roster charge now 500,000 still, or is it more now under the new CBA?
Oh, it's like 1 point something now. For whatever the rookie minimum is, it's like over 1 million.
Okay. So
that's usually for a cap. That's a cap space thing. Doesn't really matter for the tax purposes.
Okay.
Yeah.
What do you think? Like, I mean, obviously you just said it, but the math here for like giving DiVincenzo a full MLE. I was about to say full max, which would be hopefully they don't do that. But the full MLE, like, are they? I mean, this seems pretty straightforward. Like you said, just an Obi. I mean, even just an Obi Toppin salary dump probably just gets them there, right?
Yeah, I think that'd be enough. That's a pretty big amount, 6.8. That should get them there.
So, how much time have you had with the new CBA here?
I mean, I've known all the new biggest stuff since it started coming out. As far as the actual CBA, I haven't really gotten into it
yet. Do you like so? Miami is obviously a team of interest, given they have a lot of things they're trying to balance here. Do you is there a path for them to just stay under the second apron that involves them keeping? I mean, Jrue seems like he's gone, but a guy like Vincent, without shaving a lot of, I don't want to say salary, but players they actually use, or are they just shit out of luck?
They're pretty shit out of luck. Even if they leave, if they leave and they don't shed money off like Lowry or Duncan, if they don't do something like that, they're still going to be over the second apron without Strus and Vincent. I think sounds like they're really trying to move Lowry, get off his money the hardest because it's 30 million. If they can get off that opens up a lot of stuff. Either way, it doesn't sound like Miami wants to bring back Strus and Vincent anyways. It sounds like they're going to get a lot higher offers, and the Heat are willing to commit to. And I think after they had that off season where they overpaid Dion Waiters and James Johnson after one really good year, I think they're done trying to, I think they want to manage their cap sheet well. They don't want to overreact to this run that they just had. And it just seems like that's what their plan's going to be.
Yeah, I'm curious. Like, I know I messaged you yesterday because I had this harebrained idea of like a 3-team trade. But like Miles Bridges obviously is out there. He's floating out there in the ether. I don't know if you got clarification on this because I know we talked about this yesterday, but like, so you had mentioned yesterday that he's not able to be signed and traded because he didn't play last year. Is that true, or were you able to
Oh
confirm
yeah,
or?
yeah, no, that's basically true. So most likely he just ends up back in Charlotte. You know, another team could, whatever another team offers, I'm sure it'll be something that Charlotte that's reasonable enough for Charlotte to match, and but probably no one's going to offer him anything, I would guess, and Charlotte will probably have a lot of leverage. Yeah, not having the sign and trade option, that takes away a lot of options for him. So I think Charlotte. I get the feeling he might be back on like an NFL type contract, kind of like what Kevin Porter Jr. just did, where every year is non-guaranteed. Maybe not to that degree, but after everything, he hasn't played for a year. Who knows how he looks right now? I wouldn't be surprised if the contract ended up being extremely favorable for Charlotte.
Is there any truth to the Cleveland rumors of him, like them being interested in him at all? Or
I have no idea.
I mean, he'd only be able to sign there, right? So like,
yeah,
Yeah,
and I know they're like desperate for like
Mid-level.
wing depth because that was something that was a key
Yeah.
issue for them.
Right. I mean, now Mark Stein was saying sounds like the Cavs are going to sign and trade for Strus, so they already got their forward taken care of, it seems.
I wonder who the sign and trade would be for. What do they have? They have Okoro and they have Chetty Osman. They can use as salaries. That'd be interesting.
Yeah, they got guys.
Yeah. Do you mentioned Kevin Porter Jr. and I Houston is obviously they're the big fish here, at least in terms of spending power and free agency. Do you envision a scenario where like, because they've been linked to, you see Fred VanVleet, Brooks, Lopez a little bit, but it looks like Lopez is probably going to end up back in Milwaukee. And then there was a little bit of smoke around Kuzma. Do you think it's possible that they would be interested in sending out KPJ in like a Fred VanVleet sign and trade to create more cap space? Or do you think they just have enough space to avoid that altogether?
I think they have enough to avoid it, but, I'm also just something tells me, I don't know, I'm not totally convinced they're going to get Fred. It sounds like the Raptors, like I'm seeing some of the Raptors reporters are saying that the Raptors still in it. They're trying to give Fred an offer that would keep him there. If that happens, in my opinion, I don't think the Rockets should even be doing this with their cap space, overpaying guys these front-loaded deals just to pry them away from their team. If I like to be wanting to compete for the playoff spot is, while that's not a direction I agree with, I would think it's a better use of their cap space if they traded for some veterans under contract that can help now instead of overpaying some of these guys. Maybe they could extract an asset. Maybe they can get like a real guy. I don't know. Maybe if Karl Anthony Towns is actually available, I think that kind of makes sense. Maybe like someone on the Hawks, like Murray or Capella. Like I would trade for some vets if I were them. That's an easier way to fill up to spend their cap because they need to spend like $50 million anyways to get to the floor, and then after that, I also think if they want to be good next year, they kind of have to shuffle some of these young players. They can't have like 13 young players and 2 vets and expect to make the playoffs.
Yeah, there were rumors that Kenyon Martin Jr. is probably on the way out at some point. Do you so you mentioned the Hawks and the Timberwolves. Are the Hawks good now in terms of at least ducking the first or second apron with the Collins trade? That pretty much gets them out?
Yeah, well, they're way below now. So now the question is, what are they going to do next? Just because they also opened up the mid-level. Do they want to add another guy that way? Sounds like they're still active in trades. Like sounds like anybody but Trey is available. Maybe they try to increase payroll now, get a different guy back with that flexibility. I have no idea. We haven't really heard much about what Atlanta might be up to.
I got something here. I just saw Jake Fisher just tweeted about Phoenix. They're pulling their qualifying offer for Jock Landale. We know Phoenix is kind of like basically strapped with those 3 heavy, or not even, it's 4, right? Those 4 big contracts with Beal, Ayton, Durant, and Booker.
Yeah.
Like, what are their what can they do? Like, is it just like vet minimums, or like that's it basically?
Vet minimums, and then they can re-sign a couple of their guys to above the minimum. That includes Basley, Craig. They could still re-sign Landale technically to above the minimum and Biombo, but it's for them to pull the offer sheet on Landale kind of suggests that he already has another spot, and they're just letting him go there, and maybe he's going to get paid like a lot more than we might expect or the Suns were hoping for. That's what I would think.
The Nets did that. They basically dumped Joe Harris for 2 second-round picks on Detroit. Was that? I mean, that gives them a $19.9 million TPE. Do you think they just keep that, or was there a purpose to that beyond, just dumping the salary?
I think number one was dumping the salary. Like, the way to look at this is they're going to trade Harris's salary for whatever Cam Johnson's going to be. He's probably going to get a starting salary at roughly the same amount. And I think number one, that's what it was all about. They're going to re-sign him, and they'll probably still have some flexibility afterwards to use the mid-level if they want, or they could use part of those trade exceptions. And then the other thing is how much do they want to spend? The team definitely does not look good enough to be a tax team. So obviously they're going to be in the running for Lillard or whatever other all-star might become available. But that was like the main thing that, to me, it's just they did this so they can re-sign Cam Johnson comfortably.
Interesting. Do you, I guess, like with the Timberwolves, and I'm just curious about this because I kind of thought it was insane when I was reading about it. They haven't necessarily totally. I mean, there have been some rumors that Cat's going to get traded, but a lot of the louder voices has been they're going to run it back. There's also been murmurs that they want to use the full mid-level. Like, is it just me, but doesn't it seem a little crazy to use the full mid-level when you know that you're about to eat a shitburger in a year with all these contracts they have in their books? I mean, unless I guess they find a way to, maybe flip Gobert. Good luck with that for a bunch of smaller contracts that they can flip off of easier. But I don't know. To me, that seems a little wild. I'm curious to get like your thoughts because they'd be well into the second apron at that point, I would think.
No, I agree with you on that. I thought it was I did not agree with waiving Taurean Prince. Now, I mean, it sounds like I think he cleared waiver, so they could bring him back. Not a good market for mid-level guys. Everybody wants the same guys: Bruce Brown, DiVincenzo, Max Strus. So few of these guys, and only one team could get each. So it sounds like. I don't really see Minnesota getting one of these premier guys. Maybe they'll use just a portion of their mid-level on just somebody. But I agree with you. I'm in the back of my mind. I'm expecting that they'll trade Cat eventually. Maybe not right now, but probably around the trade deadline. They'll give this group another go just because. And once things aren't going as they hoped, they're going to have to move someone, whether it's Cat or Gobert, because Edwards about to be due for a max extension. Maybe we hear it today. Jamie McDaniel's going to get a lot of money too. Mm-hmm. You keep all four of those main guys, they're a tax team. Plus Naz Reid has already got paid. So that's
Conley's under contract for this year too, also, right? So
who?
Conley?
Yeah, well, yeah, but he's expiring.
Right.
So just when you look at those finances, I think it'll most likely be Cat. He's got more value than Gobert, and it's easier to trade him now before that Supermax kicks in.
I have a question about the Kings. They made that draft night trade looking to clear some space, right? And then they go re-sign Barnes. How do you think they're going to leverage that space, and what do you think the ultimate goal was with that draft night trade to move some of that salary?
I think they wanted to get some bigger targets, and clearly that didn't happen. I think the fact that they extended Barnes and they traded for Duarte shows that, okay, they're, some of these bigger targets that whether it's free agency or trade, they're not getting them. And then the other thing is there's a lot of rumors or reporting that they're going to want to renegotiate Sabonis. So I've got them still at like roughly 12, 13 mil. Yeah. So they could still get like another guy on the cheap, maybe like another rookie scale guy, like with Duarte. and then use the rest to bump up Sabonis's salary to something higher. So when they do the extension, it's just a more viable extension. I'm just not. I don't know though. Like seeing how low the market is in general, you got guys like Harden opting in. A lot of players we thought would opt out. Like it just Kuzma seems like he might even resign with the Wizards. Just not a very good market. I don't necessarily see it getting better next year. We'll see. I don't know who is in a rush to give Sabonis like a max or something like that. So I understand why the urgency, why the Kings would want to secure Sabonis now through a renegotiation. I don't know. Like I just don't know if I like the price. Like they gave up a first to get off Holmes to do that. But I mean, look, that's what I think it's going, that they'll renegotiate with him and secure him, and that'll be that.
Yeah, the Kings they're pretty interesting in terms of what they did there. They also have the Duarte trade, which we don't know the full details on that. So maybe how much space do they need to actually do the full renegotiation and extend for Sabonis?
Well, there's no certain amount they need. They just need some cap space just to raise the amount.
Mm-hmm.
So they could raise it like $5 million if they want. The higher they go, then the higher they can make the future years.
Okay, got you. I have a question about Dallas. So they have this whole Kyrie thing they're balancing, but even if they give him a full max, do they have the full mid-level at their disposal?
I don't think so. I've done my projection. I've not had Kyrie at a max. I don't expect that for him. I'm guessing he gets low 30s, something around where Harden got.
Interesting. So with like I want to talk about the Clippers for a second too. So if they get Harden, I think they're in a pretty weird situation where like technically they could just have their books entirely clear next offseason because Harden's a free agent, Paul George has a player option, and Kawhi has a player option, and they have a shit ton of all these expiring salaries or whatever. Obviously, I don't think that's what they hope to happen. But like, if they retain these guys, even if let's say Paul George and Kawhi are willing to take below max and Harden's happy to take maybe the number he's at, but for more years, like, I mean, this is another team where are we sure that like it feels like there's teams that are still on this just pay the guys now and then figure it out later strategy, which was kind of applicable under the old CBA, especially if your owner was willing to write a check. And I'm not sure how, like, it feels to me like that strategy is probably not as viable as some teams are operating like still to this point.
Yeah, I haven't looked that far ahead with the Clippers potentially getting Harden. That seems like the best option for him. Just seems like the whole Harden situation is just about money. There's no market for him, and he seems kind of upset that the Sixers didn't give him a certain amount. So maybe that could still that situation could cool down and he'll be back. But yeah, I don't know. I really don't know how this would impact the new CBA will impact like the Clippers if they do get Harden. My feeling with them is they'll just be comfortable paying whatever amount if they feel the team's good enough. Second apron be damned.
I'm interested in what the Sixers are thinking here if they do execute this trade. Obviously, they don't want to, tank with Joel Embiid this year, but I almost feel like when you look at what the Clippers can send back in a trade like that, they're looking to be players next summer with the structure of a lot of the salaries on their team, right? Harris becomes a free agent. A lot of the guys that would get back from the Clippers only have 1 year left on their deal. Is that something that based on when you look at their salary structure and their roster composition, that you think could be a goal here for Murray, where he can try to get in the position where he can almost have Embiid try to almost pick his teammates next year to get him to stay?
Yeah, so obviously this is what the Spurs did with Kawhi in 2015, and did not go well for the Spurs a couple years later.
It did not.
So we'll see. I don't know. And if I'm Tyrese and I see kind of how the Harden situation went down, I could see that being concerning I think he'd rather get an extension now versus do it as a free agent. And after the season he just had. But as far as the Sixers team building, it's smart. Like a lot of teams should do this, but they risk a lot of goodwill when they do. So yeah, they can have a nice third guy behind Embiid and Tyrese.
Isn't
I can take one more and then I got to get going, guys.
Yeah,
Thanks,
no
Rob.
problem. I mean, I think just to close with this, I mean, isn't the elephant in the room here, like, if they're going to they have the Tobias Harris expiring, right? They're not extending Tyrese right now. We know this, so that keeps his salary low. If they get back, I mean, at that point, they can just trade for Dame straight up. If they get shit from the Clippers, let's say they get those two first, the 28 and 30 expiring salaries, like they can make a deal here for Dame. And like, I mean, I know that, Dame's camp has said nice things and Cronin has said nice things, but like, I mean, don't you feel like it feels like it's all leading to something? I don't know. It just feels like you have Miami sitting there waiting. Feels like Brooklyn's positioning themselves potentially. Philly, I mean, this is a weird scenario where we know Daryl Morey likes to get involved with the big fish. I mean, it feels like something's got to give here, right? I mean, just reading the kind of contracts and all this type of stuff.
I don't know. I would think. I see Windhorse on TV saying something like maybe Kyrie, maybe Lillard, maybe this. Like it's just too much. I don't know. We'll just have to see. But I mean, yeah, Maxey would be one of the better young players of Blazers could get back for Dame. So I wouldn't rule them out. The Sixers could probably get in there.
Awesome. Yossi, thanks so much for your time. Appreciate it.
Thanks for having me on, guys. Have fun.
Yeah, you too. All right. So I thought that was fun. I'll do the good capitalist ad read right now. BetOnline is your number one source for all your betting needs. Get the latest odds, lines, and matchup reports for baseball, boxing, golf, and more. BetOnline continues to be the fastest and easiest way to place your wagers, including live betting and your favorite casino and card games available to play right from your phone. Head to the website or use your mobile device to sign up today and get in on the action. Remember to use promo code BLEAV, BLEAV, for your 50% welcome bonus on your first deposit. BetOnline, where the game starts. All right, John, I got a question for you. Look, I think all signs point to the Knicks signing Dante DiVincenzo. We also have gotten reports now from Begley, and Stein patted in a little tweet too that there's conversation with Obi going to Indiana. Do you think the Knicks are thinking about let's just force Tibbs to have to play small a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, I think they're just trying to clear rotation minutes at this point. And look, I like Dante DiVincenzo. I think he's a good player. He can shoot. He can defend. He's versatile. I think he's a good player. But I also think, he needs more minutes than Obi minutes. I mean, he needs more than 15 minutes a game. He played 25 minutes a game for Golden State last year, right? I think you can reasonably reduce RJ's minutes a little bit here. But look, this is what the Knicks are going to do first, but this is not the big game here. This is a sideshow. And I think what you're waiting to see is if there is some type of consolidation move that makes itself available. Because I'll just be blunt. Like, the way I see this roster, guys, is that they're never going to be better than they were last year if you're starting Mitch, RJ, and Julius. You just don't have enough shooting, and you don't have enough spacing, and that group doesn't work to the level you need it to work to be a contender. So when all is said and done, it might not be this offseason. It might be the trade deadline. Might be next summer. And I don't think Mitch is going anywhere because they value rim protection at center. And frankly, there aren't that many stretch fives out there that I think you can easily replace him with. Right, that too. And, KP already moved to Boston, so I think you can cut that out. So then you're looking at RJ and Randall, right? And you figure out which one of these guys go out. I'm open to moving either. I think it's easier to move RJ, though, because I believe he's easier to replace. Because I feel if you move Randall, you need to find someone that can take up his usage and scoring and gravity. And I think that's a lot harder to find, where if you keep Randall and Brunson, you move RJ. And even if you just get a, high end, an OG Anunoby back, who's not an engine of an offense, but obviously is an awesome defender, can catch and shoot and do a little bit offensively. That type of player is easier to find to get the RJ upgrade than I think it is to replace Randall and then put the pieces back together to turn it into an offense that works.
Yeah, I'm pretty interested in that. I also think we've seen this all three, really. Yeah, they've been here now 3 years. All 3 years they've gone into training camp the roster has on the surface been like, oh, it's a lot of guys competing for minutes. Like, how's it going to shake out? This front office has shown that they kind of are willing to just let it shake out how it shakes out, at least to start the year, and see what happens. And like, I know that, yeah, and I know that like like the reality is injuries happen. We saw last year at various points there was like a month where we had 7 guys in the rotation, right? There was a fucking 6-week period where we were subjected to watching Jericho Sims masquerade as a power forward. Like we had a lot of things going on. And I'm not even saying that we had some horrible injury luck, but that's kind of the point. The Knicks didn't have bad injury luck. And
Correct.
Even then, minutes open up. And I kind of just feel like, yeah, we can sit here and be like, well, how does Dante DiVincenzo fit? Shouldn't they get a wing? I've looked at the wing market. How many wings are you going to get for the MLE? I don't know. Like, it's just not
there.
there.
Just aren't numbers. Look, that's because 6'8" guys that can shoot and play defense make $25 million a year, not $12 million a year.
Yeah, well, what if I told you we could sign one on the minimum, who is an unrestricted free agent?
Well,
Cam Reddish?
Oh man, I knew that was coming, man.
Well, I got yelled at by Knicks fans for trying to draft him 6 years ago, so I don't want to go down that. I don't want to go back down that road.
No, like I think at some point they might just feel, and this is just my thinking, we didn't get a huge sample of it, right? But the Hart at the 4 minutes, those were pretty good for us. Like they were.
I
they
like
were okay.
it. Look,
Yeah.
but I'd be all good with Hart or RJ at the 4, to be quite honest with you. I'm fine with that.
Yeah, and I wonder this, right? We know, like you said, they're at some point they're gonna have to make a big move. We know they kick the tires on Paul George. That seems like that's dead in the water because they're gonna get Harden, right? Or at least they're trying desperately to get Harden. We know that they kicked the tires on Zach LaVine. All the reporting that we've seen, at least recently, is that the Bulls are asking a lot, and no team, not just specifically the Knicks, is not willing to meet it. And
honestly, I think the Bulls want to run it back again, which is crazy, but that's the Bulls.
Yeah, and I also think, like, for the Bulls, like, the LaVine is not a time-sensitive issue, right? LaVine's trade for them is not time-sensitive. He's on contract for 3 more years.
DeRozan, on the other hand.
Right. Well, DeRozan, they should move. I think, and I actually think they might move him. I really do. But, like, the LaVine thing is kind of like Mitchell last year, where Utah was like, they put him on the market, but they could always kind of be like, we'll just keep him. He's got 3 more years on contract.
Yeah, you have to make a good enough offer to motivate them to trade Zach LaVine.
Right.
Correct.
And I don't think the Knicks want to make that offer for Zach LaVine. Like,
no,
I think they would.
And I happen to agree with you.
I think they would do like an RJ and a pick, and Fournier's expiring, and maybe throw an OB if they want like another young guy. Yeah. They would do that. I don't disagree with that. Right. But I don't think they want to go where the Bulls want them to go. So my thinking is, like you just mentioned, you don't mind Harder RJ at the 4. It's not ideal. I don't think it's ideal. I don't think it's like the perfect situation. But I wonder if the front office is just like, okay, this is what we have available to us right now. Let's get DiVincenzo. He's a good player. Okay. Like, good player. We know he's probably going to be good vibes. He's friends with Brunson and Hart. It should be fine. Let's add him, and let's put Tibbs in a situation, if we trade Obi, where he's got to play Hart or RJ at the 4. Those are the only guys he can realistically play at the 4 other than Randall. And Randall can't play 48 minutes a night. Randall's going to play his 33 to 35 minutes.
As much as Tibbs wants to.
Yeah, Tibbs definitely wants to. But like, he's going to play his 33 to 35 minutes on most nights. And those rest of those minutes are going to be Hart or RJ at the 4. And you can talk about how you want to mix and match 1 to 3. But I think it's like, I'm kind of into that idea, because it's, if you can't evolve, like if they're sticking with Tibbs, and we know Tibbs is rigid in a lot of ways, then you have to force evolution on him in a way. And I feel like this is their way of doing it, where it's like, we're not going to give you fucking, like random 4 that you don't even like, but you will play because he's a 4. And they're like, we know you love Josh Hart. We know that you're cool with RJ Barrett playing 7 billion minutes. Like, this is what you have. Let's see what you do with it. And then if they need to get a 4 in season, we know they still have their picks. We know they have those protected picks. Maybe you still hold on to that Evan expiring contract, which you can convert into something. Like, I wonder if that's their thinking. I wouldn't totally surprise me.
Yeah, and look, I think Hart's rebounding makes that feasible. I'm not, the Jeremy Cohen of the cap world here. I think probably if they move Obi, right? If they get Obi out of here before they do the full MLE, I think that keeps them under the hard cap situation. So I think that works. So then you could hold on to Fournier. My guess is that they're going to figure out a way to move him just to help him. I think they're trying to do right by him. I think the Spurs would make sense in the type of move for that. But I think the one guy you didn't mention, And I think the thing that's going to interest me the most over the next 48, 72 hours is what does Fred VanVleet do? And does his decision impact what Toronto ends up doing with OG Anunoby? Because you talk about teams being on timelines with players, well, much like we mentioned with DeMar DeRozan and the Bulls, right? Anunoby's on an expiring contract. Pascal Siakam expiring contract. You know, the Raptors are at a crossroads here, and they need to make a decision on what they want to do. And can they do both of those guys? And then obviously they have the young player they really like. You know, if VanVleet leaves, is that what they want to do? I think Anunoby is still probably, if you're looking at the quote unquote big fish, and I wouldn't put him in the category of, you know, the Paul Georges and Levines because he's a support player. He's not a number one option. I think that's the only even somewhat likely bigger move the Knicks would make. But again, I think you have to be really reasonable with what you're willing to move him for. You know, you Barrett and a protected pick and maybe like the Knicks' own pick next year. Like, I'm not doing much more than that. Like, I just don't see how you could trade more than that for a guy that's probably right now at best the fourth option on a really good team. So I think it gets difficult. I think Masai, according to all the reports I've read, that he's asking for way too much for Anunoby, much like we talked about
Per
with
usual.
Levine. Exactly. So I'm not sure that's going to work. But to me, that the whole Raptors thing is weird, and how what happens with VanVleet and how that impacts the way they're operating, I think is kind of really fascinating to watch.
By the way, the first big deal, Draymond, 4 years, $100 million with a player option back to Golden State. I still I know we talked about the Kings thing, and I'm fine. Like, if this is their pivot, where they bring back Barnes and maybe they use the other remaining space in different ways, add a little depth. I like the Duarte move. It's a nice little flyer for them.
Yeah,
I get all that. But man, like, I think it's so wild. Like, when the Knicks did that last summer, they knew what they were doing it for, right? Like, they knew exactly what they were getting. They were going to get Jalen Brunson. I'm sure they knew they were going to get Isaiah Hartenstein too, CAA guy and everything. Like, it feels like the Kings did it with an idea of what they were going to get, but no certainty. And I just think that's wild.
So why they're the Kings, right? I think, to move money just to, bring back your own guys and renegotiate somebody's contract, and you lose a pick over that for a team that's still pretty young. Yeah, I'm with you. I was not a huge fan of that.
This is from Alex Golden, NBA. He has 10.2K followers. I think he's a Pacers guy. Per source, Pacers are signing Bruce Brown. With no numbers, no details, just that they're signing him, which doesn't surprise me at all. I like that fit for them. I do wonder though, like, they're paying. So I looked at like TJ McConnell.
I wonder if it's going to be the 20 million that I saw reported earlier, which is kind of wild.
Was it?
And by the way, on the Kings, Chris Haynes just reported that they're bringing back Trey Lyles too. So,
how much is Clutch paying for all this early drop news here? But no, I think like with the Pacers, like TJ McConnell's making $8.7 million this year. I can totally see that being a guy that gets moved also, because if you have Bruce Brown, you obviously have Halliburton. Do you really need to do that? Karis LeVert, by the way, back to Cleveland, 2 years, $32 million. CAA, let's go CAA. We're going. I think that's. I guess we'll see how that goes. I'm waiting for the, we're waiting for the DiVincenzo drop here.
And by the way, Shwin, the other thing too with DiVincenzo, talking about the minutes, look, this is an asset that if you're the Knicks, you want to use, right? Because even if DiVincenzo is a guy that, maybe doesn't play as much as you like, he's still a trade asset on a very tradable contract. So it's just one of those things where you want to use those assets, get them in house, and then you can figure out what to do with them later.
Yeah, Suns got Jrue Eubanks, by the way. So that's why they let Jock Landale go, which I think is a pretty good upgrade for them.
I honestly would be lying if I told you I knew anything about Jrue Eubanks.
Yeah, I don't either. So yeah. Kobe
Sam,
White,
do you want to?
Kobe White back to the Bulls, 3 years, $33 million.
Oh,
yeah,
Fisher
running it back, baby. All in for the 8th seed. Who wants to ride that train, baby? Let's go.
Fisher had that at 330, so he got a little bump there. So
did he? I didn't see that.
No, I like the. I think with the Knicks, like DiVincenzo, obviously he's not like. It's not like we woke up and we're like, oh man, like if we can get DiVincenzo, that could really put us over the top. No, but I do think I think he's a fun player. I think that he can, he can give us. He fits nicely with IQ and heart off the bench. Like I really like how those guys play. The idea of how they will play together. One thing I really like about DiVincenzo, he has played. If you look at his career, right? So he's played with basically all Milwaukee and Golden State last year. He had that little cup of coffee in Sacramento. Those are teams that play really fast. And I think we know the Knicks have this tendency of like getting bogged down. And I think with the Knicks, like we always talk about, Obi gives them something. But Obi wasn't able to drive that because he's leaking out, right? So he's still dependent on someone to get him the ball. I wonder if DiVincenzo is somebody that he's a strong rebounder. So he can get that ball and then he can just go up the floor. I wonder if that's just something where it's like they want more of these guys that can grab and go. By the way,
Kuzma for 102
to where?
Back.
Washington.
Oh wow! So the value of the Knicks protected Wizards pick just got a little bit better.
Let's go, baby!
Washington not tanking. How about
Torian
that?
Prince to the Lakers.
Yeah, that's a good signing actually.
And by the way, I wonder if Kuzma looked around and saw all the cap space getting eaten up, and he's like, "Oh boy, I better get paid somewhere." If that's Washington,
lock in, get $100 million. I'm good with that. If I'm him, I'm happy with that. If I'm okay, if anybody wants to give me $102 million over 4 years, just let me know. I will take that. No, I think like the DiVincenzo thing is. This is not about being ecstatic if it happens. It's just like
no, it's like a good solid move.
Yeah.
That's all it is. It's fine.
Yeah, just keep hitting singles until you can fucking hit the home run. And right now, like I mean, I've talked about this, and I'm curious to get there's no point in being upset about they didn't get this guy or they didn't make a big swing until we see a big swing come off the board that it would have made sense for the Knicks to take. Like James Harden would be a big swing. Does anybody actually want? Do you want James Harden, John?
No, and look, and I'm somebody that does feel in this next 2-year window it is important to make a move here. Well, you have Brunson on a good salary, Randall on a good salary. Quickly, you haven't paid him yet. I do think it's important to try to, make some type of jump, even if it's not a, compete for a title jump in the next 2 years, but to make some type of to jump in terms of the quality of team. But look, you don't make a trade for the sake of making a trade. You only make good trades. You don't make bad trades. And Harden would be a bad trade. And he just doesn't fit with Brunson to me. The defensive issues of those two players. Harden, even though he didn't shoot with Philly last year, he still had the ball in his hands all the time. And, no. And look, you're right. You just have to wait. You can't hit that home run on a pitch that's over your head or a pitch that's a foot outside. You have to wait for the pitcher to give you a pitch you can hit for a home run. Otherwise, you're going to strike out.
Woj has the Kobe White thing as $340 million. I'm assuming there's a difference between. I mean, look, we'll see what happens.
It's probably incentives, dude. That's what it's got to be.
Yeah,
these impossible incentives, like he's got to win like 6th man of the year or some shit.
Oh, DeAndre Jordan back to the Nuggets. Repeat time.
Big piece of the core back. He gave them real. It was so funny though. He came into that game 5, and I was like, "This is like the moment that he's gonna randomly put together like 5 good possessions," and he fucking did. Like he really did it. He just put together 5 good possessions. Like wow, amazing.
They got to retain some of that championship core. Bruce Brown is leaving.
That was everything he had left, by the way, Jordan. That is all he had for the whole year.
I think this is
5 possessions.
Yeah, he left it all out there, literally. No, look, this is we have to talk about this because I think it's only fair. Like, I do think the front office has gotten a lot of credit from a lot of segments of Knicks fans, deservedly. But I think it's warrant saying, like, Obi Toppin, if he does get moved, it's not going to be for a great deal. He was the 8th overall pick, right? He was the highest draft pick they've had. They obviously didn't maximize that asset. I guess, like, where do you fall on this? Because we were talking about this in our Discord today, and like there are people talking about we should have traded him sooner for an asset. And I get that. Like, we clearly could have gotten a better asset if you traded him sooner. I just think I don't know where I fall on it because logically that makes sense to me. But I'm also like, okay, you're not going to trade him after his rookie year just because you're not going to do that. You're not going to trade him after the second year because we watched Randall disintegrate.
Randall was trash, yeah.
Yeah, he was terrible. And then this year, it's like, I get why to maximize the asset, yes, you trade him at the trade deadline. But you had an idea of what a 9-man rotation we're going to run is. He was part of that. Is that something you felt comfortable disrupting just to maximize the asset? And like, I don't know where I fall on that I do think it's fair to criticize the front office, but I'm just kind of wondering, like, I don't want to sound like I'm fucking excusing everything they've done. I just feel like I don't know what exactly the pivot would have been for them, and the only pivot that would have made a sense is trade Randall at some point. But it just, I don't know. It's a tough one.
The original sin was drafting to begin with. I mean, you don't draft a 24-year-old power forward that can create his own shot with the top 10 pick. I mean, you just don't do that. I mean, that's what the original sin was. And look, I think there was a fair share of us that did not like that pick at the time, because you don't draft 6'8", 24-year-old power forwards that don't create their own shot well with the 8th overall pick, right? They'll be 8th.
To be fair, you were consistent on that, like, when it happened.
Yeah, look, I'm just not in favor of picking bigs unless, you're getting, Victor or something like that, or, that early when you have other guards on the board that can do better. And look, I think once you had him and then Julius turned into what Julius turned into, I think that's circumstance. I mean, it's circumstance, and you can't. And it was a good circumstance. I mean, hell, a player that developed into a 2-time All-NBA player. I mean, I don't see how people can be upset about that. And it happens. Look, that's sports. You can't plan everything perfectly. Things happen that are unexpected. I'm with you, Shwin. I don't think you should be mad at the front office for not pivoting earlier. I think you're mad at the front office for making the pick to begin with.
Suns seem to be filling out their depth now. They got Okogie and Keita Bates Diop. So
is it? Oh, that's the Phoenix. Gotcha.
Yeah.
I saw somebody say it's sad what's happening in Detroit, and they quoted that tweet, and I was like, wait, is that? That makes no sense. Yeah, look, I don't. The Brooklyn thing is pretty interesting to me in terms of I don't really know what I know what they want to do. I know
they like Cam Johnson, I guess, huh?
Yeah, they're gonna pay Cam Johnson, that's for sure. But if the plan just wait for Lillard and hope Lillard wants to come to Brooklyn? I don't know. It's just a weird scenario, and I thought I don't know. All the reporting around the draft was they wouldn't even consider trading Bridges for Simons in the 3rd pick, and I'm like, why? Why would you not consider that? I feel didn't
they also decline a bunch of 1st-round picks for either Dorian Finney-Smith or Mikal Bridges at the deadline or some shit like that?
Yeah, apparently they declined 2 for Finney-Smith and 4 for Bridges, which was from Memphis. I don't know where I fall on this because I find it hard to believe that nobody. It's hard to believe teams didn't have an idea of the CBA that was being negotiated because that makes no fucking sense. And if you kind of knew that it was going to be a more restrictive CBA, the opportunity to clean out teams of their control of their future effectively feels like a really good opportunity that they maybe passed because they wanted to use Bridges as kind of the poster boy of, okay, we're back to doing the Sean Marks, we're steady, we only draft good people and kumbaya all around,
the good vibes of the D-Lo days and stuff like that.
Well, I don't know. I have a question for both of you guys. How many 1st-round picks? Look, we all know the Nets would never trade Mikal Bridges to the Knicks, right? But we're talking in theoretical here. If you're the Knicks and the Nets said, make us an offer, how many of their own and protected 1st-round picks, take players out of it, just pick package? Let's say you're throwing them Fournier and something else like Obi, whatever.
Yeah.
And how many of your own Knick picks are you willing to move for Mikal Bridges?
I'm lower on him than most people, not because I don't think he's good, but I just wonder.
Shwin hates him.
Yeah, I do. I do like slandering him. It is very fun. It's fun calling him mid-cal. It's all a great time. But my thinking is, I don't know if your 3rd guy is him, and I don't trust him to create his own shot in Eastern Conference Finals, Final Series.
No,
Shit,
fair. That's fair. I agree. That's fair.
I would probably do 2 max. I just don't feel comfortable gambling on him. Maybe if we had I love Brunson. Obviously, we all love Brunson. I don't love Randall as much as the front office probably loves Randall. But if those are your top 2 guys and your 3rd guy is Bridges, I don't know. I feel comfortable giving up 3, 4 picks.
No, I agree. And I think that's the thing. You're almost saying, all right, well, Randall is our number 2 then. And you're almost committing to that, right? Because how are you going to get that other guy to replace Randall? So I'm with you. I don't know if you could go to 3 guys. Now, if they already had that, number 2 offensive player in hand, and then you make the pick for Bridges as he's the perfect 3, right? I don't think you can create a better third banana on a team with 2 high-scoring stars than Michael Bridges. I mean, he's perfect. He's absolutely perfect to play that role. But I'm with you. I don't think you can do the house for him because he's just not a 1A, 1B, even number 2 option.
Yeah, like I mean, not that they can do this, but if you're the Nuggets, right, you'd be like, yeah, we'll fucking do it because he'd be great.
Michael Porter Jr. and whatever you want.
Yeah, right. Yeah,
Right?
and you have the thing is, when you have that level of player like Nikola Jokic,
Yeah.
you're like, okay, I have Jokic, I have Murray. All I need is a third guy that is giving me plus defense. We know Mikal Bridges does that, and a guy that can knock down shots and play off with their gravity. We know he can do that. And it's like,
if you put him with Aaron Gordon at the 3 and the 4, that is nasty.
Yeah.
Whoa, that is
Yeah.
nasty.
So like, I mean, those are the ones for it. This is a good question. Is it useful somehow for Phoenix to fill out the roster fast in order to potentially trade Ayton, Kyrie, or something? My understanding of this is there is almost no way for them to sign to get Kyrie because they would have to get him in a sign and trade. They'd have to deal out Ayton, which they can do. That's fine. But that would hard cap them at $172 million. And good luck figuring out how to make that work while you fill out the rest of your roster. I think there's some like very convoluted path to making it happen, but it involves Kyrie taking like less money than he definitely wants and all this type of shit. I don't know. It's possible. I just don't. I don't see it.
All that is Kyrie using Phoenix to try to get a bigger contract over from Dallas.
Yes.
That's all that is, which is fine. I would do that too if I were Kyrie, but it's not happening.
Yeah, I mean, I think he has a meeting scheduled with Houston, which okay, sure.
Perfect vet for that locker room.
I was gonna say, like, you have a young team. That's the guy you want in there to mentor your guys. Jeez, my goodness.
Oh man, but yeah, that was a good question because like Phoenix seems to be like getting out these deals like really quickly. Like they just signed like 4 or 5 guys, and 2 of them are guys that they already had. But it is interesting to see how fast they already filled up the depth that they lost.
Oh wow.
2-year, $45 million for
Wow.
Bruce
What do you got?
Brown to the Pacers.
Ooh,
It's a big number.
that is a big number for a guy that's not a great shooter.
Yeah, it was funny when Ian had that tweet today. He was like, "Oh, the Knicks, he has meetings scheduled with these teams," and I was like, "He has no fucking meeting scheduled. Like he has none. He's gonna.
It's
somebody is offering
all
him.
shit.
Yeah, somebody's
And you know,
offering
by
him-
the way, good for him. He hasn't
Yeah.
gotten paid yet.
Yeah.
Good for. He just got a title, and now he's getting paid. I mean, who's having a better last 3 weeks than that guy? Good for him.
Yeah, and I mean, the other thing too is like I thought it was weird when not weird, but I didn't really like. I get it, like I get they want him to come back, but I didn't really like the kind of public negotiating.
Announcing.
Yeah, of like
That never
Trying to
goes
pressure
well.
him
I
into
feel like.
taking less
yeah,
money,
and
right?
it's just
Yeah,
like
not
I'd
good.
understand, like I'd maybe understand that more, like if they hadn't won a championship, or if this is a guy who's been paid in his career, and I'm like, he's like, you won the fucking championship, so this is not like an unfinished business type thing,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
and he hasn't, like you said, he hasn't made any money relative to NBA players. He's made no money in his career. Let him. This is cash out time. This is like when Fred VanVleet, like he would not have stayed in Toronto. They had already won a championship, and he was not going to stay in Toronto unless they paid him. And they paid him. And he's like, okay, fine, I'll fucking stay. But it's cash out time for these guys. This is like this is the Brook Lopez thing where I don't know if he's going to stay. I mean, I think he's going to stay. We'll see. That seems to be the kind of idea here. But like, if he just left to Houston to get a bag, good for him. He's 35, 36 years old. He's won a championship. He's not chasing anything. There's nothing for him to chase. Like he's time to take that bag and roll out.
By the way, I'm going to put on my professional broadcaster producer hat. ESPN at 6:00 goes to Sports Center, and they're doing an interview about NFL free agency right now. Are you freaking kidding me? What are you doing?
They have no
What are you doing?
awareness at all.
They
No,
need
that's
the,
zero awareness. Like, who's the programmer making the? It's probably the same guy that decided they wanted to fire Jeff Van Gundy. You know what I mean? What are you doing? Oh my God! I mean, anyway, go ahead. I'm sorry. I just saw that. I couldn't believe what I was.
no.
saying.
Is there an update on Saquon and his negotiations with the Giants that they want to?
Not as far as I haven't been in the office for a couple of days, so I know nothing. And frankly, I'm on vacation now until the 17th, so that's past the deadline, I think. So by the time I'm back in the building, I'll know something.
Yeah, dude, this Bruce Brown contract is blowing my mind.
Yeah.
You know what though?
It almost
Indiana
got the
looks
same
at it.
reaction as me
Indiana
from
thinks they
last
don't
year.
have money to sign. No one else is coming there. 2 years. It doesn't kill them cap wise. They wanted to make sure they got the guy they wanted. And look, he's a good support player, but that's a little rich.
Yeah, I mean, I think the big thing, it seems sometimes they clearly paid a premium to keep this 2 years. That's what it looks like.
100%. It's the same thing that the Rockets are trying to do with Van Fleet, right? They're trying to give him the monster, two for 80 or whatever they're talking about for him.
Yeah. Oh my fucking
Whoa!
God. Jeremy Grant back to Portland. 5 years, $160 million. That is
What?
fucking crazy.
God,
That's crazy.
Dude, they just need to accept that they're not winning a championship with Damian Lillard.
What is the
I know
point
it
of
sucks.
this team?
Just
God.
accept it. And look, boy, I'll tell you what, that Julius Randle contract looks better every freaking day, man.
Oh my gosh! Like,
looks better every day.
Yeah, that's why, look, like I
Playoff
said,
collapses
all
and
of
all.
last summer, you can't trade Randall at his lowest value.
No.
That was my stance.
Oh yeah.
last
I
summer.
mean, yeah, you always wanted to keep him, man. Inside you believed in Julius, your guy.
I was just trying to motivate
Oh
him.
my gosh!
I was just
Julius
trying
and
to be-
Tibbs, they were the two guys that you knew would lead the Knicks to the promised land. You're all
No, I
over
mean,
it.
like, the Tibbs thing, Tibbs is so weird to me because there are things he does that I like. Like, I do think he's good at development. I don't even know how you can deny that at this point.
No, I mean you can't.
Yeah.
No, look. Here's the thing with Tibbs, and I don't want to take us off on a subject. Look, he has problems as a coach. Like he's not perfect. There, and you saw it. Like Spoelstra's a better coach than him. But I thought about it the other day, and I went through the NBA teams. I don't know if I could find 10 coaches I'd rather have than him that's currently coaching an NBA team. Like there's a lot of NBA head coaches right now where you're like, okay, sure. But maybe not top 10, but at very least top half.
Some the devil type of thing.
Exactly. No, yeah. I mean, look, that he's competent. Like he's gonna get your guys to play really hard. Anyway,
Base
go ahead.
level, yeah. Oh my
Yeah,
gosh.
Wow, that's a big Jeremy Grant.
That's a huge number. We were talking about this back months ago in our Discord about this, and I was like, I think somebody's gonna pay him like a lot. Like I just think he's gonna get a huge deal. And
oh wow, how about this? By the way, Chris Haynes just reported KP 2 year, $60 million extension. That's not very reasonable.
Yeah, that's actually his max extension. I think was 277. So that's a good number for Boston.
That is a good job by the Celtics right there. That's a good deal.
Yeah. Fuck them. Hopefully, hopefully nothing good happens for them out of this. They don't deserve it.
I imagine they're going to extend Jaylen Brown too. I'd be very surprised if they don't.
Yeah, I mean, with that number, you probably do. I don't think they're done. Like, I still feel like there's something coming from them. You cannot go into the season with your guard play being just Brogdon, who you can't depend on, and who you tried to fucking trade.
The Brogdon injury thing is a problem.
Yeah, and you tried to trade him. Like, you can't just be like, hey, by the way, we were joking. That was a good joke. He's not like they still don't have a guy that at the end of the games you're thinking you can trust him with the ball. And like, this has been their problem really now for 3-4 years, right? Is like, they never found a point guard to kind of make it happen for them. Kemba was cooked by the end of his first year. Marcus Smart, good, not good enough, I think, to demand to get the ball out of Jaylen Brown or Jason Tatum's hands, or to really run an offense at the end of games. Kyrie off the deep end. Isaiah Thomas too small. Like, it's a tough spot for them. I don't know. It's like the logical thing is to re-sign Brown, like KP. I get they won that trade on talent. There's no question, talent and picks. Right?
And
like they won that trade, and I still come out of it and I'm like, I still feel like your biggest issue is still here. Like you still don't have that, and I know that KP spaces the floor for you in a way that Al Horford can take as many threes as he fucking wants out there. Like nobody's rotating out to him. Like they will rotate out to Kristaps. It still feels a little bit short. I don't know though. The East is weird. Miami came out of it. Boston was obviously the more talented roster. Holy shit. Max Strus, 4 years, $64 million to Cleveland. So that's a sign and trade.
16 a year. That is well above the full MLE.
Yeah. Well, that's Evan Massey though. So we'll wait on that one. Evan Massey, not exactly the most
reliable source.
Yeah, that guy started doing football tweets last year, and I was just like, what are you doing? Like, you don't know anything about football. Like, There's no
Really knows
way.
anything about basketball.
Dude, how about this? Jake Fisher. One reason Jeremy Grant didn't extend prior to free agency is that he wanted the additional 5th year, which added another $30 million. Jeez.
Yeah,
Man.
because I think the report was he had a max extension available to him of like 120 or something, and they offered it and he didn't take it, and he played it out until free agency. And I mean, this is the problem when you trade. This is kind of why I'm worried. You mentioned OG Anunoby. This is why I worry about trading for somebody like OG Anunoby, right?
Yeah.
Because when you trade for that guy, you are obligated to keep him. We can sit here and be like, it's a sunk cost and blah blah blah. Go tell your owner it's a sunk cost.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
And look, how about this is another good hypothetical. This is fun, right? What would you be willing to pay OJ Anunoby?
What Grant got 160. That's clearly what he's going to be angling for.
I think he has to make more than RJ, right?
But they see that this is the weird thing with the Knicks salary structure is like, and I kind of like where they're at with it, where
No, so do I.
they keep getting these little like it's like maybe it's negotiating, but they keep getting these little wins with every guy, right? Like Brunson took the descending contract, Randall extended as soon as he could, and we can sit here and debate like, well, did he do it because that he just didn't trust himself or whatever? But that was definitely less money than he potentially could have gotten if he had hit the free agent market the summer after. Turns out he probably would have gotten less money. Like RJ, look, people are talking about this quickly thing. Oh, he definitely wants 100 and he's not going to take any less and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, I did this yesterday. If you go back and look at all the RJ reporting around the same time last year, it was all like RJ wants the max. He's insisting on the max. He's not going to take less than the max. He took a fuck ton less than the max.
Yeah.
He took a lot less than the max. He took 107.
And by the way, and I don't think RJ has a bad contract. I think
No.
his contract is probably neutral, right? I don't think it's a bad contract. I think it's probably neutral. And I think Quickly's going to wind up right in that same area, to be quite honest.
And I think they're going to extend him. I think like this is negotiating. Like he's not just going to come in and be like, "Hey guys, I just want to make what I'm worth. Like just give me a fair contract." And like that's not how it works. Like you know what I mean? Like he's not, and the Knicks aren't just going to be like, "Okay, whatever you want, Chief." Like no, he's not a fucking he's not a max player. They don't like the only guy that they would just give a no-brainer max to right now is Brunson on the team.
And look, and I don't think it's out of the question that he hits restricted free agency and then you match. I think that's very possible. I think those kind of mid-level guys are the toughest ones to extend a lot of the times, to be honest with you, finding that kind of happy medium.
Yeah, no, but like I kind of like they get a lot of criticism, and I think it's somewhat deserved. Is like they depend a lot on like family and all that type of shit, right? Like, oh, Julius is our guy, Brunson's our guy, OB, CAA. Like, I get that, but I think because of that, they're able to get these little wins. Like Josh Hart opting in is a fucking win.
It's
like,
a win.
It's a win, and like he does that. Why does he do that? Because he trusts and probably knows, and they've negotiated. Like, look, you opt in, give us a little flexibility. We will make you whole. We will give you the number you ultimately want on the back end of this when we extend you. Don't worry about it.
I want to go back to my hypothetical. How much you willing to give OG Anunoby? Like, let's say you trade for him today, and I'm just having you sit down and do an extension with him. What's your offer?
For 110.
Damn, I was literally about to say the same thing. That's crazy.
I just
say
about,
for
that's what,
110.
And I would
7.5 a year.
Yeah, and the thing is, I would do that because if you.
Here's the beauty of it. It would actually be 110. You announce it as 4 for 125 because there's like some crazy incentives that he's never going to reach.
And the thing that worries me with OG isn't like, is he worth the contract in the fold? It is worth it. Like his contract is worth. When he's on the floor, he's worth that money. He's not on the floor a lot.
He played less than 50 games 2 straight years. No,
he's always hurt.
He's played less than Porzingis the last 2 years, and we all acknowledge that Porzingis is a health risk. Like. I don't know, like the OG thing, and look, people forget this. He tore his Achilles in college too. Like he's been injury prone. He's had injury issues. If you remember the year they won the championship, he missed the entire back half of the season. Yeah, he missed the playoffs.
Okay, so better one then. Let's say you don't get Anunoby. How do you feel about trading for Tobias Harris?
I like Tobias. I'm a Tobias fan. I would like Tobias Harris on the Knicks.
How would you feel about RJ and Fournier?
I would feel like if the Sixers kicked in a pick I would be interested. And
Second rounder or first rounder?
I would need a first rounder because I am
Ooh.
giving them the younger player who's locked in on a pretty nice contract, like we just talked about.
Now
I
you
know that
also you're saving about $7 million on that deal too, by the way.
Yeah, you are. But I would need to see what are the cap savings of like I don't fully understand the cap yet. Like an old cap, I could have done the math in my head and been like, yeah, that's great. This cap, I'm like, I don't know what. Okay, if I know that Tobias expiring, let's say I can keep him at like the Harrison Barnes deal, $354 million, right? If I can keep it 354, what does that do for me? Like, what does that open up for me in terms of flexibility? Does that open up the mid-level exception? How far am I from the aprons? I don't know all of that, so it's hard for me to say. But I would at least listen to that. Like, I think.
And by the way, it also
consider that.
opens up freedom to trade Randall down the road, because he can slide into your power forward spot.
Right. It gives you, like, if you want to use Randall to get a star wing or something like
Yep.
that.
Mhm.
Now you're in a position there.
And
But
Harris is only 31. He's not crazy old either. He's not, and he's still
Feels
good.
like he's been in the league forever.
I know. Right? I was surprised when I saw that too. I think he turns 31 in like a week or something like that.
Wow.
And he never misses games. He can shoot. He can play defense. He's a good dude by all accounts. And I mean, look, I don't know how and that's one of the reasons I asked Yossi when he came on about the Sixers and what they're looking to do. Like, are they hoping to just let Harris walk at the end of next year to replace that salary with somebody else? Do they want to turn him into something? I think that's what Toronto and Philly does in the next couple weeks could really impact the Knicks in a lot of different ways.
yeah, Philly's got a lot of balls up in the air right now, so we'll see what ends up with them there.
Absolutely. Shwin, you got anything else for me before I have to go cook some dinner for the kids?
No. Plug anything you want and tell us why the Giants are going to win 12 games this year for all the Giants fans in here.
Woohoo!
Well, look, I think the Giants are going to be better. I think they're a more talented team, but their schedule is a lot tougher, and that's the problem. Last year they got to play the AFC South last year. This year they play the AFC East. It's a little bit tougher. And by the way, that's for the whole division. Last year, the NFC East, I think, went 14-2 against the AFC South. So you want to know why all those teams won all those games? It's because they went 14-2 against the AFC South. But look, check it out if you're a Giant fan. Take a break from the Knicks in a little bit. We got a bunch of stuff coming up on Giants.com. We got a bunch of Giant Huddle podcasts going up. I did basically interviews with every Giant player that sees the field, and it's going up position by position every other day over the next few weeks. So go check that out. Big Blue Kickoffs are our daily show. We're taking a break from that. We're on vacation, which we need before we start grinding again for training camp. So go check it out, Giants.com, the Giants app, and enjoy the Knicks for agency. Hopefully they don't mess anything up.
Awesome. John, thank you so much for coming on. Appreciate your time.
Thank you, boys. I appreciate it. Always fun.
See you, John.
All right. A lot of people very upset about Tobias Harris talk. I'm sorry. Very upset about that. I don't really know what you wanted me to say. Javon Carter to the Bulls. 3 years, $20 million.
Bulls really trying to run it back for this 8th seed.
I wonder if that means that
Pat Bev is gone?
Not Bev. I mean, Bev I think is gone anyway, but Dosunmu. Because they're
what do they do with him?
Because they've got to be pretty close to the 165, right? Is their number? That's the hard cap for them. It looks like they wanted to. It looks like they use a mid level to keep Kobe. Actually, no, they would use cap space. They don't need to use mid level for that. Either way, I don't know. That's interesting. I like Javon Carter. He's a good player, actually. He's definitely better than fucking Dosunmu. So if they want to move on from Io, this would be the time. Maybe they have a sign and trade for him, get some assets for him.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. I mean, they're just trying to get, I guess, as much guard depth as possible, since they know like Lonzo is just like sunk cost at this point, sadly.
Yes, it's true. We are waiting. James is stuck in a meeting, unfortunately. So we're waiting on his arrival. And I am wondering where Alex is. Alex hasn't responded yet. He said he gave me a salute sign, so he should be in here at some point. Yeah, these deals are interesting. I don't really understand what the Bulls are doing. I mean, it's not bad, I guess. Oh, here he is. Look at that. Speak of the devil.
He shall appear.
In the
How you doing?
Let's go.
Hey, Alex.
What's up?
Anything you want to plug?
No.
I like the Knicks have avoided. Yes, Nemo brings up a good point. The Knicks dodging tampering penalties so far. Yes.
He says he's curious about the Suns on that respect because the Suns just seem to have like 7 guys lined up to sign as soon as free agency open.
I mean, they won't do anything about it.
Yeah,
We all know that's the case. They only care because it was the Knicks and because it was Mark Cuban. That was it.
Mark Cuban cried like a little baby.
Little baby.
You know, I just want to bring this up. I'm trading IQ for Grant Williams in a sign trade just to make Shwin cry. I want to bring this up because I want to make sure that you understand that the only person crying right now is you because we discussed a hypothetical.
Of Tobias Harris.
And I did not give the answer you responded. So that is you that is crying. And yes, I'm not sure where Grant Williams came from. I don't know if anybody talked about him here, but that was not raised.
I think it's because Jrue brought it up. And
well, look, Jrue pees his pants every single time you talk about trading for RJ Barrett. So look, I understand. Maybe you need some Pampers. We will put that into the Strickland budget. Alex, make sure you put that in for the next quarter.
Adult-sized diapers for Jrue?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, I'll make sure you do that.
And maybe we can parlay that into a sponsor, being a sponsor.
Yeah. What depends. Wait. This is what it could be. We could call the segment "It Depends," and it could be like just you like posing hypotheticals the whole time, and just be like, "Well, we could do this, but it depends." Sponsored by Depends. In case you shit yourself over this hypothetical. Get ready.
This.
Clench your sphincter. Here comes It Depends.
This is why he's the editor-in-chief, folks. That's why he gets paid the big bucks around here.
Yeah,
so your boy, Jeremy Grant, got a contract. I don't know if you saw it, Alex.
I did see that. I love Jeremy Grant.
Did you see his contract?
Yeah, wasn't it like 5/160? So what I just saw?
You love the contract?
I mean 5/160, that's a little over 30 mil a season. I mean, I think it's what Portland had to pay to keep him around.
It would be so funny if they just turn around and trade Dame. Like,
yeah, I mean, clearly they're trying
fine.
to do the Dame thing again, you know. But I mean, I think he's really good. I don't think he's necessarily worth more than like Julius Randle, for example, which, you know, they're going to be eternally compared, I feel like, because they like broke out that same season in 20 to 21. But like, I think it's pretty universally agreed upon that Randall is underpaid at this point. So I would say that, like, based off the fact that you have guys making $50-60 million in the NBA, like, I think 30 million for Jeremy Grant is pretty good. All things considered, he's 20 point per game scorer. If he's really engaged on defense, he can lock the hell in. I think he's really good.
I mean, he's 29, so that locks him up till 34. How do you feel about that? He's been, like you said, he's been a 20-point scorer basically now for 3 years running. He is he's been for the last 5 years now. He's a 38% 3-point shooter, only on 4.7 attempts. So volume should be up. If he plays the Knicks, you know, he'll get to the free throw line 35 fucking times a night. So you've got that going for you. I don't know. I don't really love locking yourself into a guy like Jeremy Grant for 5 years. I think guys like that, you want to keep to 3 or 4. Then again, we're probably going to lock ourselves into Josh Hart for 5 years. So maybe I'll probably walk that back and be like, no, this is brilliant, fucking genius front office management from Leon.
Continuity matters.
You know what's crazy? I have a friend who's a big NHL guy. And so he was asking me the other day, he's like, oh, NBA free agency starts this week too, right? Because like NHL free agency is starting. I was like, yeah, it's getting ready to get started. And then he was telling me, because like he likes the Devils. He's like, yeah, the Devils signed this guy, like 2 guys to like 8-year contracts. I'm like, 8 years? What the fuck?
Yeah, those contracts are like insane in length. Pause.
Yeah, dude. And apparently they used to be able to sign guys for like 15 years in the NHL or something until like a couple of years ago.
Oh my
and then they were
50.
like, yeah, then they were like, never mind, you can only do 8. 8 is the max. So it's like, oh, only 8. Like, Jesus Christ. I told them I'm like 5 years in the NBA is like forever. I'm like, the entire league turns over every 2 years, like at minimum. Like, it's crazy.
And in baseball, the contracts are pretty insane too, right?
Baseball, you could do like basically there's no limit in baseball. Baseball is
Right.
basically whatever your imagination can come up with, I think. Like, which is why you see like Bryce Harper signs like a 14-year deal or whatever. But baseball, they do all these like opt-outs, like they'll do like a 13-year deal with 3 opt-outs in the middle, or sort of.
That makes sense.
Yeah,
that's not too bad, I guess. But man,
it's crazy.
The amount of years is just insane. Because like we see with the NBA, the turnover, like you said, is just like almost every year at this point now.
Yeah.
I mean, look at the guys like KD, Kyrie, and James Harden. They requested a trade like 3 times within like the last whatever it is.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, and I told my friend too, I was like, that's why the NBA's free agency is the best free agency, because like every single year there's like tons of shit going on. Like there's all this stuff you never expect.
Yeah.
It's great.
I will say about the Javon Carter thing, they had their best success a couple years ago. Obviously, when Lonzo was healthy, good defender. Caruso, good defender. Oh wow, look at this man.
Hello.
Do you want to
Hey,
do your
James.
your locked on Knicks intro for everybody here?
James never remembers.
Welcome everybody to Schwinny's smelly penis. Am I allowed to say that?
Yeah, you're allowed to say that.
We can still monetize. Okay. Good.
Wait, who's this nice looking man down there? I was expecting both Jay and Silent Bob to pop in the chat. What's going on here? What's going on? You're looking good.
I had to cut the hair after someone just gave me the most, withering criticism of all time. I really
Look at this
cut to the
compliment.
bone.
Look at this compliment, James. Look at
Oh,
that.
that's pretty good. Hey,
You know what?
That's a big compliment.
I showed the person who cut my hair a picture of Pedro Pascal. I was like, make me look like this dude. So thank you. That is honestly a massive compliment. That's like the nicest thing anyone's ever said to me. So that's a good counterbalance to the person who destroyed my soul.
By the way,
with
apparently,
the Jay and Silent Bob comment.
Apparently, like 2 minutes ago, the Post they posted something about like Ian Begley reporting that the Knicks were going to meet with Bruce Brown, who's already agreed to a fucking deal to the Pacers.
Shout out to the New York Post.
It's all been downhill since Berman left.
So, James, how locked in are you on all these contracts flying around?
Oh my God, I've been just pouring over the CBA since it was released. Got my highlighters out.
Reading it like the Bible.
Shit. Yeah, that's the reason I got. That's the reason I got into basketball. Crunching numbers, accounting. It's by far the best part of any season.
Why is Fred Katz tweeting about
Georges
Chapman?
Niang to the Cavs for 3 years, $26 million.
Jesus, that's got to be a good portion of their mid-level. That's most of their mid-level.
Yeah, I mean, like, how do they even? Max Strus hasn't been confirmed by any real sources yet,
Yeah.
so.
Loki, I wanted the Knicks to potentially go after Niang if they could have made it work. But
Yeah, I mean, I
clearly
thought
they can
Niang,
if they're getting DiVincenzo too.
Well, I thought Niang would be cool as like, we'll give him the biannual exception or something, not
3 years, $26 million.
not $8.5 million a year.
Well, Cleveland's desperate to just like do anything to like show Mitchell that, hey, we're serious about improving on this team that flopped last year.
Yes. But I was going to say, though, about the Bulls, though, is like getting Javon Carter makes some sense if they just want to like try to be good next year, because they need as many good defenders as they can get. Javon Carter's a good defender. Caruso's a good defender. They actually have guys now in the backcourt that can lock up next to Levine and DeRozan. It makes sense. I mean,
And they're bringing Andre Drummond back. Like, come on.
Right. Player option Andre Drummond. Yeah, I mean, look, I'm not going to try and act like the Bulls are doing a good thing, but if you're going to do the dumb thing, I guess there's a smart way to do the dumb thing. So good for them. They figured it out. Good job. That's how James lives his life.
Smart way to do the dumb thing.
Did I just come on here to get roasted? Is that why you invited me?
Yes.
Yes. Yep.
All right, that's
You got it. You figured it out.
I
So
certainly
what-
don't know anything about basketball, so that's a good use of my time.
What are your thoughts on on Dante DiVincenzo, James? Since I know you've been crunching tape, looking at the numbers, studying everything.
Yeah, who cares? That's my thought.
What does cleaning the glass have to say, James? Tell me.
He had a couple orange squares this last season, so I feel like he's on the upswing.
That's James's that he's red. He only brings up cleaning the glass if it strengthens his argument. By the way, we'll
Isn't
never
that the
bring it
only?
up.
Isn't that the only way to use clean the glass? Is if it's 99th percentile?
That's the
You
only
don't
way to use
understand.
all stats.
Yeah. Support agendas. That's it.
No, sometimes I bring it up when I don't quite understand what I'm looking at, and then someone stuns me with my own numbers. Yeah.
No, see, that's bad. Actually, 7th percentile, not good.
Kyrie, 3 years, $126 million, back to Dallas. Player option in the 3rd year.
What?
Give us that 12th pick next year.
How does he get a player option? That's what I want to know. That was the one thing. They're like, all right, fine. You get to decide when you hit free agency. This can't backfire. There's no way.
I mean, what were their other options, right? Isn't the whole thing that like they had nothing else they could do but Kyrie? Like,
Shams is carrying water.
What did he say?
He says Kyrie's agent, Shatilia Riley Irving, will become the first Black woman to negotiate and complete an NBA contract.
Nice.
is that true?
I guess so.
Insane stat, by the way. That if that's true, that is actually fucking insane.
Well, I mean,
good for her. That's awesome.
That's
But
sports for you.
That is, that's a crazy thing to be true. $42 million a year for Kyrie Irving. He's earned it. Let me tell you that. You earn every penny of that contract on the floor, in our hearts.
So, I mean, I saw Phoenix fans actually like legitimately getting hyped, like thinking that it was somehow a possibility that they were going to get him. God bless their imaginations.
What would that roster even be? You just have 4 fucking guards that need the ball all the time? Like, what? It's like the All-Star game every night?
Isn't that what everybody wants?
Giving up 170 points a night.
I can't believe after all that, the Kyrie just went back to the Mavericks.
What did you think was gonna? You thought he was really gonna take that meeting with Houston?
Maybe. I don't know.
Lord knows.
You know what I
that's
wonder?
the
I
exact
wonder
kind of
if
presence they need.
Which, I mean, I think that Houston is a little more free thinking of a town than Dallas, if you know what I'm saying. It's probably
Less likely to murder a president.
So my guess on this DiVincenzo thing is, and this makes sense for him, he might just be waiting to see if somebody's left holding the bag. Like Houston hasn't signed Fred VanVleet, who was the guy they were apparently making some huge offer for. Apparently Toronto's trying to keep VanVleet in the mix because Masai has no fucking idea what he's doing.
Unusual.
If Houston has no money to spend, what if they're just like, we'll give you fucking 2 years, $25 million a year to come? He'll be like, oh, okay, great. I'll do that. Thank you, Knicks. But like, I mean, that's the only reason I can imagine it would be taking this long, because all the reports were that this was more or less trending in a direction. But if you're his
Wouldn't
agent,
the Knicks be waiting to do whatever the other move is, whether it's trading Obi or something like that, before signing Dante? Like, if they can't find, is there a world where the Knicks don't find a trade partner for Obi that they think is like, if the best they can get is like pick 50, projected from like some random asshole, would they just hold on to him and then not sign Dante DiVincenzo? Because like he's not going to want to go somewhere he's not guaranteed a role, right? Like,
I mean, what does Obi have any? Like, are they going to play Josh Hart at backup 4 minutes, like for extended periods of time? I just don't feel like Tibbs is going to do that.
but
So I don't know how one. I don't know how one affects the other.
What if you?
Because I don't know anything, I was asking in our Patreon Discord earlier. I was like, "What is Dante DiVincenzo's role?" And like a couple people were like, "Well, like Hart and RJ could play backup 4 if he comes over and we trade Obi." Like that was something that was thrown out there.
I mean, that's what I think you have to do, right? Is just like tell him, like, listen, it is wonderful that you would prefer a true 4, but because you fucking have no imagination, we have to force this imagination upon you, and you will play wings at the 4 this year for 13 minutes a night when Randall is not out there fucking dribbling, tripping over his dick.
As you were just describing
That big? Wow.
As you were just describing that, I just imagine like Leon Rose with like a spoonful of medicine, like trying to make Tibbs take it like a petulant child, just like Tibbs.
Well, it would be like
you're
that.
Take this small ball for. You're gonna take
that porn meme where the woman's holding the other woman by the ponytail and feeding her a bottle of milk. You know that one? That's a couple years old. Well, as the designated everyman of the group, let me ask you, like, what is Dante DiVincenzo's role if they don't trade anybody? Like, what would he be coming here?
Just real quick, Chris Middleton back to Milwaukee, 3 years, $102 million. What would his role be? I mean, if they bring everybody back, I have no idea. They'll probably do the hockey shift thing that we did 2 years ago, where Tibbs is just like 5-man rotations. That's all we do. And I personally would hate that. I think that would suck ass. Which is why I think, like, if they're getting DiVincenzo, we'll see. Obviously, it's possible they don't. If they get DiVincenzo, then you have to imagine there's Obi has to go and you have to fucking make him. I just don't see any other way it works. It makes actually no sense to me otherwise, unless they're signing him to fucking, basically. I mean, you're going to consolidate otherwise. I guess that's the only other way it makes sense, but I still don't like that. I don't know. I don't get it unless you do that. By the way, $480 million
That's
for
what I was
Jakob
about to say. Jakob Turtle going back to Toronto.
Alex is always so happy when big guys get paid. It's so annoying.
Actually, I wouldn't have given him that contract. That's way too much money for him. Toronto is nuts.
Would you have done it if the money didn't matter to you, though?
If the money didn't matter to me, like if it's not my money and I don't
if
care
you're just
about
like,
having
he's a big guy, he deserves
if
it.
if I don't care about having a good basketball team, then yes. In a vacuum, yes, I love giving big guys money.
Yeah,
They
he's
deserve
earned it. He's
They
fucking
deserve
7 feet tall. You know how hard life is for him. James knows. James is super tall. People don't know this about James.
Extremely tall.
How tall, James?
6 feet even.
I thought you
James is
2
not
inches
6
on
foot
you.
even, by the way.
were gonna say 6.
You're 6'2", Sam?
Yeah.
Damn. You need to I don't know. It's not coming across that way in the video. You need
Got
to
to
Alex
stand
is-
up.
Yeah.
Yeah, you need what are they, like a lineup? Yeah.
People always say that shit to me too. Like when I meet people in person, they're like, "Wow, you're much taller than I thought." I'm like, "Do
Yeah,
I give
Alex,
off
you were
short
much
guy
taller than I
energy?"
thought you were gonna be when I met you.
Yeah, Alex is
damn.
actually Alex is like 6'5", but he is actually 14'6". He's just a gigantic Neanderthal. By the way, Cam Johnson back to the Nets. 4 years,
Or
108 million.
108.
You know,
So it's
on
like
that
about
note-
that amount that they traded Joe Harris for get that space, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that Cam Johnson contract is.
It's
If he was like 4 inches taller though, he would have earned it. Right,
Yeah.
Alex?
No, I don't think. Yeah, that's a bit much for a guy of his height, if you ask me. I mean, who can he even shoot over realistically?
See if he's worth it.
Nick Friedel laid off. By the way, if anybody cares.
Have you guys talked about JVG yet?
We're not.
Jake Andrews
not.
says he's 6 foot and everyone thinks he's 5'9", and everyone has to pull out the tape measure. I don't know.
Yeah, I had that
feel
same
like,
problem.
I feel like I always look like Andre the Giant. I was at my wife's cousin's wedding over the weekend, and her family's all on the short side, and in all the pictures I look fucking enormous. I'm like, dude, I look like a freak of nature.
Like you're standing with kids.
Yeah, dude. Especially I was standing next to her one cousin, and I was on the end, so I was sort of a little closer than everybody else in the picture too. I'm like, fuck, dude, I look huge.
That's what it's like when I hang out with Alex and Matt
Yeah.
and Zach. We're
Yeah.
surrounded by these fucking goons.
Yeah, we have the tallest Knicks podcast as our version of Knicks mailbag, I think.
Yeah, no, it definitely is a big group. Yeah, the JVG thing isn't. It just seems pretty obvious, right? They're getting rid of established talent other than Stephen A. Smith to bring in younger people. They probably pay less.
That's exactly it. And I mean, they'll bullshit and say that oh, we can't afford them anymore. It's
Obviously,
obviously
top heavy.
Yeah, you can obviously afford them. You just don't want to anymore. Just say it. I know. We don't feel like
They
paying
haven't
Jeff Van
announced
Gundy
who's
$5
taking their
million a
place,
year.
have they?
No, but there was speculation. I mean, JVG, it'll probably be my guess still be JJ Redick, but it maybe could be Doris Burke. They said maybe Richard Jefferson. I'm like, oh my god, if you hate yourself, make it Richard Jefferson. If you want to
Not Dick Jefferson.
yeah, if you want to make everybody's fucking ears bleed every time that you have a primetime premium game, make it Richard Jefferson. Fucking asshole.
Damn, that shit just doesn't even feel right. Mike Breen with no JVG and
Yeah.
Mark Jackson. That's wild.
Can you? Breen might. I mean, I'm praying for Breen. That's what I'll say.
You know who else is praying for Breen? Mark Jackson.
He's praying for everybody. To be fair.
Those that back and forth is going to be so stupid.
Oh my god.
Mama, there goes that man. It's the fucking pregame, Mark. What are you talking about? Yeah, no, look, we need to bring JVG to home, bring him to MSG. Him and Dolan can squash their beef, whatever their beef is.
Dude,
if it remains.
can you imagine? That would be the biggest fucking coup. If they're okay, Clyde is finally starting to wind down. Let's just bring in fucking JVG and then transition from Clyde to JVG as the full-time
Instead of
color
fucking
commentator.
Wally Zerbiak.
Yeah. Oh my god, that would be the greatest free agent acquisition in Knicks history, right above Jalen Brunson, if they did that. That would be such a reprieve from having to live with Wally Szczerbiak in the
Yo,
future.
this is fucking wild. Milwaukee. Okay, this is just Milwaukee. 100. They have 147 million right now projected salary, 18 million below the luxury tax with 8 open roster spots. They have the $12.4 million non-tax mid-level or $5 million tax mid-level is dependent on the future of Brook Lopez. The tax starts at 172. I am very fucking. Yeah, I don't know. Like, Houston can make things very uncomfortable for them. That's for sure.
Yeah. Oh, well, all right. Wait. So, how much money do they have before the tax?
The tax is at 172. But if they can't, I mean, they were not going to be able to use the full mid-level because that'll hard cap them at 172, and they have 8 open roster spots, so that makes no sense.
Yeah.
I would imagine if they go 20 million for him, I just don't know how they do this. Like, I really don't. The tax, like, once you use if they use the tax mid-level or the non-tax mid-level to bring him back, they'll put him at like 159. Then the first apron is at 165. Or sorry, that the tax is at 165. The first apron is at 172. But they're hard capped at 172 if they use the full mid-level to bring back Brook. They have his full bird right, so they wouldn't need to do that. But like, they're just kind of shit out of luck here if Brook wants money and Houston's offering him money. I don't know how they can match it.
Is there a world where you would entertain if you're the Knicks and you could make it happen somehow?
Giannis? Yeah, I would do that.
No, working a sign and trade for Brook Lopez?
I mean, what are we giving up?
I don't know. I would assume it'd have to be Mitch, but Mitch probably puts him in the same bind as signing Brook Lopez. So I guess
And
that's not
Mitch's
really gonna
contract is fucking awesome now.
help. Yeah.
Joe Ingles to the Magic. All right,
Wasn't that like rumored by someone earlier
Fisher.
today? It's like
Yeah, Fisher had
Yeah.
that.
that was so
Fish-
random.
six
Fish-
scoop fish man.
Fisher's
go.
been look his little
It's better than having Massey.
his
Yeah.
his pre-free agency piece every year. He usually nails most of that shit.
How's that dime dropper or whatever guy doing so far?
He keeps deactivating and reactivating, and trying to give the.
I think the
allure that
only
he's
thing he
being
said
hunted.
so far, the only thing he said so far is like Dame's going to Philly, I think, and that Fred VanVleet's going to Houston, which is like not exactly the biggest, fucking big scoop considering everybody's been talking about that for a while. James has been talking about this forever.
Yeah, it's been big in my household. Every night I talk to my daughter about Fred VanVleet and where he might go.
What does she think? Does she like that fit for him?
Yeah, she does. She just wants to see him happy. That's
you-
really what it is.
Did you read your daughter the new CBA as a bedtime story yesterday? Is that your prep for today?
By the way, somebody in chat said this. Dimes guy had Bruce Brown to Indiana.
Yeah, I
Okay.
remember he had that.
All right, so Dime guy might be real.
Yeah, a
He
couple
is
of the things
someone's
Dime guy said
son
seemed
or
something
daughter.
different. Yeah.
Do you think Fred VanVleet's a good father, James?
Honestly, no. He seems like someone who's pretty distant. Just from his body.
What gives you
language.
that?
facial expressions? And let's be honest, like if you're trying to guess if a dad is bad or good, you've got like 70-30 the guy's gonna be bad. Like any given dad. Most fathers are terrible.
Wow. This is for me. Good job. Let's go. Get him out of here. We're done. You guys don't care
Is that
about
a
that.
soccer reference? What the hell
It
was
is
that?
soccer. It's not a reference. It's like very much just a thing that happened.
A thing
Yes.
that happened. Okay.
Yeah, it's like when Ennis. No, that's so mean. It's like when. It's like
Wow,
when
that's the
Kurt
Ennis
Thomas.
Kent.
Yeah, it's like when Marcus Camby left the Knicks the first time. Think of it that way.
That's Ennis Freedom to you, by the way.
I'm never calling him Ennis Freedom ever in life. No, all right. How about this, James? You've been very much on the bandwagon of the Knicks should give RJ Barrett a lifetime contract.
Yeah.
No, honest question. I've actually been. I was thinking about this today. What
Yeah.
make the case for forget trading for anybody, whoever, but just independent of who you could trade him for or who else would be out there. What is the case for? Let's just not just run this back, but specifically for RJ Barrett. Make the case for RJ's fine. like, what is the case for this? That RJ is fine and he's going to be on this upward trajectory, and that's going to take this team to the next level.
I mean, I just want to say first of all that a lot of it does hinge on who you're talking about getting in, and if it's someone like Levine, who I just really dislike, or Paul George, who at his peak vaults you to contender status, but obviously has a lot of injury issues. I don't think that's a good idea. But if you're talking about RJ, I mean, a lot of it's just where the team is. Like, they're so much better than they've been in such a long time. RJ is so young, and when you look at his aggregate stats, like, they're bad. But he puts together excellent stretches, and I am just like, yeah, it could be a sucker's bet, but when I see how he performed in the playoffs this past year, like, that does mean a lot to me. Like, just like Julius, shitting his diaper every year in the playoffs means a lot to me, because they're at a place now where that is what matters. It's what happens in the playoffs. They're going to be good enough to get there every year now, and it's what's going to happen when you're there. I understand the argument for trading him. Like, I don't think like, oh my God, trading him would be something we never recover for. I just don't think I just don't think that trading him at this point for the people that people have talked about trading him for automatically puts him in some contender status where it's like, you got to do it. It's like taking a risk on someone who's like, I'm very wishy-washy on, when you still have time to see if he develops. But like, I get when you look at all his, how bad the efficiency has been, like, in aggregate, for his career. But he's also had like, he's had like 3-month stretches where he's been terrible, but then he's had like month-long stretches where he's been awesome. And I see the version of the player that he can be, even if he's not able to do it consistently, which at the end of the day is what makes someone a great NBA player. Like, any one of these guys can have like a game where they look like the best player in the league, but it's like, who can do it game after game? So like, yes, consistency is a huge part of it, but I just don't see what moving him does in order to so clearly upgrade us that I'm willing to do it right now. I could be talked into it for something that I haven't heard yet, but from what I've heard, I'm just not into it.
I think the school of thought comes from the fact that the East was so wide open this past year, and people assume that it will continue to be so. And they feel like a significant upgrade can elevate that team into being a team that gets past like Miami and Boston and all those teams, just because of what happened this past offseason. And of course, there's so much things that are subject to change. But a lot of people feel if we upgrade that like wing spot, especially with like a Paul George type, if he's able to be healthy in the playoffs, giving you that larger wing defender and someone who can score at all 3 levels, I think that's where the school of thought comes from.
I get that, I do get that. Like, in a vacuum, there are a bunch of people who, like, next year have a good chance of being better than RJ. It's just that, and then also there is the fan of me that, like, we drafted him and I want to keep him. Like, that's
I get
real.
that. Sure.
I'm not Leon Rose. I'm not being paid to put together a championship contender. Like, but I think there's a real chance that in the long run, it's better to keep him, and the fan of me wants to keep him. So,
yeah, I mean, I get that.
but there's a real chance that he fucking busts and stinks. So, like, I don't think it's insane to like want to get off him. It's not my preference.
Yeah, I would trade him for Paul George, but I wouldn't do it for Levine. I don't really trust Levine, and I would only do it for Paul George in a very specific circumstance. I'm not like, oh, RJ and 15 picks for like that doesn't make any sense.
Well, that's the thing, right? Is him 1-for-1 for any of these guys on the table? Like, I highly doubt it. So you're talking about RJ probably in a couple picks, right? Like,
yeah, I mean, it's weird. Like, the CBA has kind of thrown things into like a weird place. But yeah, it's, yeah, I don't know. Like, I
also just think mentality is huge. Like, and I do think he has, the right mentality. Someone in Discord made fun of me, and they're like, "Oh, the dog in him argument is the worst argument in the world." I guess I am sort of saying he's got that dog in him, but like, all things being equal, player A and player B are the same. There is like, it is real life that sometimes player A and player B who have the same talent, one's got that dog in him and doesn't shrink under the spotlight, and the other doesn't. Like, that's real. Like, people can pretend it's not, but like, that is real. And I do think he at least, like, I'm very sure that he's not going to become, if he fails, it's not because he's scared. It's because he sucks. And I think it's pretty rare to find someone who isn't scared in New York on that stage.
All right, I'm just gonna bring this up because I'm really sick of Jrue bringing this up. The players' lesson important in the regular season. You have to get to the fucking playoffs, dude. Shut the fuck up with this. Was RJ a good player in the regular season? No, he wasn't. So you can sit here and fucking talk about the playoffs all you want, but you have to fucking get to the playoffs. So if you want to sit there and pretend that we didn't witness him poop his fucking pants for an entire regular season, then I don't know what to tell you. But like, we can also, if you want to fucking sit there and tell me about the playoffs, they're the greatest thing ever, that's fine. But then you also have to be objective and say that the fucking regular season sucked. You can't have it both ways. You can't be like, oh, well, we can't, he's 22, we can't give up on him, regular season, doesn't matter, blah, blah, blah. But then in the look, he beasted in the playoffs. This is amazing. This is all that matters. This fucking sample size. This is all we got to do. Shut up. Just shut the fuck up. Be fucking honest about it.
They did play a 50-win pace with him stinking it up. It's like,
yeah, but not with him on the floor. Not with him on the floor, did they?
No, but he was there.
He was there.
Okay,
they overcame, and that's kind of my whole thing. Like, they have time to see if he can put it together because he's not so bad that they can't overcome the very worst version of him. I'd be shocked if his regular season was as bad.
Oh,
as
wow. RJ had good stretches in the regular season. That's great. I did not know that. I was unaware. Like, what is the point of these? Like, did I say that RJ Barrett played 70 games this year and was terrible for all 70 games? Pretty sure that's not what happened. Pretty sure I've never said that. Like, these are just idiotic arguments that have, it's not anything relevant to what people are saying. Nobody's saying trade RJ Barrett for fucking dog shit and attach 3 picks to dump his salary. Nobody's saying that. Like, you can have different evaluations of what he is as a player, what his contract is worth, who he is, where does he's projected to be. If you want to have those conversations, that's fine. But if we're going to sit here and pretend that any conversation about RJ Barrett getting traded is some fucking, you can't even talk, it's taboo because he played well in the playoffs, that's crazy. Like, you know who played well in the playoffs one time? Jerome James. Yeah, Jerome James played really well in the playoffs one time. Isaiah Thomas gave a mid-level exception. How did that turn out? Like, this makes no sense to me. I don't really understand. Like, we see guys play well in the playoffs all the time. They go somewhere and then they suck. This happens. This is like a regular occurrence that happens in the NBA. Bruce Brown just played in the playoffs really fucking well. He got $22.5 million. Do you think he's gonna, like, does that now that he's worth it now because he played well in the playoffs? That's not how it works. This is not how it works. I'm sorry. I was reading these fucking like 45 minutes of comments about RJ Barrett this, you guys disrespected him or whatever. Shut up.
When Quinn gets mad and I'm on like the call with him, I feel like it's like my parents fighting before they got divorced. I want to like run to my room.
It's such he's fighting with the commenters instead
Listen to
of
the
with...
Grateful Dead. Tune it out.
Oh man, we've hit a lull in free agency, but Trey Jones got paid by the Spurs.
2 years,
2 years, $20 million.
Yes. Holy shit, RJ Barrett's played well for significant stretches. Nobody's denied this. For 3 years, all we did was talk about how great RJ Barrett was, how impactful he was, how his trajectory was great. He stepped up in these moments. But because he had a bad season and people were critical of him for that bad season, that means now that, like, nobody ever acknowledged his good moments. I don't, like, this stuff is just fucking crazy. And honestly, if we're going to be real about this, if RJ Barrett just had the season he had on the fucking Heat, not a single one of you guys would be talking about him like he's this untouchable player because of 11 games in the playoffs. Not a single one. I promise you that. Nobody. Tyler Hero had a good fucking run in the bubble his rookie season all the way to the finals. Did any single one of us be like, yeah, trade RJ for Tyler Hero other than Tyrese? No, nobody said that. Not a single person said that. So, like, we can't, like, don't act like this is an irrational conversation. It's a rational conversation. If we can shit on our Julius Randle because he had 2 bad playoffs, and set aside 2 All-NBA, deserved All-NBA regular seasons, we can have a critical conversation about RJ Barrett. He's fine. He'll be fine. He's a good player. He makes plenty of money. Like, this is fine. He's going to be okay if we on a fucking stream or we in a Discord talk about his bad moments.
I mean, I don't think it's unreasonable at this point. And like you and I just talked about this on the pod this week on Pod Strickland earlier, like to have concerns about, is RJ going to add an off the dribble game well enough, you like from the outside, that he's going to like discover that and then not only discover it, but become good enough at it to make him a good enough player to take the Knicks to the next level at some point. So that's why I don't think, like, to my eye, I'm finally starting to kind of have those worries about, like, I don't know if this dude's ever going to be a pull-up three-point shooter. I don't know if he's ever going to have a pull-up midi, and that might be fine, but, like, who is he then at that point? Like, he's a guy that can, let's just say that he even manages to, like, normalize his spot-up three-point shooting to, like, 36% or something like that. So then, okay, he's a guy that can shoot 36%, attack closeouts, and score inside and draw free throws, which is a good player that'll have a role in the NBA for a long time. But, if you get an opportunity to take advantage of this window, like, I don't know. I think there's a little disconnect in people's brains about going from.
There's always a disconnect in people's brains.
Yeah, well, mine too, all the time. But, like, from going from, like, rebuilding and building the young core and all this stuff to now all of a sudden, like, realizing, like, you have Jalen Brunson, you have Julius Randle. Clearly the team is committed to Julius Randle, so, like, you should get used to that. If they have these two guys that are, like, 26 and 28 years old, I believe they're going to be next year, maybe slightly older than that. Either way, like, both those guys are in their prime now. Like, it's kind of time to start thinking about, like, all right, well, if we want to maximize the window that we're afforded by those guys and the bargain bin contracts that they're on with Brunson and Randall, then okay, yeah, you might trade RJ somewhere and he might turn into a 22 point per game scorer 3-4 years down the line, but you might, in waiting for that, miss your opportunity to do something better. And that's the thing. It's like, you can't, even if RJ would turn into, like, a 2-time all-star or something in his career, but if you were able to trade him for, like, Paul George and make a real run at a finals or something, like, I think you got to do that because that's what every team wants. Like, do you think that
You were the one who talked me into Paul George being too brittle. You showed me the screenshot of his games played the last 4 seasons.
I know. I am still worried about him being too brittle. I just pulled his name out of my ass because that's, like, the one being most
he's talked about.
Yeah, that's the guy being most discussed. But, like, that's just, I think the overall rationale is what I come down on. Like, if you think
that's where I'm with you. I feel like for the right player, like, he's definitely not untouchable.
If you think
Zach LaVine and Paul George for different reasons, both, I'm like, I don't like that at all. Even if Zach LaVine, is, like, infinitely more efficient than him. Right
George,
now.
If you can guarantee that he could play, like, 50 games and be healthy for the playoffs, I'd be all about it. But that, I am not totally sure about that.
That's still a big dice roll.
If he was guaranteed to be healthy for the playoffs, you'd be foolish not to do it, right?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, I think that's pretty clear.
Bruce Brown's contract with the Indiana Pacers contains a team option in year 2.
Oh, wow.
Sources tell ESPN. So it's basically a 1-year, $22.5 million contract. Look, if you think a move takes you into contention, I'm sorry, it's something to consider. Like, and if you don't like the play, like, Paul George is an injury concern. So if you just don't like the injury concern, that's fair. I don't really dispute that. But I don't think it's, like, exactly insulting to be like, I'd consider trading RJ Barrett for, sure, an oft-injured, but when playing an all-NBA caliber wing. Like, I'm sorry, I don't think that's insulting because I personally think if he's right, and and RJ is really, like, the main only rotation piece going out, that would make us a contender. I believe that. Like, I think this team is good enough for that. If you don't believe this team is good enough for that, then you shouldn't do that trade. I agree with that also. Like, so if your entire point is the team's not good enough, then fine. I disagree with that. But that's a reasonable point of view, I think. Like, that's also why I wouldn't do it for Zach LaVine. I don't think Zach LaVine makes this team a contender. I think he's just a move to make a move. I'd understand it. Like, if that happened, I wouldn't agree with it, but it's one that makes, I can understand the logic. But if I'm Leon Rose and that was, like, fucking Brock Aller calls me up, hey, we can make this deal, I'm going to be like, I don't know, I'm going to go back to sleep.
I think if you trade, like, let's just say that the deal existed where you could trade RJ Barrett 1-for-1 for LaVine, that's where that's, like, I guess just you look at that and you say, we feel so confident in our defense that we just think that having a 25 point per game scorer that can score from all 3 levels is going to completely put us over the top. And I just don't know that I believe that, because I think that LaVine is just throughout his career proven, like, the guy is worth somehow less on defense than he is on offense. And he's, like, a super prolific offensive player. So, like, that's really impressive to manage to be that much of a
I haven't
overall
seen like
negative.
a ton of his games, but every time I watch him, like usually against the Knicks, I feel like he's just always making like a play down the stretch. I'm like, that was stupid. Like throwing some pass away, or I don't know, falling asleep on defense.
Also,
like,
the
obviously
Knicks-
he's extremely talented, but
Also, the defense wasn't good last year. Like they were
Mm.
19th in defensive rating. They were good in the playoffs, but some of that had to do with the teams they faced and whatever. But like they weren't a good defensive team last year. So I don't. And they were the third best offensive team. Now, if you want to tell me that Levine gives you some higher ceiling in the playoffs because of his shot making, maybe I believe that. But I don't really know that I believe that getting Zach Levine materially improves the team in the regular season. So your entire bet there then is the playoffs, and he's played 4 playoff games. Like, I'm sorry, I don't really feel comfortable making that bet on Zach Levine. Like, I think Paul George is different because to me that's just a bet on injury. And there's a price where I'll take the bet, I'll roll the dice and hope that he can be healthy for the playoffs for next year. Like if I knew he was going to opt into his player option next season, I'd feel somewhat comfortable taking that bet because then I get 2 years out of it. And I think in those 2 years, you could do it. Obviously, if the Clippers were like, give us 2 unprotected picks or 3 I would be like, no, go fuck yourself. But there's a middle ground there where, yeah, I'm sorry, I'm going to consider that for RJ Barrett, for fucking, I mean, honestly, even if it was like Grimes, I'd consider it. Sure. Like, it's not like Grimes is valuable right now because he's on his rookie contract and you control that. But, you know, if they were like, just give us Grimes and Fournier and Obi's salary or something, like, I mean, you have to consider that. Yes, of course you have to consider that. Like, these are not situations that, I mean, nobody on this team is untradeable or off table for in any discussion really other than Brunson, right? Like, other than that,
Brunson's the cornerstone.
yeah, other than that, like, nobody should be off the table. You know, like, I mean, not that this has happened, obviously, but if there was some scenario where the Knicks could have signed Bruce Brown at the mid-level, then I would feel like a lot more comfortable trading quickly because you have a guy who has played point guard and can play off of another point guard in Bruce Brown. You have the same versatility coming in. Then it makes a lot more sense to consider moving quickly in a deal that would upgrade you on the wing or something like that, potentially. Like, the Knicks clearly do need to get a star wing. I think that's just very obvious to me. Maybe RJ can be that. I have a lot of doubts about that given his type of offensive scoring profile, though. Okay. Free agency. How about that?
It's hit a low. I saw recently from Jake Fisher that the Cavs and the Heat are trying to get a third team involved in this Jrue sign-in trade. So that's the holdup there. I guess that will determine, what happens with Gabe Vincent, I guess, as well, since those two have been linked.
May I gripe about something real quick? Can we get rid of the yearly this always happens in NFL free agency, and it's always an even bigger joke, but every single year there's got to be that one account that's got to be like, oh my god, so far NBA teams have committed $1.02 billion in free agency. It's like, shut the fuck up, dude. They do it every year, idiot. And like half of it's not even guaranteed. Shut the fuck up.
Oh, wow.
Gabe Vincent to the Lakers.
Yeah, 3 years, 33 million.
Gabe Vincent to the Lakers?
Yeah.
That's their mid-level, basically.
So they're
but
not
how did they
keeping
do that when they
then.
already signed fucking Torian Prince for like $7
Torian
million?
Prince was like a 4.5 mil.
I thought they signed him for like $7 million.
Yeah, but if the mid-level is bigger, it starts at 12.4. So it depends on what the starting salaries are here.
3 year 33 though. There's no way even with raises that could be low enough. You can only do like 5% raises, I think.
It is 5% raisins. I can't do them. I'm not gonna try to do.
Well, good riddance out of the Eastern Conference, Gabe Vincent.
Yeah, fuck him.
The most annoying player for me in the past couple of years.
Oh no, it was 1 year 4.5. I don't know why I thought I saw 7 million. So I guess that's how they're fitting it in. Yeah. But that still seems really tight. Like that Gabe Vincent deal can't start at 8 million. How the fuck are they doing that? I wonder if they're doing like a small sign and trade with maybe they're working a sign and trade with Miami.
They have to be. I mean, I don't really understand how the numbers work.
Possible.
Yeah, I don't know how the fuck that's working.
D'Lo to
go on
to Miami somehow. I don't know.
Oh yeah. I guess that could be but how?
Oh my god, can you imagine? That would be so good for the Knicks.
I love the typos that these guys are just like, they're so
Oh, dude,
horny to send
their
a tweet
fingers
out.
are
Like every one of
flying
them
right now.
have been wrong. Sham's first tweet about it said it was a $33 deal. Los Angeles Lakers.
He was way too excited.
Oh man, now we're up to 1.02 billion and $33. Shit.
I think they should. I don't know. Their
Tremendous undrafted success story.
their tax situation is just so fucked though.
Does this hurt Miami, or does this like open up money for them to make an annoying move for someone better?
I don't know how it. I mean, it doesn't. I don't think it affects.
I have no
anything.
idea what anyone's cap situation
Nothing
is,
helps
including the
Miami
Knicks.
because
So
Miami's already capped, aren't they?
They could
Let's find
sign,
Isaiah
or they, I
Thomas
guess
off the
if they
street.
think they're getting Dame, I guess it makes sense.
Miami's about to sign Isaiah Thomas off the street.
Can you imagine?
Oh man, that Heat culture will get him right though.
Get his hips moving like Jello.
Honestly though, you want to talk about health? I promise you, if they fucking traded for like Paul George, he would play 70 games down in Miami somehow. They got some crazy voodoo
Goat
fucking
blood?
PEDs going on down there.
Goat blood?
Pat Riley.
Wasn't Balco based out of Florida?
Yeah.
Do you guys? Is anyone old enough to remember Balco?
Were they? I thought they were based in San Francisco. That's why they ended up with Barry Bonds. I thought it was like because it was like right around the corner for Barry Bonds, and so he was always just like, "I'll just go there, get my cream in the clear shoved up my butt."
Don't those guys all train in
Like-
Florida in the offseason?
Yeah, I mean I think that was where A-Rod was running his shit out of, was Florida, but his was the cream in the clear. He had the HGH.
Oh yeah, Bay Area Laboratory Cooperative. Good
Yeah.
catch,
I'm gonna-
Alex.
I'm gonna throw something out there. If
I should go visit the headquarters and pay tribute.
If-
Lay a wreath at the front door.
if the Rockets did throw some huge bag at DiVincenzo and he goes there, I could see the Knicks looking at Eric Gordon on a mid-level exception. Just gonna throw that out there. I could see that.
I mean,
He's been rumored for the Knicks for like the past 12 years. I feel like they always show.
and
up.
Eric Gordon was rumored for the Lakers earlier today too, I think.
yeah, he was rumored to go to the Lakers on that mid-level. I
before
don't
this deal
think.
happened.
Yeah, I don't know how many mid-levels are out there still. I think Dallas might have one. I don't think he's gonna go to Dallas. I don't know. I mean, what other contenders have him? It doesn't feel like Miami's going to spend their mid-level. I think they're still over the fucking tax right now.
So who the hell is going to play for Miami? What the hell?
Kyle Lowry's going to magically be able to play 82 games next year.
Himmy Butler doesn't need any help.
I'm telling you, they're going to have Gabe Vincent play point. Or not Gabe Vincent.
Not
Caleb
anymore.
Caleb Martin's going to run point for them next year.
Ugh.
Bam's gonna turn into Jokic.
Yeah. Some of their fans probably think that. They're fucking delusional.
Short roll, baby.
Every play is just a short roll.
I'm just gonna throw out random basketball terms so people think I know what I'm talking about.
Eric Gordon? Someone just said Eric Gordon in the chat. The Knicks aren't signed Eric Gordon, are they?
No,
I don't think so.
Someone mentioned Eric Gordon somewhere? Eric
don't
Gordon
know.
is big EU, not gonna lie. I mean, I would sort of agree. But I don't know.
I don't know,
Let's
man.
talk
I
about
think
Eric Gordon.
I think Eric Gordon is a good player. He's older, though. That's the biggest problem. And
A lot of
he's-
Clippers fans hated him though.
A lot of Clippers fans hate players on their team because they're not as good as they want to be.
Mm.
Yeah, they probably thought they were getting Eric Gordon from Houston 3 years ago.
Mm.
I mean, this is just what he did. I mean, look, this is what he did last year, all right? 37% from three. He shot 42% from three with the Clippers, by the way. So I'm not sure why the fans hated him there. Like, obviously, he's not. I'd much rather have DiVincenzo given his age and athleticism, and I think he adds something athletically that we don't have. But like, I think all the metrics on Eric Gordon defensively are weirdly good. They've been good for a while. This is from Brett Siegel, NBA. Growing belief that Van Vliet will be returning to the Toronto Raptors. Multiple sources tell Clutch Points app. No decision has
boring.
been made.
There's no way that's a
by
real
Van
account.
Vliet.
That's a fake ass account.
He's a real account, but I don't know if he actually has,
It works for Clutch Points and his shit.
Eric Gordon might have been like a Reggie Bullock 42% from downtown, where he missed like every wide open three and like when it mattered most. You're like, how is this guy at 42%? Like, I've never seen him make one that I needed.
Yeah, I don't know.
Just throwing that out there.
It's possible. I'm not going to pretend like I watched a
Eric
bunch
Gordon
of Clippers
Clippers
things.
games.
He's got a lot of
Holy
orange
shit.
on his cleaning the glass.
Guys, there's
so
a
I don't
difference
know.
between saying I think the Knicks might sign him on a mid-level exception versus I think they should sign him on the mid-level exception. Big difference.
No, Shwin, you want him here. That's what you said.
I think it's possible. They've clearly kicked the tires on him. I think it was reported last year, right? So it's only, I mean, and he's like, look, if you want to get a Tibbs player, I'm telling you, Eric Gordon is a very Tibbs player. He's played in an offense where all they did was ISO for like 3 years in a row.
Chris Rob, who are all these accounts? Some of these they got to be fake. Oh my god,
That's what
all
I'm
these
saying,
fake
bro.
accounts, bro. What
There's
the
no way
hell?
these are all real. Now that the real shit's gone down, now like keep your eyes out. Now it's
All right, this Eric Pincus guy has 72.6K followers. He said Lakers should still be able to sign Rui, Austin, and Russell under a hard cap, but depends on each player's starting salary.
What is my king Brian Windhorst said?
I mean,
Yeah.
what if the Rockets need a point guard, right? So does DiVincenzo fit the point guard thing? Probably not.
No, they just
well,
want to spend some fucking
Well,
money.
we've seen Houston do some weird things with their point guard position, i.e., KPJ. So
To be fair, they also didn't. I feel like Udoka is not accepting that. Like, there's no way he's cool with.
well, if they have a good time at the strip club, maybe.
Do I think the Rockets would give Dante a bag? Maybe. I mean, it's definitely possible. I think that's probably what he's hoping for. But the guys that were reported interest in were what? They were like Van Vliet, Kuzma. Who was the other guy? Dylan Brooks.
Mm-hmm. Brooke Lopez.
So to me, none of those dudes exactly profiles as
Point guards.
what DiVincenzo is.
No,
Well,
that's
Van Vliet's a point guard.
yeah. True.
But like DiVincenzo's not really a point guard. He's not a wing in the way that
Small
Brooks,
shooting guard, but yeah.
Yeah, he's not a wing the way Brooks and Kuzma would be. He's obviously not a center. So maybe they would do it just because they have money burning a hole in their pocket. But I mean, they got to spend $50 million. This is the thing. So they also could just pivot and be like, give us some bad contracts, people. Whoever wants to dump some money, we'll take it.
Tillman Fritters. Let's see what he does.
This should be fun. Really
Man,
excited.
What is taking so long for all these deals, man?
I mean, it's been 90 minutes. So
Really has? Oh my god. It
correct.
feels like it's been like 10 minutes, honestly. I don't know if because it's all the talking.
Jrue still hasn't signed anywhere, right?
Yeah, they said they're waiting on a third team for Cavs and Heat sign and trade.
This is such a. I don't.
I guess they're trying to find a way
Well,
to make the money work.
I guess the Vincent thing is if they are just going to bring Hero back, then fine. You let Vincent walk. And then if you have Duncan Robinson, you let Strus walk. But they actually got better when Hero was out because I think Vincent's just a better defender. I mean, a very fucking annoying player. I respect James's opinions on him. But definitely was an upgrade for them, at least for how they played, than Hero.
And he was great. It was infuriating.
So, all right, let's see. Someone said Cam Johnson, 4 years, 108 million. Jakob Poeltl, 4 years, 80 million. I didn't even know the Jakob deal is that much. Wow.
480
I'm so
for him.
happy for him. I'm so happy for him.
I think
But man, I mean the
More
Knicks
than
the
Mitch.
Knicks contracts look better and better every day at that point.
Yeah, dude, Mitch is getting paid less than Turtle. Like, that's pretty solid.
I like that you keep calling him Turtle.
That's what his name is. It's Jakob Turtle.
I'm trying to look.
That's xenophobic.
I'm looking at.
Look,
this.
his name sounds so much like Turtle, man. I can't.
I forgive you, but it's very, very morally inappropriate of you.
So Turtle.
Man, what are Lakers about to do with their big man spot? Like, who the hell are they going to sign? They have like Anthony Davis and like that's it.
I don't. This Raptors thing makes no sense to me. No,
Bring
actually,
back Dwight Howard.
I guess they could do that. They could still just be under the first apron, but shit's gonna get ugly if they keep OG and they have to pay him in a year, and they have to pay, fucking what's his name in a year, Siakam. They can manage it for this season, the cap, but it doesn't really seem like a long term thing. Lakers still have interest in re-signing D'Angelo Russell. This is like Austin Reeves, right? The Rockets. This is the Austin Reeves spot. Throw him an offer sheet.
Maybe. I mean, he's unrestricted, Reeves? No, he's restricted, right? He's restricted, right? Oh, okay.
This is from Jordan Bubb. How do you think Niang and Strus help out the Cavs? And do you think with these moves, Cavs have pushed back the Knicks? They don't have Strus yet. I don't like the Niang contract. He does help them probably because he just gives them more shooting. Definitely. Who was the guy they did? That was it, right? Strus probably helps them.
And they brought back LeVert.
Yeah, they brought back LeVert. That doesn't really do anything. That doesn't change anything for them.
Yeah, it's like running on a treadmill.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I would guess that
if they do get Strus, though, that does add more shooting, which is what they lacked heavily versus us.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely would have helped them against us. I don't know if it pushes them past the Knicks, but
they still sucked on the glass.
Yeah, it's probably a better series. It's a closer series, that's for sure. The Knicks sucked on shooting threes too in that series for the whole playoffs, really. So,
I will say those Strus threes would have killed versus us.
Oh God, everything about him would just be brutal. It's just the worst.
Especially as we were missing so badly, like those would have been just backbreakers. All right, got a new Woj tweet. Joe Ingles. Oh, who cares about Joe Ingles getting a 2-year, $22 million from the Magic? Okay,
he got 2 years, $22 million.
Yeah,
good for him.
An accomplished role player and presence for a young Magic.
Look at Woj just like doing verbal like
an accomplished presence. Like what the fuck is that?
Just what do you think is water carrying?
What do you think his presence for 48 is?
His presence has added so many championships.
Suns got Utah Watanabe.
Minimum, I'm assuming. They have to give minimums, right? They don't have any other option. That's a decent pickup for them.
Yeah.
So, he had a good shooting year last year. I'm not sure how real that is, but he did shoot the ball left. Who's left for role players? Though. There are nothing left but role players, Jake. The entire fucking class, unfortunately, was just role players, basically, and like Kuzma and Fred VanVleet and Jakob Turtle.
Why is Fournier trending?
Because Knicks fans think that like we can trade him. Just
oh my God, it's Fournier's just become the most valuable trade chip in the league. Some Knicks fans saying that right now. And
yeah,
also that ESPN tweet I think just like didn't help.
What was the ESPN tweet?
It was ESPN. Evan Fournier has more than twice as many career 3-pointers as Larry Bird. Shocked face emoji.
Yeah, what is that? What is that? Hourly ESPN social media employee know? What do they know?
He's 2 times the shooter that Larry Bird was.
In my opinion, 2 times the player, the man, and the father. If I may, I think that
I'm just glad that he knocked Starks off the top of the all-time 3-point list for the Knicks.
Oh man!
So this is the updated Phoenix roster. Looks very bleak, by the way. I mean, besides those like top guys, got Booker, Beal, Durant, Ayton, then Okogie, Payne, Jordan Goodwin, Damian Lee, Yuta Watanabe, Jrue Eubanks, Keita Bates-Diop, Ish Wainwright, Chimezie Metu, Isaiah Todd.
Jesus,
that is bad.
I like
that
Metu.
Is so bad.
I like Metu, but I'm not sure he's actually good. I just kind of like him. Like I don't actually know if he's good. It makes honestly all this stuff is really hard to discuss, like trades and what guys are worth and all that shit. Just because the CBA is so like I don't fully get it. I don't know what everything is worth. I don't have a good conception of it. I feel like in an environment like that, like I would probably like to be flexible in terms of the cap. So like a lot of the reasons for wanting to this is part of the reason why I kind of like want to move Randall too, where I'm like, well, if you move him, maybe you can get some picks, get an expiring salary. Like I think there's value to that. But I also think, I could be totally wrong and it turns out in 2 years, like actually keeping players was the play to make there or acquiring players. But I don't know. I just know that you don't want to be paying anybody too much money right now.
Shams had another funny tweet. Suns recruit a big wing pickup in Watanabe, 44.4% 3-point shooter, depth in front court, and a reunion with Durant. It's like, oh, yeah, and I'm sure KD is like, my boy Watanabe.
from 30 games in Brooklyn. That's
Bring
my
him
homie.
home.
KD was like, if you don't get Watanabe, I'm gonna harden you guys in a couple months. I'm gonna get my ass out of here again.
This one is from Jake Andrews in the chat. Trade proposal on repeat. I guess I missed that the first time. Sorry about that, Jake. Obi Mitch, 1 pick for Miles
no.
Turner.
No, fuck no.
Probably not.
Rest in piss, Jake.
I just,
Jeez.
I don't know, the fucking Miles thing. I get it. He shot really well from 3 last year, but he hasn't shot well from 3 historically. He's been okay. He's not a guy that teams like run off the line. So
I think our opinion of Miles Turner, or some people's opinion of Miles Turner, is inflated by how much he fucking destroys the Knicks every time he plays them.
how you guys feel about Miles Turner is how people think I feel about RJ Barrett. What? Fuck that guy. We're not doing that trade.
I mean, I'm fine with Miles Turner. I just don't see the huge benefit versus Mitch. Like, I don't think. Oh, well, all right. I could probably
the
look
idea
up
of him, right? Just like a floor spacing big.
Like I could look up the rebounding statistics, but I bet you his
He
rebounding
is like
really
he is like the perfect idea of him is better than what he is, which is a lot of guys. Like, it was like the whole Robert Covington thing that Robert Covington had that huge hype around him.
I mean, before Mitch's season last year, I was like, maybe Miles Turner might be a good, but like, I don't know how you watched last year and be like, now I still want to do that.
So this is what he shot from 3 every year. I'm not going to exclude his rookie season because that's fine. After that, 34.8, 35.7, 38.8, 34.4, 33.5, 33.3, 37.3 last year. He is entering his age 27 season.
22nd percentile in offensive rebound percentage. How you think Tibbs would like
you're
that?
Away from the basket, yeah. I
mean, here's a hot take. Miles Turner is who we all shit talked Porzingis as. He shoots the 3, he blocks shots, he doesn't rebound for shit, and that's it. That's his game.
Jake, I was just joking about resting in piss. I didn't mean it. I see your comment. I love you.
His defensive rebounding is meh. It's better than I thought, but it's not great. It's
his defensive rebounding is okay, but his offensive rebounding sucks ass.
Well, that's because he's always spacing.
Well, how is the team offensive rebounding when he's on the court? Like, because that's the thing, right? If you're gonna be behind the 3-point line, it doesn't really matter as much if the rest of the team is still rebounding well, right? Like,
or if you're just more efficient because there's more space.
Right. Shake Milton to the Timberwolves, 2 years, $10 million.
Great, good for them. Very happy for them.
But then the team definitely has to defensive rebound.
Let's see total rebound.
I guess it depends if you're pulled out too.
Total rebound percentage. What's difference? So is that meaning that it's 6 point? I believe this is saying that the team's rebounding percentage gets 6.3% worse with Turner on the floor.
What about their offensive rating though? Their EFG. I know James is a big EFG guy.
Their EFG.
I only like cleaning the glasses points per shot attempt, which is just true shooting cut in half. But I like it better.
Their EFG goes up by plus 0.048, so by 5%.
All right. Well, I don't know. Look, the Turner thing to me is just like he's not a high ceiling enough guy for me to do that. So like this is where I think any move for the Knicks right now is hard. Is like, I mean, this is where I think the main crux of the argument that anybody has about trading RJ is like, it's hard to actually find the guys that move the ceiling in each way. And even if I think somebody does, somebody else might disagree with that. Like, it's not easy. Like, they were a good team last year, and it's hard to find the improvement. Like, you're not going to find a better point guard than Brunson on the market or ever in the history of the NBA.
Next.
Yeah. Like, Randall, we can all hate him, but like, he's had 2 All-NBA seasons. If the point is to win ball games, there's no guarantee the guy you bring in is going to be better than him. Mitch, like, I don't know how many centers are actually better than Mitch. I don't know. Even like RJ, like I am lower on him than a lot of people after this season, but it's also conceivable he's just a 22-year-old who pushed last year because he signed a new contract and was trying desperately to like justify it. Comes back this year, maybe clearer head, feels better after the playoffs, and it's a different guy. Like that's very possible. All these things are possible, and it's hard to find upgrades on specific dudes, especially because everybody slot into their role so well last year. So like changing that formula is difficult. And also finding guys within that formula who will upgrade existing options is difficult. So, like, I think it's just not as easy as people want it to be. And it's kind of why I thought the DiVincenzo thing was interesting, because I don't think Obi had a great season last year as the backup four. And I wonder if there's a way to go about just changing the general dynamic for a few minutes a game that's worth exploring. And if not, you can make a move for a backup four. Those are usually aren't. It's not going to run you too much, I don't think, unless we think Obi's going to command a haul here in a free agent trade.
Yeah.
Kendrick Perkins says the Lakers are winning free agency. Just FYI, and that
Big
Rob
Perk?
Pelinka is doing his thing.
I mean, they're not doing too bad so far. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I think they're doing pretty good.
What are they? They
Torian
signed
Prince and
Torian
Gabe
Prince.
Vincent.
Torian
Yeah.
Prince, Gabe Vincent. I mean, considering
That's
they're
pretty good.
capped out as fuck, like that's pretty solid.
Good
Would you
depth
say Rob
pieces.
Pelinka is doing his thing right now?
Rob Pelinka's
Doing-
doing his thing right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
All
He
right.
really is.
I would say Rob Pelinka's been doing his thing now for two years.
Okay.
I thought Pelinka had a good season as a GM last
Shouts
year.
to Perk. I'm
He,
just
he
bringing
had
up
a good,
Kendrick
he,
Perkins.
he had a good bounce back at the trade deadline.
Yeah.
I mean, Pelinka in general has just been overall good. They won a championship. That's all.
He's
like,
basically the best GM in basketball.
other than
All
Leon
right.
Rose, maybe. But, you know.
Look, anytime you trade for Russell Westbrook, you got my vote. No, like he clearly fucked up, but they made good moves last year.
He's
and
at
like,
least good at owning his mistakes. That's a Leon Rose trait too. That's
Yeah,
why they're
and-
both the best.
yeah, and well, actually, the big that's why they're the best. No, and I mean the biggest thing is like last year, everybody during the summer, everybody's like, "How are you not trading both your first for Buddy Hield and Miles Turner? How could you get anything better?" And they would have been a better team with those two guys. Maybe they would have been just as good or even better than they were last year. But he held off, and he got a bunch of value for one first-round pick, and he got to protect it too. Like, I don't think that's. I mean, I think that he did a pretty good job. You know, like they rounded out a roster at the deadline for basically Russell Westbrook expiring and Pat Bev. Okay, seems pretty good.
And they made the Western Conference Finals.
The best sweep ever, according to some.
And
Best
they
for
drafted someone with a very cool name.
Who did they? Oh yeah,
Jalen Hood Schifino.
Hood Schifino. Yeah, that is a good name. I mean, they've actually built out some depth too, which is annoying. It's everything works for the Lakers. It's the most annoying thing, like that's possible.
Something's got to come of those sacrifices they're making over there.
I just
Yeah.
pictured Tony Soprano saying something like racist to Hood Schifino. Where'd you get that name from? Schifino's Italian, right? Anyway, that's all I got.
That's why James is here to figure out who's Italian. This is why James actually he won't say it. He's really big on us getting DiVincenzo though. If it doesn't happen, he's-
Something about him rubs me the wrong way. I don't know.
is it the box fade that he has?
Yeah, I think that might be.
Is it also because he's a white Dante?
No, he's fine. I don't know. People, it's like I think it's the same people who are just like desperate for the Knicks to do anything. I see being like, yeah, GDV, like let's go. I'm just like, fucking relax. Like,
You know what I got to comment on? Have you guys ever seen a bigger loser mentality than the Strickland earlier today tweeting about wanting Dante DiVincenzo? I've never seen anybody be more committed to mediocrity than that account on Twitter. That's insane. Never in my life. What do you guys thoughts on that? Reactions? This is big news.
I am pumped about Dante Diva. I think people there are tweets that are really serious.
DiVincenzo!
Yeah, there are tweets that are really serious, and then there are tweets that are just fun and lighthearted. If you
Maybe
can
we-
figure out which is which,
May we
you
real
should be
quick
good.
create wait, we're in a circle. Well, we're more of a square. May we create a prayer circle real quick to pray for Dante DiVincenzo?
Yeah, the thing is, if we don't get him, I'll be devastated.
I will literally never be more sad in my life than if
I
the
might
Knicks don't
smash
get
my head
Dante.
into my keyboard right now.
Yeah.
Honestly, it'd be interesting if they don't get DiVincenzo, what they would do though. I'd be interested.
Yeah, what's their pivot? Because it
I
seemed
mean,
like
they'll still have a full mid-level then to fuck around with. So
I think a lot of people thought that like Bruce Brown was going to be their pivot because he was listed as like one of their names for one of his meetings.
James, we have a request, by the way.
No, I'm not gonna do that. I don't do impressions, and I don't dance for people.
That's not true. You definitely have.
I'm so excited for the Knicks to run it back.
You know,
like,
I bet
like in my heart, that's what I want, like so badly. Because everyone
is that like also
the people
a troll?
who think it's like the biggest? No, because like look, I think they'll be fine. But the people who are like that would be like some huge disaster because you only have this window with Brunson's contract and shit. I just don't buy it. Like I don't know. I don't buy it. I think they could be a lot better this year with the same people. That's part of what I like about this roster. Like, there's a lot of guys you can factor in, like improving still. I also kind of feel like if they run it back and like flame out, like running it back seems like the odds are better of getting rid of Thibs at some point. It's like, I feel like if you have a new player, that could almost be an excuse if something they don't kind of live up to whatever. But if it's the same guys, you know they should be good. They got
it's like, oh, this guy came in and he fucked our chemistry up. Like,
yeah, something like that. But like if they have the same players, now you've got a full off season. Like they should have more chemistry. All that, guys. There should be internal improvement. And like he does like just some terrible coaching in the first round and they lose. Like maybe we get him out of here because I mean, you guys pretty much all think they could be better with another coach, right? Not to like start the whole Thibs argument. We all know he does good stuff. Like I've heard you talk about this before, like Shwin on the podcast. Like you know, it's like justify the fact, it's not that everything he does is bad, but like he limits their ceiling, right?
I have to because I have to do this with Tibbs, I have to do this with RJ, I have to do this with Randall. Like I had to like every single time I got to give the soliloquy of like, look, I have my reservations about this person, but no, I mean, look, I think they can be better. My concern is not that will the players be better. It's more of like, I believe this. If you don't add talent when you have the chance to, and I'm not saying the Knicks have some amazing chance to add talent, but if you don't add talent when you have the ability or chance to add talent, teams around you can pass you. And
it seems like this is the right window for them.
Yeah,
like,
and I think the Knicks have a window, or at least I thought the Knicks had a window, but maybe the price isn't there. If the Clippers want to do the Harden thing and they don't want to trade Paul George, you can't make them. I mean, you can make them trade Paul George. Do you want to make them trade Paul George? That doesn't seem wise.
That's my non-trolling, like actual view on this. There's like some people who think like if they don't do something, no matter what, it's a failure. When it's like, well, that doesn't allow for the nuance of like what was available.
I actually, I'll say this. So this is a good question. If the Knicks sign Dante and do nothing else, this is a failure. I would say this: if the Knicks sign Dante and don't move Obi, I think that is a failure because I just don't understand what you're giving a coach who struggles to manage minutes anyway, a rotation with 10 guys. He's gonna feel obligated to play, and that's gonna hamstring multiple dudes. That's gonna and very specifically Grimes and Quickly, who are the young players. Like RJ is in a different category because his role is kind of like he's the starting 2, 3, whatever you want to put it. And generally speaking, he plays 30 plus minutes a night. Those two are different where they feels like they have to earn their minutes more frequently. And I think if you introduce a guy like DiVincenzo and don't move Obi, you're hurting them. And you're hurting Obi too. It's like what, and you're not maximizing. Like you're not going to improve Obi's value, so you should move him now. That's what I think. Like that's really what it is. And I can sit here and spend fucking all summer saying trade Randall, trade fucking or fire Tibbs. But I mean, maybe they could trade Tibbs. Maybe a team would.
What if they trade Obi by the trade deadline? Would you feel the same way? Like, do you want that to happen before they go into the season? No,
yeah, I want that to happen. Like, I don't think you want that dude in your locker room in a season, his contract year, where he
apparently wants to kill Thibs.
Just yelling at Thibs and voice recordings leaking all season long.
And he knows, and he just knows that, like, you know how depressing that is to come in for a 4th year and know that no matter what I do, I'm going to be playing max like 15 minutes a night. He played less last year than he did the fucking year before. That's crazy. Like that's just frustrating for a young player. And I think you don't want to bring him back to that situation. You don't want to bring...
why he wanted to choke Thibs in the locker room, I mean, allegedly in the playoffs.
The thing with Obi too is that this next contract might literally be his best shot at a big deal in his
Yeah.
entire NBA career because he's already like 26 years old. Like,
He's already entering his prime.
yeah, for real. Like, because he
He's
came
in
in
his
the league
prime.
so late, he's like already like at prime age. Like, this is gonna be it for him. So, I don't know.
Yeah,
I got two ponderings real quick. One, I bet James can't even do a good Tony Soprano accent. I bet you he
No,
can't.
I couldn't. I'm not like.
I bet he can't.
Like,
so he shouldn't.
But
try.
I can or I can't.
I bet you can't even do that. You shouldn't
No.
try.
I'm
At
not
all.
like a hack comedian who comes out here and does
Anyway, my
Christopher
second
Walken
thing, I
impersonation.
just processed the amount of money that Joe Ingles got. How does this man keep finessing NBA teams out of tens of millions of dollars? He is
must
not
just
an
be a-
$11 million player anymore. I'm sorry.
He spaced the floor pretty well for Milwaukee, and I guess it was good enough for Orlando.
For $11 million a year, like,
Teams just love handing money.
I like how Alex and I have
You just
two
gotta be good at one thing in the league, man, and you'll get yourself set for life.
I guess so.
Fred VanVleet, like what he'd even shoot like 40% from the field, and he's gonna get like what?
Yeah, I think
Upwards of 35 mil.
Yeah.
I think they should. If I'm the Rockets, I have 60 million. I have to spend 50 to hit the floor. I would just offer Fred VanVleet 1 year the most money I can offer him, and be like, make a second-year team option with the Rays. Like, what's he? That's what I would do. I'd be like, yeah, just fucking take all my money for 1 year, and then you can hit the market again. Or if you're really fucking good, I will pay you the most that you could possibly get for a second year also, and you'll be here for 1 more year, and then you get to hit free agency in 2025 when the cap jumps.
Wow.
Every once in a while, these contract numbers just like it'll come out of nowhere, just depress the shit out of me. To like Alex's point, like I think it was Detroit exercised their option on Alec Burks, and it's just making it cool. I'm like, Alec Burks is making 10 mil next year. Like, fuck me.
Oh, so you don't? So you have a problem with Alec Burks now?
Yeah. The great Alec Burks. Honestly, like he deserves it in the context of the NBA. The dude works his ass off, but it's just like you're like, man, like, wouldn't that be nice to have 1 year in your life where you just get $10 million? I think so.
It would be really nice. If the Knicks, this is an interesting thing. If the Knicks don't get DiVincenzo, should they look to maybe trade Obi to Detroit for Burks and bring Burks back?
And you want to still force Tibbs into our idea? You have to play small, Tibbs. No,
Yeah. I mean,
no.
if that's the plan anyway, if the plan is that they're going to try to move Obi for whatever.
Sure, Troy
Yeah.
Weaver doesn't know what the hell he's doing. So
I know Troy Weaver doesn't seem it. Just be like, Troy, give us those 2 second-round picks and Alec Burks, and then you can have Obi Toppin.
Benching Brunson for Alec Burks. Experiment must continue.
Oh my god, can you imagine?
I think it's his socks. It's his socks that make him feel like he shouldn't be making any money. Alec Burks. He's got like a
Alec
weird
Burks'
length.
shoes. He
Oh,
always
it's the
takes
shoes. He wears the church shoes.
Yeah,
to
he
play
wears
ball.
like the church shoes.
Does he wear like the Air Force Ones?
McDonald's
Like
worker ones, like the just the, like all black like restaurant shoes. I don't understand. Like I don't know where he gets these from. You look closer and it's like, oh, it's a triple black pair of Nikes, but I don't even know what they are.
Yeah, they're like Playmobil shoes.
Yeah, they're just like it looks like a Lego character. Fucking just I don't get it. I don't get where he gets these shoes from.
All right,
But
on that
wanna,
note,
like,
I
give
gotta
him-
bounce.
I wanna
It's
give him
been
a
fun chatting
consultation.
with you fellas.
Thank
though.
God. Get the hell out of here. Sick of
Sorry,
you.
you'll be missing my knowledge, but I gotta get back to reading the CBA.
You know what I'm
thoughts
really
on
gonna be
Frank
missing?
Ntilikina before you leave?
What's up?
Any thoughts on Frank before you leave?
God bless him.
James, you know what I'm gonna miss? I'm gonna miss your face
What?
when you leave. I'm gonna miss your
thank you.
face. You beautiful
Well,
man.
hit me up later. We can,
All right.
do what we do.
All right.
Bye.
Oh man, this lull in free agency. What the hell's going on?
I mean, it's a shitty class.
True, but it felt like there was like so much like, because like Mark Stein had reported that Fred VanVleet, the 2-year 83 mil, that seemed like it was going to be a done deal. I guess that's the holdup with the Raptors. I guess that's what's going to decide. I guess the next phase of free agency.
Yes.
which sucks because Masai is a fucking bumbling idiot. So
This is I'm trying to figure this out here. I think the Lakers. Their situation's so weird. I don't even understand their cap situation. It feels like they've spent money, and I'm like, then people are
money
like,
they didn't have to spend.
Well, that part is there, but then they can like take money. They can like go to fucking. They're gonna bring back Rui, D'Lo, and Reeves, and I'm like, well, you spent something like what your full mid level. I don't understand the Prince thing. What did they spend? Do you know what that contract was?
It was 1 year, 4.5 mil,
That's probably the biannual exception or something.
probably.
Oh, maybe that's it. Maybe that's the BA. The
Um,
Lakers are now the New Orleans Saints of the NBA.
Okay.
The cap just somehow doesn't apply to them.
This is Jake Fisher, by the way. Brooke Lopez's free agent decision is definitely one of the larger dominoes free agents teams are waiting to learn. There was increasing word today that Houston's offer could even exceed the 2-year, $40 million figure that's been widely rumored in recent days. You know what? I think what is happening here is Fred VanVleet and Brooke Lopez are holding up all of
Yeah.
because
And
they're both like, it's Fred VanVleet has to decide if he wants his contract, and if he doesn't take the contract, I think the Rockets are going to do something extremely stupid with Brooke Lopez. They're going to give him like 2 years, fucking 50,
60
million or something. Yeah, they're going to go
Jesus.
wild with him. All right, we have our next guest. That is a local guy. His name is Jrue. He's not on camera yet, and he's muted, but he'll be here soon. What up? How you doing, Jrue?
Yo, what's going on, guys?
What's up,
Alex?
Drew?
This is Jrue. Sam Jrue.
Hey,
Nice to meet everybody. Good to see you again, Shwin. Good to
Yes.
be back. How's
Yeah.
everything going? How's it? I mean, it's been the chaos that we expected, right? Lot of deals flying around, right? Everybody doing okay?
Yeah, we're waiting for our Dante DiVincenzo. We're trying to see what that happens, and if it doesn't happen,
Right.
we will be demanding that Leon Rose be fired. And that we blow this up. We blow it up.
I'll actually be praising him for not leaning into mediocrity.
I don't really understand. Yeah, I don't know if people understand what mediocre means.
Yeah,
It's lost
That's
this meeting.
signing
over
a
the
good
years.
NBA player for $10 million.
Fucking second round. Is that all you guys want?
ass move.
I'll fucking sign up for 15 straight years of second round exits, pal.
Yeah.
After the fucking last 15 years I endured,
Yeah.
I'll take that. So will
Yeah.
this guy. He's a Kings fan. He'll do it.
Oh, hey, man, hey, our playoff drought was about to finish high school, so I'm telling you, man, like that thing was old enough to drive, all that stuff. Like mediocrity was something that, I mean, I don't know. People say that the Kings were mediocre for 16 years. I guess kind of, because they were never bad enough to get, really high picks, or just had horrible lottery luck. And then they were obviously
or took Marvin Bagley.
Yeah, or took Marvin Bagley when they did get lottery luck. And they were never good enough to make the playoffs. And that's like the worst place to live in, is that purgatory type of area, right? But I'll take, after what I experienced for 16, 17 years, I'll take, like, they go 42-40 and like are like a play-in-ish or like lower seeded playoff team. I'd be okay with that for the next like 3 years, just because of what preceded it. So,
Yeah. It's just like, I don't know. I really don't know. I try to think about this all the time, where it's like, if you were hired in when was Leon hired? It was like March 2020. If you were hired in March 2020, what path could you have carved out to make the Knicks a contender? It's not really a path. And then there are people like, well, you could have tanked. And it's like, look, I mean, there's a lot of things you could do. Not sure those are guaranteed to be better. Like, there's no guarantee that any of this stuff. I feel like where they are is pretty good. So I don't know. I'll take it. I'm a Bills fan. I saw 17. My fucking thing did graduate high school. Maybe depends on when your birthday is. But I'll take a lot of things, man. Like, people are like, aren't you annoyed the Bills can't get past the AFC? Like, I'm like, I mean, it's annoying, but it could be worse. Like, I could be rooting for like Ryan Fitzpatrick at quarterback for 3 years. Could be
hey,
pretty bad.
Fitz was a dog, though. So I mean,
He was. I love Fitz.
Love Fitz. As a guy, as one of the five, as a fan of one of the 5 teams that he didn't play for, I'm still a big fan of Ryan Fitzpatrick. So.
I was about to say Fitzpatrick, like every NFL fan of every team has an opinion on him because he played for their team at some point or another.
Jets fans have very interesting opinions about Ryan Fitzpatrick.
They have interesting opinions about a lot of people.
That's very true. On that happy note, I think I got to bounce too, because I got to make some dinner and my tum tum is
shit.
growling. Yeah.
Look at that.
Yep.
My wife also just got home, so
Oh,
yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
you're in trouble.
Actually, she did. She gave me a dirty look. She's like, I didn't know you were doing something right now. I was like, I thought I told you that I was. But
Guess we know who wears the pants in the relationship.
oh, absolutely. Yeah, that's no question. So, all right.
All right, man. Thanks for coming on.
Later,
See ya.
guys.
Later. All right. So the Kings, you guys you did one thing on draft night.
Yeah.
You traded the 24th pick and Richaun Holmes' contract
Mhm.
into what Dallas had a TPE, I think it was. So you just moved the
Right. So they
contract.
just absorbed that. Yep. And then attached the 24th pick with it.
Yes. So yesterday they re-signed Harrison Barnes, 3 years, $54 million, and then you guys trade for Chris Duarte today, also into that space. I'll just give you my opinion outside looking in. I didn't love the draft night trade, but I was like, okay, they got $34 million in space. Let's see what they do.
Mhm.
The Draymond stuff came out. Apparently, a lot of people on King's Twitter didn't want Draymond. Is that because he was like a troll during the series? I'm assuming. Is that what it
I
was?
think it's just his league-wide perception and just who he is as a guy who's just terrorized a lot of teams over the years. There, a lot of people around here are and look, Kings fans more than other fan bases because they're our big brother. 90 90 minutes south of us. Like we've dealt with the Warriors takeover and all of the fans kind of just invading Sacramento, and new basketball fans, young basketball fans growing up here don't care about the Kings. They became Warriors fans because the Warriors were good and the Kings weren't. So it's all that animosity built up, and obviously him as a person and his antics and all that stuff. I think a lot of people were like, we don't want that on this team. We don't want that type of personality on this team. We don't want to mess with the synergy on this team. I think that's where most of that came from. I think that's mostly where people were kind of saying, yeah, we don't want that guy because of not just the actual playoff series itself, but I mean, even if the Kings had not met up with the Warriors in the first round and Draymond didn't try to cave in Sabonis's chest, I don't think people. I'm pretty sure people still would not want him. I leaned into that. I mean, Shwin, maybe you've seen it. I just will randomly post things about Draymond in a positive light just to get a rise out of people. And
Do a little trolling. We do
a little trolling around here. It's called trolling. It's like the most evergreen tweet during or on King's Twitter, like right now, is saying that you want Draymond and people will just ratio you. From a basketball perspective, I honestly don't think it's that bad. Of a fit. I really don't, but I don't think it's like the ideal fit, and obviously not the Kings' main need is adding a guy like Draymond. But I also completely understand why people don't want him here in Sacramento too. And I don't even know the weight of those rumors. I mean, I don't know what you guys think, but did you guys ever buy that there was ever an actual real chance that Draymond could be lured away from the Warriors and specifically to the Kings?
I thought it was possible, but then once they dumped the Poole contract, I was like, okay, so they're just going to pay Draymond. Like that's what that was.
Mhm.
And yeah, like after that, I was not. I really thought, for me, the way I looked at it was like, I like the fit. I think it's worth taking some offensive hit for the defensive upside that Draymond gives you.
Oh, yeah.
I think he's actually a guy that, like, with all the not good defensive players you are, he's like one guy that could come in there and just be like, I will make us a top 10 defense somehow. Don't worry about it.
Mhm.
So I like that part of it. And the part I really liked about it was like, if you take Draymond from the Warriors, that's it. The Warriors are over. Like that, it ends them. They're no longer a competitor. They're no longer a contender in the West. So not only are you strengthening your team, but you effectively close the window on another.
Mhm.
So to me, I would have liked that, but I'm fine with that. I guess what I was going to say though is, from the outside looking in initially, I was like, man, they cleared this cap space. They're bringing back, fucking, why can't Harrison Barnes? Like, is this really all there was to it? Like, and I'm kind of sitting there and you think about it and you're like, okay, well, it makes sense. You bring back Harrison Barnes. He was fine. I like adding Duarte. I think that's like a smart little shrewd buy low guy.
Mhm.
And we'll see what they do with the rest of the space. I think they should have about what, like 14, 15 million left.
Keith Smith just tweeted this out about half an hour ago. They still have $13.5 million in cap space. I'm still not clear on whether Duarte was acquired and he was traded into cap space, or if the Kings had a traded player exception there. I believe they might have one because of the Holmes move. I'm not sure, but we'll see. I don't know. Keith Smith says $13.5 million, given that they brought back two guys already in Lyles and Barnes and acquired another in Duarte, which I'm with you on that one, Shwin. A nice buy low, swing on a guy who really had a pretty good rookie season and kind of he's tailed off since then because of injuries. To acquire a new guy, bring back two guys that were really important to your team last season, 13.5 million remaining, not bad. And then of course there's always the opportunity to even operate as a tax team in case they do go over that cap. Then they'll have the I don't know. I'm not that great with the CBA, either the room exception or the tax or the taxpayer mid level, or whatever it is. Yeah. So there's still room to maneuver for the Kings. So that's nice to see that there's still maneuverability there, even though some moves have already been made and there's been a decent amount of salary already been committed for next season.
How do you feel about the Duarte move? Because I know a lot of people are like, they feel either way about him because he's either not healthy. He had up and down year last year.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah, I immediately had people screaming at me that he couldn't shoot. Context matters. He only played, I think, 45 or 46 games last season. Just a season derailed by injuries. He did hit the rookie wall too. I mean, I remember his numbers kind of just tapered off towards the end of his rookie season, the 21-22 season. I like it a lot in a vacuum. Just I like him as a player. I thought coming out of Oregon. I mean, I remember hearing pre-draft that he got a promise, right, from a team. And so he dropped out of all the workouts and stuff. And I was like, hey, for a guy his age, his draft age was 24. I mean, he's an older player. He's going to be 27 soon. For a guy of that age to get a draft promise, I'm like, oh, great. Maybe he'll, if he gets first round money, fantastic. He ends up being a lottery pick. And that was a little surprising to me, but I liked the player enough to think to myself, okay, if they like him that much and they feel like he fits that well, all right, maybe he was worth a lottery pick. He came out and immediately paid dividends. He played so well to start off that 21-22 season. And so I've always liked him as a player. I've always liked him as a prospect. Another team that always hurts me, the California Golden Bears. I'm a Cal Bears fan, so I watch a lot of Pac-12 basketball. He played at Oregon or he played at Oregon after he transferred over from JUCO. So I got to see him for a couple of years. Really, really solid player. Obviously a guy with an archetype that really Sacramento's been missing for the longest time. They just didn't have guys between 6'4" and 6'8" who can shoot, defend, that kind of thing. Adding another guy like him, never a bad thing. So I liked him in a vacuum. And then on top of that, his rookie season, he was really, really good with Domantas Sabonis. Those two built a rapport and had a chemistry almost right away. And this was when Domantas Sabonis was playing next to Miles Turner and was like hovering around the 3-point line for spacing purposes. He wasn't even being optimized. So now that Sabonis has the ball in his hands most of the time, he's the offensive playmaking hub for the Kings. He's kind of quarterbacking the offense. You put another guy like Duarte out there who really, I'm not saying they're the same player. I think Herder's a way better shooter, way better movement shooter as well. He's another guy that operates like Kevin Herter, though, from a movement perspective, though, always cutting, always making sure that off ball, he's not standing still. You put more guys like that around Domantas Sabonis, good things happen. So, I love the move, and I'm still not clear on the compensation that was sent the other way, but I would assume that it's a couple of second rounders or something like that because the Kings have a draft pick tied up to the Hawks in the first round until 2027. So,
this is from your boy Mark Jones. The Boston Celtics showing strong interest in free agent Terrence Davis, the Sacramento Kings. The Milwaukee Bucks also considering Davis as an option in their equation. I mean, I didn't know he broke news, but I guess he would know stuff about the Kings, so that makes sense. Mark Jones also really was super fucking annoying announcing our games against the Heat. Could do with a lot less. Just this is a victory for Heat culture. Shut up, man.
Yeah.
Fuck off.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely mixed opinions in Sacramento on Mark Jones as well. I definitely
with fish grease.
I'm definitely somewhere in the middle with him. I think for a basketball
deep in his bag, like the fries are at the bottom.
Yeah, and of course the infamous put her on a cheap flight like an IG model. That one.
Wow, that's a new one. I haven't heard that one.
So he said that about a Kevin Herter pump fake that like sent Sohan into like the fourth row. He laid it up, and then I remember I tweeted out I clipped it and I tweeted it out, and then Kevin Herter retweeted it and quoted it and said Mark Jones. He tagged Mark Jones. He's like, "What are you saying right here?" And Mark like replied to him. And they had a whole back and forth. Yeah, like I definitely settle somewhere in the middle with Mark. I think for me being a basketball junkie, I love him simply because he knows the actions, he knows what's going on out there. He's very in tune with what's happening out on the court. But yeah, I do think it's very, very heavy on the one-liners and the zingers, and and it does get a little bit repetitive. I think he's settled into like his 7 or 8 favorite catchphrases, and he's kind of just stopped there. Yeah, I can't really imagine what it would be like, listening to a whole series. But
to go back to actual basketball, not Mark Jones announcing stuff. To go back to that, I think like the Duarte move is fine. I wonder if, and actually, I don't know if you saw this, but if you saw Caitlin Cooper, she tweeted out some stuff about how Sabonis and Duarte had like a good connection 2-man game, and that probably hurt him last year because he didn't have that with somebody after they traded Sabonis.
Yeah.
Like, I think it's hard because the Kings obviously had a really good year, and you're the immediate inclination is like, okay, we got to go big. Like, let's keep this momentum going. Let's find somebody to push us forward. But finding that guy is hard. And I think like really, I mean, when we talked about it before, like getting guys that can defend and just shoot the three, just getting as many of those guys as you possibly can is probably the best thing to do. But again, finding those guys is hard, especially wing size dudes. So getting a guy like Duarte is probably like a smart move. Bringing back Lyles. I don't even know what the contract is for Lyles, but I'm assuming it's not too much. Like, I mean, do you think they're done and that the rest of this might just be like renegotiate and extend Sabonis and see what you can get for one of the exceptions you have? Or do you expect like, hey, we've got $13.5 million in space. Let's try to use this as best we can.
Somebody in the chat just said Duarte and Sabonis, Bullock and Randall.
Yeah, could be. That could be their relationship. Hopefully not for you.
Yeah, well, we'll see. Lyles, by the way, 2 years, $16 million with incentives, with bonuses.
Was that from CEO Rich Paul of Clutch Sports?
that is
every tweet had to make sure it said that.
So it wasn't. It was from it was Sam Amick tweeted it out. Sam Amick, who's very, very plugged in here because he used to write. He used to be the beat writer for the Kings with the Sac B. So anything he says around here is like the gospel. Yeah, I don't know what else they could do because I think the clear position of upgrade was for sure out on the wings, right? You needed somebody who could be a legitimate guy who could give you minutes playing both ways. They tried the Kaziak Pollux. This was a long time ago, guys, but beginning of this past season, they tried Kaziak Paula in the starting lineup.
Yeah,
and
I remember
Mike Brown
and maybe there's some Team Nigeria nepotism happening there. But I got the idea. I understood the idea because you have 4 of the guys out there that can shoot and are going to be using a lot of the possessions on offense. Why not have a guy out there who can just defend? Getting nothing from him offensively really hamstrung that offense, and that's when Keegan Murray was inserted into the starting lineup, I think 3 games into the season. So they have an idea of who they like on defense and what type of player they want defensively in that role and in that position, but can they at least give them something offensively as well? I think internally they're very intrigued, and I think a lot of fans are very intrigued by Kessler Edwards. Technically a local guy for you guys, right? Because he played, right down the road. But I think they saw enough of him last year to know probably what they're going to get out of him. If he's your 9th or 10th guy, you're probably not doing too bad roster-wise. But if there was one more thing that I would hope that this team does is they go out and get somebody who can be a guy who's going to be able to defend on the wings and then also give you some offensive production as well. Be a third guy on offense. It's going to be at least be a threat. Harrison Barnes, that deal I'm totally okay with, but defensively he's taken a lot of steps backward. I would want the Kings to upgrade defensively on the wings, and I hope that Monte McNair is thinking the same thing. But I also don't know exactly what's out there that they could acquire. Whether it's via trade or with their current cap space, just straight signing, right? So I'm not sure. From an outsider's perspective, what do you guys think?
The hard part is what you're looking for is what everybody's looking for. Wings,
yeah, literally
two-way wings. Everybody wants that. Again, like Duarte is like a good move. It's a good buy low. I get that. By the way, Jake Fisher said that the Spurs are emerging as a third team in a potential Strus trade, so they'll probably eat some fucking bullshit from somebody to enable that for picks.
Chetty, because Cavs can get rid of Chetty.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, sounds ridiculous, but like, I would.
Nothing sounds ridiculous in the NBA.
No, this definitely sounds ridiculous because it is ridiculous. But like, what if like this isn't even
It can't be
possible.
that bad. Come on.
No, it's not. It is bad. It's actually terrible. I'm acknowledging it's terrible. But if you're desperate for shooting, like I think you're desperate for shooting, but you need more shooting.
Mhm.
You need a wing. You need a guy that can play 15 minutes a night. Like your defense already sucks ass.
Oh, it's horrible.
Would it really be like the worst thing in the world if you were willing to take the Duncan Robinson contract with an asset attached?
Ooh.
Mm.
You could probably unload some bad money or whatever money you want
Yeah.
another way too. You'd have to, given his number. But like, I don't know. Like I kind of he's the weird player because I always think shooters like him, when you give them a long contract, they're usually more valuable as the time on the contract reduces.
Yeah.
So like
Yeah.
he's a guy I wonder if you can get him now with an asset. I kind of feel like playing him with Hero was untenable
Mhm.
and separating him from Hero kind of showed like, okay, look, he's a bad defender, but when you play him with another, like if you don't play him with a defender who's probably worse or at least as bad as him,
Mhm.
he can be okay. You can hide him, whatever. Also,
Right.
your defense already sucks. So like,
Yeah, exactly.
like, okay, I don't know. I just think it's something I'd consider if I'm them. Like if there's really nothing else out there and you just need wings, guys that can shoot. And you know what? One thing is here. We talked about this last time you were on. Herder so far in his career has not been he's had good moments in the playoffs, but he's not shot well from three in the playoffs.
No, at all.
Duncan Robinson can shoot from three in the
Yeah.
playoffs. He's proven
Yeah.
that over and over again.
Yeah.
I think there's like, look, I don't anticipate the Kings plan on being a cap team after this offseason
Mhm.
moving forward. I don't know. It's just something to consider. I agree. It's
Yeah.
not like the move I would make probably because I
Yeah.
had every option, but I don't know what options are out there. So I don't know.
Right, and I don't know what assets, tradable assets the Heat have insofar as draft compensation as well, because I can't off the top of my head think of any trades or anything that they've made over the last few years that have involved firsts. The Kings do have a first, like we talked about, tied up to Atlanta through 2027. If the team keeps on this trajectory, that will convey next season, and then you wouldn't have to worry about that being an issue moving forward after 2024. But obviously, nothing's a certainty. Yeah, and Duncan just this past season was the second year of his extension, correct?
Yes.
And what was he like?
left?
What was he like? 5 for 90?
5 for 80, right?
5 for 80?
I think so. I'll check right now.
Yeah, so I mean, you're absolutely right. Towards the end of those contracts for those types of guys, him, Bertans, Joe Harris, I don't know.
Yeah.
Any other shooters?
5 for 90.
5 for 90.
Ooh,
Like
With
that's
80
insane.
guaranteed.
Yeah, like man, and people, it's just so crazy to think about. But this time last year, when Herder was acquired from Atlanta, people were freaking out in Sacramento about cap space. It's like, dude, Herder's on a 4 for 65. Are you guys kidding me? Like, it's nothing compared to what those other shooters are getting paid for.
And he was way more productive in the regular season.
Yeah, definitely more productive in the regular season. Took a leap in the regular season as well in an expanded role. Honestly, I would explore that. I would explore taking on Duncan Robinson and taking an asset back along with him, whether that's a young piece or a pick. There was somebody on King's Twitter who's really, really in tune with the cap. My guy Big Roar Dog. Big shout out to Big Roar Dog. He during the season was tweeting out random trades, and he proposed one that kind of is what you're proposing right now: Duncan Robinson and some picks, or maybe a young piece along with him in exchange for a couple of guys towards the end of the Kings bench, or like one of the rotational pieces or something like that. And he got absolutely flamed. And I think the perception of Duncan Robinson and his contract really is the driving force behind that. But to your point, if your defense already stinks, and if you have an asset tied up elsewhere right now that could help or that could hinder you from making another move down the road because you can't trade any firsts, why not try to get a first back, right? That you can move elsewhere, take on this contract, and then get a guy who can, he can at least shoot the ball, right? So, and you can never have too much shooting. If you can't find what you're looking for defensively, why not double and triple down offensively? I don't know. That's definitely not Mike Brown's style, but it's something that, as the wheels are turning right now in my head, something that I could consider.
Yeah, I mean, look, you have a couple clutch guys on your team.
Yeah.
There's a clutch client out there who's 6'8", super high upside, 7'1" wingspan, basically is Paul George. If I get him on the veteran minimum. Cam Reddish, what are you doing? Honestly, if you could get Cam Reddish to the veteran minimum,
How did it come up again? How did Cam Reddish come up again in this stream?
It's a long stream.
I wasn't listening earlier. How many times has he come up? Just once so far?
Just once.
Once is too much.
Cam Reddish also a guy during the 2022 deadline. Kings fans were upset at Monte McNair because he didn't go out and get Cam Reddish.
I feel like every team's fan base like tricks themselves into getting upset about not acquiring him. I don't understand.
Yeah, I don't.
Kings just got Hamidou Diallo apparently. Somebody put it in chat.
Yeah, somebody put it in the chat, but are they spitballing or did we actually sign Hamidou Diallo?
We will find out shortly. Hamidou Diallo would be weird because he cannot shoot.
No, and he's might have been one of the most athletic guys that I've ever seen pre-draft though. I would watch his highlights and his tape and I'm like, oh my god, that guy can just absolutely jump out of the gym. Cam Reddish, as a guy who loves developing and getting players to one day reach their potential.
He's just spitballing, by the way.
Okay, that's what I figured.
Yeah.
I would absolutely love that simply because he's the archetype of the player that the Kings are looking for. He's a guy that still has tremendous upside. I would look into it, but also as a Kings fan and seeing potential never be realized here in Sacramento from the players that they draft or acquire who are young. I mean, I don't know. Probably not. It's probably not going to happen. They already have a guy. I just mentioned Kessler Edwards. I mean, they have a guy who they're already kind of seems like they're willing to bet on this season to see if they can develop in house. So I'm not quite sure what it does to kind of get a little redundant there and bring in Cam Reddish as well. But it's Cam Reddish. He's a guy that around Sacramento, like people were interested in him before he was traded to the Knicks, and then Kings Twitter kind of lost it when he was traded from Atlanta to New York. And they were screaming and had their pitchforks out and wondering why Monte McNair couldn't go get him. And then Tom Thibodeau just decides not to play him at all. And he doesn't, he didn't really contribute. And then he gets sent to Portland. It's like, what were you so upset up for?
Can I just read this tweet? I have to read this tweet. It's so disgusting. Josh Richardson's 2-year deal with Heat has a player option at the minimum per source. Spo called him tonight with a pitch, according to a team source. Are you fucking kidding me? Spo's pitching minimum free agents? Give me a break. That did not happen. I refuse to believe that Eric Spoelstra fucking was pitching Josh Richardson. They were probably like, listen, you got no market. You want to come home? You want to come home? We'll even give you a minimum player option. You fucking bum. And he was like, fine, I will come home. Spoelstra
Who
was
tweeted that water carrying ass?
That was from Barry Jackson. Who's
one of those Florida reporters.
Yeah, it's one of those Miami guys. It's just like, fucking Heat culture, man.
Yeah, I obviously being on the opposite coast don't really experience. I don't even know that. I don't even know too many Heat fans. I don't think, but
you guys probably get it with like the Lakers and Warriors a lot.
Yeah, but you guys being in the same conference, I can see that. I bet you Heat culture is, just as annoying as Dub Nation and Warriors ground and strength in numbers. All right. I get it.
Got a good question. I think we can all answer this one. This is from Anthony Raya. Which free agent move does Shwin hate the most, and why is it all of them? It's not all of them. It's many of them. It's 99% of them. I think the move I hate the most is just Jeremy Grant for 5 years, $160 million.
Dude, oh my!
I just hate everything the Blazers are doing.
What I need to watch this back later and see you guys' live reaction to that. What were the vibes in here when that tweet went out?
I was just like, fuck.
I was stunned.
Damn. They're just doing it. They're gonna bring Dame back. I don't understand this plan. Like, is it a plan? Is it a fucking plan? Like,
no.
Some team should be sitting here looking at Anthony Simons just making an offer for him. What is the point of that guy on that team? They've got Scoot Henderson. They apparently, if they don't want to trade Dame, what is he doing there?
They have him, Scoot, and Shaden Sharp. Like, what are they?
Yeah, and Shaden Sharp. Yeah,
that's insane.
Yeah.
If I were, if I was a team, I'd make an offer for Anthony Simons and I would leak it because I would just be like, see, they're really going to run it back. They're really going to run it back. Like they there sticking with Dame. It's just, oh my god,
I bet you Dame told the front office, no, run up that cap sheet, be the most expensive team in the league, and let's get to that. Let's get beyond the second apron because I don't run from the grind, and I want to grind even harder. I want to make Joe Cronin's job as difficult as possible, so I can prove that I am the greatest player ever and that I don't run from the grind ever.
And I want Joe Cronin to make my life as hard as possible.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So that he can prove that he's all about the grind set, dude. Come on now.
Kevin Love is returning to the Heat. Huge fucking.
Oh wow! Shockwaves sent throughout the league.
The other one that I thought was, I don't know. I again, like, wrapping my head around these contracts in real time is hard. 4,108 for Cam Johnson. Don't love that.
Yeah. What do you I knew that he had an injury issue with the knee thing. Somebody did get into the specifics with me about it one time, but I'm kind of forgetting what they told me about that whole situation where he had the surgery in Phoenix and he could have either sat out the rest of the season or got the surgery to keep playing that season or something like that. But I mean, do you guys know anything about the knee thing with him and how serious that is? Because that's a lot of money for a guy who could potentially, his body might break down.
I don't know what's going on with his knee, but I feel like he always misses a bunch of time every year, right? Like,
and he had injury concerns in his pre-draft process too.
So he played 57 his first year, but that was that weird COVID shortened year.
Yeah.
He played 60 the next of 71. That was a 71 game season.
Mm-hmm.
Then he played 66 of 82, and then this year he played 42 of 82. I mean, it's hard. It's not enough to be like he's injury prone, but
right.
He's 27, so I guess you're betting
he's
like
an older rookie. Yeah,
you're betting like
not older rookie.
Yeah,
he was an older rookie.
Yeah, he was. Yeah,
concerns.
yeah. Him and Duarte were the two. Like those are the two guys immediately that I think of that are just. I'm like, wow, those guys were old as shit on draft day.
Portland
playing
is
worship Dame.
It is.
Yeah, it is.
He is their god.
Yeah, he really is. Yeah, I respect it, and also, I mean, look, I love Dame as a player, and obviously love him as a person as well. Like being from Northern California, he's from Oakland. I went to Sacramento State University. I'm a fan of that team. They play in the Big Sky Conference. Dame played in the Big Sky Conference. He went to Weber State, so he's like a legacy player for me. Where it's like I can't really hate on anything that he does, but I kind of wish he would just tell him like, please trade me. Like this is not like it would help both parties if they traded him, and nobody wants to really make that first move. What were we talking about? Cam Johnson. Oh, and then to stay with the theme of small forward deals, what did you guys think of the Kuzma and Bruce Brown deals?
Washington is interesting. I'll say that.
Yeah.
I like the Bruce Brown deal is only 1 year, so it's 2 years, but the second year is a team option.
Right.
So I like that more, knowing that it's team option. So if you're just like, fuck this, let's move on. And also, like, let's say you're the Heat, and let's say they don't do anything. Kyle Lowry comes back. He's just been eating fucking churches all fucking summer. He's fat. Like, let's say you're like, yeah, we'll give you Kyle Lowry and a pick for Bruce Brown. Okay. Like, I think that might be so, because they know they can get the second year out of him.
Right.
I think that's like an okay contract with some upside for them now because of the team option. If it was 2 years guaranteed or a player option, I would feel different. But team option makes that, I think, maybe not a good contract, but like understandable, reasonable, whatever.
Yeah.
The Kuzma one, I mean, Kuzma is just so unbelievably fucking corny too. He tweeted this out 22 minutes ago. DC, let's turn this ship around. May take time, but I'm committed, you guys, and turning the city up. 100.
Oh my god! If I saw that tweet from one of my players on my team, I'd immediately grab a drink.
Especially for a guy that clearly came back because he had no money coming elsewhere in free agency.
Yeah, it was either take the money from the Wizards or take the money from the Rockets, reportedly, right? So
and be their veteran.
Yeah, and be their vet. Oh my god, could you imagine veteran leader Kyle Kuzma in your locker room, and that Rockets team already, like, from a culture perspective, last year with Steven Silas, man, that was so tough to watch. My Rockets mutuals were going through it last season. Like I felt so bad for them. At a certain point, many of them were just like, yeah, I'm just gonna watch your team. Your team's fun. Like I'm like, oh my god, like that. I have been there, done that. Welcome aboard, but I'm sorry. Yeah, Kuzma. A lot of people were saying. A lot of people, well, a decent amount of people on King's Twitter were saying, "Well, I'd still pay Kuzma the 4 for 102 over the 3 for 54 that Harrison Barnes got." And I was like, "All right, man. I don't know. I don't know if I agree with that. That to me is, if it is an upgrade, marginal, and you can make the argument that it's not an upgrade between those two players.
Well, if
but
it's an
regardless.
upgrade, you're also like, that's your big move.
Yeah,
That's like your big move until you can trade picks again, and then fine, you have another big move. But it's like, yeah, is that what you want to like?
right.
Honestly, that was kind of what I was worried about, because to me, the only person that was worth kind of rolling the dice on to that multi-year degree for the Kings was Draymond. Like, I didn't Jeremy Grant, no. Kuzma,
Nope.
fucking hell no.
Yeah.
Like, and the Draymond thing is just different because it's like we talked about, like, you're weakening a direct rival. You basically take them out. They're no longer
Right.
competition. So it's a totally different equation. You don't get that from the other guys. And yeah, Kuzma is like, he's fine. He's a good player, but is he moving the needle significantly for the Kings? Like,
Right.
he's an offense guy. Your offense was awesome. And
Yeah.
like the thing
Historic,
that you need,
basically?
yeah, they were the number one offense in NBA history, right?
Yeah, by
and-
offensive rating. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not going to be one of those people who we're the best offense ever, guys, because obviously you got to adjust
No,
for
you should do it. You guys
pace
haven't-
and inflation and all that stuff. But
You
yeah, I
haven't-
do.
you
I do it ironically, and people like they throw arrows at me, man. They're like, "No, you weren't."
Yeah.
But
You don't understand if you adjust for pace and the shot
Yeah,
distribution.
exactly.
Like, no, but it's also like the thing that you probably want more of would be shooting, and he doesn't give you that. He's not like a good shooter. He's a okay shooter, right? He's a respect.
Right.
He's a guy that
Yeah.
can shoot. Doesn't mean he's a good shooter.
Yeah, he was like low to mid 30s, and I believe I got to shout out my guy Kevin Fippen, who writes for the Kings Herald. He tweeted out a few interesting things about Kuzma from a shooting perspective. He only shot low 30s on open/wide open threes with the Wizards, and everybody who was arguing in favor of Kuzma to the Kings was saying, "Well, he'd get more open looks in the Kings offense." Yes, that is true. But I do not know if that would have benefited him given that tidbit that Kevin tweeted out. So yeah, another interesting thing that I kind of looked at and said, would that actually really help this team? He also reportedly wants a bigger role on offense. He's going to get it now. But with the Kings, I'm not quite sure if he's going to get that.
It's going to be
awesome.
awesome.
Yeah, what do you think? Jordan Poole and Kyle Kuzma 1-3 or 1-4 pick and rolls all day. They're just going to spam that and see if they can.
Who knows, man? Wes Unseld is still their coach. He basically just let Kuzma do whatever the fuck he wanted.
Yeah.
So I imagine it'll be a lot of letting both him and Jordan Poole do whatever the fuck they want, which is good because Jordan Poole doesn't play like by any type of playbook or tactical approach. He just
No, he does not.
out there
He's
vibing.
just vibes.
Oh yeah, it's vibes with JP, man. And then if the baddies show up, then obviously he takes a step or two up. But
Important question: have either of you tried the Grimace Shake yet?
No,
I did.
but I am
actually.
intrigued by it.
You tried it.
I actually did try it.
How was it?
It was a moment of weakness, I'll admit. It wasn't bad. It actually wasn't bad. I'm not even a dairy. I'm severely lactose intolerant.
Same.
And I was like, I guess I was just driving around, didn't know what to eat. I decided, all right, I'll go to McDonald's, and then they literally have a Grimace. They have a Grimace's birthday meal.
Wow.
And it's literally like it's either a Big Mac meal or a chicken nuggets meal, but instead of a drink, you get the Grimace Shake. And it's not bad. It's actually not bad.
I might order it tonight. Like, I really might.
I mean, RIP to you in the morning. I take Lactaid with like even if it's like this much dairy. I'll go to coffee shops. I'm like, yeah, can I have my drink with oat milk? I'll still take a Lactaid just in case. You never know.
Just in case.
That's how severely lactose I am. But it wasn't bad, man. And honestly, it wasn't bad. I'd at least try it. Sam.
How do you feel about what the Lakers did? It's annoying. I think the Lakers are having a nice little free agent window right now.
Dude, they had a generational trade deadline too, which is another annoying thing. Like
a franchise saving trade deadline.
Literally a franchise altering trade deadline. Let's see. So they re-upped Vanderbilt, right? So they picked him up. And they brought in Gabe Vincent and
Torian Prince.
And Torian Prince. Torian Prince was the guy. The second that he was, let go by the Timberwolves, everybody in Kingsland was just like, oh, that's a guy that makes sense for the Kings. And of course, the Lakers snatch him up. That probably means Schroeder's gone. Yeah. Or
bring Schroeder to the to the Pacific Northwest. I think the Blazers need another point guard.
Yeah, yeah. Or Washington. Washington has like all like the elite backup point guards right now. Like what's gonna happen there?
I think the Rockets should, if they don't get Van Vliet, they should just trade for both of them. Give us Delon Wright and Monty Morris. I would do
Okay.
that.
Yeah.
I would do
DeLon Wright, by the way, in his like half season in Sacramento, very, very good. I would say that's one of the big that's one of the moves that people still hang over Monty McNair's head is he shipped DeLon Wright off to Atlanta and took Tristan Thompson back. Now, the rationale there was they hadn't signed Holmes yet that offseason. And so he didn't know if he was going to have a center or even a backup center that season. So he decided to go out and get Tristan Thompson just in case. Horrible move in hindsight. DeLon Wright, one of the best backup point guards in the league, just really good player in general. Yeah, dude, he goes to New York and he like comes off the bench and backs up Brunson. Like that's solid, dude. He's such a solid player. And then of course they also have Tyus Jones, right? So yeah, I mean, they got a lot of point guards. They got to figure out that riddle.
Why
especially
why don't the Rockets trade for Tyus? Like, are we sure the Wizards want to keep Tyus? Are we sure? Like, I don't know. I feel like
the whole Wizards thing is just insane to me.
Yeah, it's just crazy.
You have Poole, and I'm assuming you want to put the ball in Poole's hands a lot, and you have Kuzma.
Unless they're running him at
now.
the 2, which is a small ass 2, but
it's also just a bad,
horrible.
Yeah, it's just like, why would you do that? Like defensively, dude, the Kings hunted that on every possession almost. I saw there was one possession where they tried to pre-switch Poole onto somebody who would not set a pick for Fox. And then the Kings would just switch that pre-switch, and then they would just put Poole in hell. Like, yeah, if you want to pull him at the 2, like, go ahead. But that's tough. The Lakers, though, yeah, you know what, man, I can't, from an objective
Speaking of the
standpoint,
Lakers, they just got Rui back 3 years, $51 million.
What is that?
That's not a bad deal.
And he was excellent for them.
Maybe I need to like recalibrate what I don't buy the whole Rui like fucking
mid-range maestro thing.
The resurgence that he had. Like I get it, but I'm just like, this dude was so on fire that I'm like, there's no way he's shooting like this again.
It's just that Lakers luck, man. You just put on the purple and gold
what did
and
he
you get
shoot
blessed.
in the playoffs? Like 56%. He was like Jamal Murray in the bubble.
Him
and Austin Reeves were insane in the playoffs. They were like, some nights they were 1A and 1B.
And just like positionally, you can't have enough of those 6'8", just like big wings that can just give you some positional versatility and like lineup versatility. Like he was the guy that I was most bummed about.
Oh, here we go.
Lakers.
Cam Reddish to the Lakers, baby. Yes.
Are you
seriously?
Wait, seriously?
Yeah. Let's go. We did it. He's home. He's finally where he's always wanted to be.
Rui in the playoffs, by the way, 48.7% from 3.
Yeah. Like Cam.
This guy was like Kawhi Leonard.
I'm so positive about this. Within a month and a half, Cam Reddish will not play. Like
I was just about to ask the question, how long do you think it was taking before Cam Reddish is out of the rotation?
LeBron's just going to be like, no. Also, like, this just shows you he has no idea what he's doing in his career. Look at their roster. Where are your minutes coming from? Like, where exactly do you see the minutes coming from? I don't know.
2-year deal. Interesting.
Yeah, I wonder what the money's looking like for that. But
probably a team option on the second year. Just so you can be like, all right, Cam, thanks for everything this year. Bye.
First comment I see underneath the tweet: where is this money coming from?
Yeah,
in regards to the Lakers, where are they getting this money?
Look, I mean, good for him. He found another landing spot in the league, but I just think this is like, I get it, obviously, because they're clutch.
He is running from China real bad right now.
I mean, I get it. Like, it's the clutch spot and whatever, but I just don't see where the minutes coming from. If they keep Reeves, especially, like, he's not going to play over Reeves, not going to play over Rui. He's not going to get fucking guard
over
minutes.
Torian Prince.
Yeah, he's not going to play over these guys. They're better players than him. And obviously AD, LeBron. It's just not going to happen. I don't know. I get it. I just think it's a miscalculation of like what he actually needs in his career right now. Like, you need to go somewhere where you're going to play.
Go to the Rockets.
Yeah, find the shittiest team in the league
Or go to
has-
the Wizards. What the hell? Why did
Yeah.
we go to the Wizards?
They don't have wings, right? They don't have any roster spots. That's the thing with the Wizards.
Yeah, the Wizards have no roster spots and like 27 point guards. It reminds me of like the opposite of what the Kings were in 2018, 2019. We talked about that team, Shwin, when I was on the first time. That team had like 17 centers. Like the Kings had like never had a balanced roster. Now I look at the Wizards and I'm like, oh, it's the same thing, but with point guards. Like the imbalance is crazy and they have no roster spots to maneuver.
Yeah, it's
Interesting.
weird. I kind of wonder if they're just like the backup shopping spot for teams if they like if like I said, if the
During the
Rockets strike
season?
out. Well, no, if the Rockets strike out
Oh,
like
yeah.
on Van Vliet, maybe they're just gonna be like, hey,
Yeah.
like maybe they already have a deal in place for somebody like a Tyus Jones or Dylan Wright.
Or like during the regular season, some teams just like, oh, our backup point guard's not working. Let's go
Right.
to the Wizards
Yeah.
and get one.
Right. Yeah.
Or our
and then they get the in-season tax, right? You can probably get you can squeeze a couple assets out of a team trading to a team that's desperate, right? So that makes sense.
Yeah. I mean, like the Reddish thing is just whatever. Good for him. Again, happy he's in the league, but
The Reddish thing is always a
I'm just
shaky
happy
head
that we don't have to
moment.
deal like it. It was such an insane conversation because I'm like we got better when he got benched. I don't know what you want me to do. Like if you believe in
Lakers
his
fans are
talent-
gonna have the same issue because they're just as insane as like Knicks fans to that degree. So
Yeah.
like,
I don't know. Maybe it's because we're kindred spirits, and maybe it's because I love the Knicks, but I don't think Knicks fans are as bad as Lakers fans.
yeah, I don't think we're that bad.
Well, we're not. We haven't won enough to be like.
Yeah, as
As, like-
insufferable as them.
Yeah, like
Right.
it's like Celtics fans
Okay,
have that, but
makes
I'm like,
sense.
you've only won one championship in the last 30 years. Like,
Yeah.
like 70% of your championships came before like civil rights was the thing. Well, though the Supreme Court doing a good job of making sure it's not a thing anymore.
Yeah,
today.
they're making sure that the old
Making sure
saying,
it's
right? Like,
Into their glory days.
if you don't know your history, you let it repeat. It'll repeat itself. And man,
And even if you know history, sometimes you just say fuck it.
yeah, you just say fuck
Run
it
it
and just
back.
go all vibes, run that shit back. Yeah,
What a day!
yeah.
NBA free agency and the Supreme Court going ham.
NBA free agency. the Supreme
Going
Court.
ham.
Yeah, let's fucking roll it back. 1935, baby. All right, this is going well.
Yeah, this is not going off the rails at all. Yeah. This is what people join the chat for.
I'm sure that everybody here loves the Supreme Court. If so, the Suns signed a lot of players. They're in your division. They also acquired Bradley Beal. Do you feel more worried about them or less worried about them as things stand?
First thing I thought about when you brought up the Suns was this tweet that somebody sent me where a guy said, the Suns treating free agency as if they open up 2K and they just signed all the 73 overall players available.
That's exactly what they did.
And that's not true. Let's see. They brought back did they bring back a Kogi?
Yes.
Yes.
And then what other moves have they made? Let's see. I think they pulled their QO or they renounced Jock Landale.
And then they signed Drew Eubanks.
Oh yeah, Drew Eubanks is kind of a funny one. Kings fans liked him, but I have a lot of Portland fan mutuals on Twitter, and they were like, "What does this guy do? Like, why is he in the NBA?" So I don't know how to form an opinion on him, but that's obviously a corresponding move there, right? Like letting Landale go, bringing in Eubanks, and then what else did they do?
Oh my God. What the fuck is this contract? It's loading right now. Hold on, I gotta see the details.
Oh,
What? Oh my God, that is a fucking heist. Yo, all right, I've been clowning Rich Paul, but kudos to him on that one. That is a fucking
Oh
finesse.
my God.
130.
That's the worst contract. Dante, come home. Dante, sign the mid-level now. You're not getting the bag from Houston.
And then what was just the nerve to write this as the last sentence? Rockets land ex-Raptors all-star in his prime at 29 years old.
They dead ass were just like, we cannot not get anybody. What do we need to give you?
Here's a blank check. You write it.
Is that
You
his
write
max?
it, Fred.
Is that his max for 3 years?
I don't know, but that's $43 million annually. That
So
is
they-
crazy.
He got he basically was like, I'll do it, but you got to give me the third year. You got to give me the third year. That's crazy. I guarantee if there's a player option on this,
43.3.
if there's a player option on this, it's game over. I'm telling you that. Like, then he just got the best contract. This guy's a fucking bag champion, man. Shout out Fred VanVleet, undrafted player. He's at over 200 million now career.
That
earnings,
is
by the way.
unbelievable. Yeah, what was his last contract? Was what? 4 was his last contract 4 for 80?
Yeah,
Or
485.
45? Oh
Yeah, and then he had the 218 before that.
Yo, he's making more than he shot percentage-wise from the field last year. That's insane.
Bro, he is making more over the next 3 years than Brunson would over the entire value of his contract.
what in the world?
Wow.
Holy
There's
shit.
the domino to land. Let's see where Brooke Lopez lands now.
I mean, they can't pay Brooke Lopez. This
Yeah.
is Dylan Brooks money, right? Just give Dylan Brooks the rest of the money. Call it a day.
Probably.
Real quick, what do you think this means for OG?
This means OG is chilling somewhere. What does this mean?
Maybe
What
he's
if-
having
they don't have a
up to more
point. They don't have a
on-ball
point guard.
reps.
They don't
Maybe he
have a
gets more
point guard.
on-ball reps.
They do not have a point guard, by the way. That's amazing. Like they actually don't. Their point guard right now is Malachi Flynn. Shout out Malachi
Oof.
Flynn.
One of the draft prospects that I was high on that I just
I loved Malachi Flynn.
whiffed. And that's me being a little biased because I love mid-major players, and he was on that great San Diego State team that didn't lose a game until towards the end of that pandemic season. But dude, he's not very good. He has not shown that he's been at least he hasn't shown to be very good thus far. So wow, dude. Well, maybe that's the domino, right? So now Toronto probably talks to Washington, tries to bring in one of their point guards, right? And then I don't even know anymore. That's crazy. I just can't get over. Somebody in the chat just put Dick running point.
D loser to Toronto. That would be good. Yeah. D loser. I like it. I like
$1 million for Fred VanVleet. Oh my god.
But so
That's
for OG,
insane.
the thing is, I don't understand anything they're doing because they were trying to get Van Vliet to come back, which fine, but like that was a 1-year solution. They still would have had to pay Pascal and OG after next year if they wanted to keep them. That would have vaulted them probably into the second apron.
Yeah.
I honestly don't think Masai has any plan, and he doesn't have a plan. This is very, very obvious now for the last year and a half.
Yeah. What is going on with him? This guy was, even before they won that title, people were hailing this guy as a genius, and he's doing this, he's doing that. He's the guy who decided to elevate Nurse, blah, blah, blah. Like what?
Masai didn't pull the trigger on any Lowry deal. This is from Kenny Mir. Sorry if I mispronounced your last name. Masai didn't pull the trigger on any Lowry deal, and he walked. And now the same for FVV, OG, and Pascal are next up. He has no clue what he's doing. His entire claim to fame, Masai Ujiri's entire claim to fame, is fucking over the Knicks. That's it. That's his entire claim to fame. He fucked over the Knicks. Now, he didn't really fuck over the Knicks in the Melo trade. He got a good deal for Melo. Okay, congratulations.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. This is the thing that pisses me off so much about Masai. When he came to Toronto, he wanted to blow it up. That's what his plan was. He traded Rudy Gay within like 5 seconds, and then he had a deal agreed to send Kyle Lowry to New York for like Iman Shumpert and a first-round pick. And Dolan was like, "Fuck this guy. I'm done dealing with him. He got the Bargnani trade over on us. I'm not dealing with him again." He pulled that he was like, "No more." That if they make that trade, this guy is he might just be a fraud that got lucky. Like he really did. Because even if you remember the DeRozan shit, he just kept that team together forever, right? He's like, "No, we're gonna keep DeMar." And then finally, like the Spurs were like, they like rage traded Kawhi to Toronto.
They literally rage quit on that situation and said, "Here,
you wanted to go? You want to go to LA? We're gonna send you to not LA as a
not LA.
Yeah. That's where we're trading you, and we're gonna send Danny Green with you." I remember seeing that trade, and I was like, "Wait, they just gave them Danny Green? Like that was just fucking take this guy with you too."
And
okay.
all of that,
3-point shooter.
all of that led to Knicks legend Jeremy Lin getting a championship, so I'm okay with it. That's all that matters.
Knicks legend Jeremy Lin. Look, this contract is maybe there are options on it. I don't know. Either way, I just feel like, what the fuck?
Yeah, look, the small forward position is crazy. That remains one of the most insane, just from a money perspective, positions out there, right? Like, I don't know, man. Like the money that was spent today on small forwards is just, and wings, it's just it's wild. But to see Fred VanVleet get 3 for $130,
that's insane.
Cam has a
this
player
economy.
option,
in this economy. By the way, we're headed for a recession towards the end of this year, I'm told.
And Fred VanVleet is going to be blamed for it.
And
that
Fred
what your-
VanVleet.
Is that what your sources on King's Twitter are telling you?
Yeah, well, I have sources in other places as well. Mostly Arby's. So, like the fiscal forecasting for Arby's has not been great. And so they've been kind of giving me a peek into the future. That's just crazy though. There's been like $1 billion spent thus far, basically, on all these new deals. And like there have been at least 3 of them where I'm like, what? And Fred
takes the cake.
Fred and Jeremy are the 2.
Yep,
Yeah,
I
hey,
said that. That's
There
what
you
I
go.
said. It's
Word to Sam.
insane. You shot 39% from the field this year. That's insane.
Yeah, that is. Gotta
Yeah,
say, Cam getting a player option. Shout out.
He's making more than Ja,
wow.
Luka, and Trey. That's hilarious.
It's like
Look at this. Look at this. Dallas zigging where everybody else is zagging. Honestly, though, it's not like Houston's competing the next 2 years. This gives them some structure for their youngins. Don't hate it. I don't hate it, like in the sense of I do think they needed a point guard.
yeah.
I'm just wondering, like, don't they still have like excess first and shit? Like, could you really
Yeah.
have tossed one of those first to Washington,
Yeah.
gotten
They have,
Tyus Jones, and just like extended him or something?
They have Phillies firsts, correct? From the Harden trade?
Yeah, they have something. I mean, they're Brooklyn's.
Also,
let's not.
like what it seems like from Toronto last year, it didn't seem like Fred was the most inspiring leader of men.
To
From
be
what I saw.
to be fair though, like that situation was just
Yeah,
clearly
fair.
needed a change.
Yeah.
True.
Like
Yeah.
all of that needed.
I don't think
change.
Houston's the right place to just go and be a leader, though. Like,
Right.
I don't
offer
know.
it.
I think like he's the kind of guy that I think will respond to Ime Udoka's like just challenge your manhood style of coaching.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And
Not so sure about Jalen Green though.
yeah, and actually one of the things I
Yeah.
read, not sure about Jalen,
Yeah.
but one of the things I
I like
read that
Jalen
I
Green.
actually liked, or that I thought I liked anyway, what in the Fisher piece that he dropped right before free agency was that once they had hired Udoka, their thinking had changed, and that he didn't want Harden. He wanted guys that would come in and like set the tone defensively. And whatever you think about Fred VanVleet, that guy does get after it defensively. And so like again, like Dylan Brooks, another guy who I despise, but like does get after it defensively. They just need guys that give a shit defensively to like force, like Dylan Brooks might kill Jalen Green if he doesn't get back on defense, which maybe you need that. Like maybe they need that in that locker room where it's like, no, if you don't get back on defense, I will fucking
It
punch
also
your
has the
face.
potential to be one of the funniest situations in the
Yes.
league.
I'm very excited for I'm like, no joke. They're going to be on League Pass a lot for me this next year. Ime Udoka coaching Kevin Porter Jr. Please.
Oh
man.
my goodness.
Wow.
Yeah.
Talk
it's
about
need
crazy.
that.
fireworks.
I need
Real
that.
quick, we didn't talk about Chris Middleton, 3 for 102.
Do you like that? I think I like that.
I'm okay with it. I some people on King's Twitter claim that some people very loudly proclaimed, well, he's younger and better than Harrison Barnes. He's actually not younger than Harrison Barnes. He's actually a year older. So there you go. That's people just screaming things to scream them. He did the injury thing this past year, though. That was a knee thing too, wasn't it? He
Yeah.
missed a good chunk of the season.
What
with the
I
knee
thought he
injury, right?
looked better in the playoffs.
He did. No, he did look great in the
Yeah.
playoffs against the Heat, though. That's the
for
thing.
the
yeah.
5 games they played anyway.
Right. Yeah. For a whopping 5 games.
Shout
in that
out,
series.
Giannis is back. But like, so I'll put actually, you know what? I totally forgot Middleton. Middleton would have been a guy if the Kings were just like, we'll give you the cap space. Come play for us. I might have been okay with that because like I think the Kings and the Knicks are in this weird place where they're really solid teams, but you're probably gonna have to take an uncomfortable risk to get into that contender level. That might be a risk on an injury guy in free agency and trade, or overpaying for somebody either via trade or in free agency. Like you're gonna have to take a risk to get into that contender level. I think I would have liked Middleton just because it is definitely a risk. But if Middleton is right, like he's a legit 3-level scorer. He's super versatile in terms of like positionally where you can slot him around the court.
Yeah.
I mean, he's basically like what you hope and pray Keegan Murray would become.
That
one
is
day.
literally what I was just thinking.
Yeah.
That like it kind of Middleton has kind of become I don't want to call it lazy, but he's almost become like the universal like, oh, we hope he becomes this guy, and then they'll point to Chris Middleton and Keegan Murray. Like when you watched him play at Iowa, and then when you watched him play last summer, you were thinking, man, if he can turn into a Chris Middleton type player, now you're cooking a little bit, right? And I do have hope that can eventually happen. And a decent amount of Kings fans wanted Middleton or at least for the Kings to explore that possibility. For that price tag, I don't know. Monte McNair likes to have his, he likes to keep his options open.
Yeah.
He doesn't like to tie up all that cap space. So, the Barnes deal being half the full salary and then the same amount of years, I'm not mad at that at all. You know what you have in house, you're bringing it back. And then if Keegan makes that jump, then you're not hurting as much, right? So, like Middleton a lot, just from a Kings perspective, not quite sure if I would have wanted to put, another 30 some odd million on the books when you have a looming extension for Sabonis. Then Fox's extension already kicked in, so you're already paying him north of 30 mil a year. So
yeah, and Fox still has is it 3 years left on his contract?
He still has 3 years left. Yeah, this past season was his second season of that extension.
Yeah, and so you don't even really need to worry about extending him until 2 more years.
Right.
So yeah, I think the Kings are, a fine position. I feel this way about the Knicks too, where it's like, I'm fine with being patient and running it back and all that stuff. But sometimes, like when you have a really good season, like I think both teams had, you don't know when your window is sometimes. Like you don't know if you went past it, like, or if it passed you by or you missed it. It's not clear all the time. And I just hope like the Knicks, on the surface, you can say like, this move doesn't make sense for us. This move doesn't make sense for us. This is an overpay. That's an overpay. At some point, you probably need to pull the trigger, though, and I just hope that you don't wait so long. Like the Hawks are the best example, right? Where it's like they have that season, they go to the ECF, they pay all their guys to come back.
Mm-hmm.
Next year is like, they perform kind of like probably what is closer to their true level, and the rest of the East gets their shit together, and then, they panic, they make the DeJounte Murray trade. Right. And then because they do the DeJounte Murray trade and they're worried about this tax bill down the pipeline, they have to dump Kevin Huerter on to the Kings. Shout out to the Kings. Shout out Monte McNair. It's like there's all these compounding effects, right? And then like they literally dumped John Collins for nothing. And not that it was a huge deal, but like they could have traded John Collins 2 years ago, probably got a first round pick for him. They end up basically trading him for fucking nothing.
Yeah.
And I just feel like I don't want the Knicks to be in a position where it's not the wrong call to be patient in isolation. But then when you look back a year, 2 years from now, you're like, damn, maybe that was the moment and we fucking missed it. Like, and that's kind of, I think the Knicks and the Kings are in very similar spots because, did you think the Kings were going to have the year they had this year?
Fuck no. Fuck? Absolutely not. Anybody who told you, I'm accused all the time of being a homer. People should have seen me pre-2019. Yeah, they would have wondered why I was even watching the team. No, absolutely not. Anybody who told you that they expected anything north of like 45 wins and a Pacific Division title, if you told me that before the season, I'd punch you in the face. I think even the most optimistic Kings fans were thinking, hey, maybe we'll be a play-in team. But obviously, you can't ever predict anything that happens in the NBA, injuries, trades, what have you, and all that stuff. And the Kings benefited from that in terms of their win total and where they ended up being seated. So, no, I did not expect that. And I do think that you're right. I think the Knicks and the Kings are kind of operating somewhat on the same level, kind of on the same timeline.
Yeah, you're not tanking anymore.
Exactly. The Kings never wanted to tank. That's kind of the reason.
And the Knicks didn't either. They maybe would have tanked the first year Leon came in, but then Randall was like, by the way, I'm an all NBA player this year. And you're like,
yeah.
Oh,
yeah. And
okay.
then like, oh, okay. Yeah. And so exactly. So that kind of accelerates things. Right. And then you're right. I think the worst possible situation you end up in is something like the Atlanta Hawks situation where it's like, oh, look at what we just did. And then you kind of have some missteps along the way. You got Travis Schlenk publicly admitting on radio that he probably shouldn't have brought everybody back. I hope the Kings and Monte McNair never end up in that position. But a lot of very shrewd moves and very, very smart moves have to be made moving forward for both the Kings and the Knicks in order to get to that next level. And I'm thinking like at the latest 2025 NBA Finals, Kings Knicks. I don't know about you guys, but I'm ready for it. My body's ready for it. Like I'm here.
I think next year we both have to go through the pain of like losing a conference final series.
Mm-hmm.
And then in 2025
for character development.
Exactly. That's part of it's part of the villain origin story, right? Like everybody needs some type of adversity to deal with and to teach them pain. And Giannis, when he got eliminated, he got all philosophical, but I think his words were very, very, they were very, very poignant for the Kings in particular, because you got to learn how to lose and you got to learn how to get better by losing, right? And having the pain of losing a playoff series like that. And they took the defending champs to 7, and one of the greatest players of all time went supernova. What are you going to do, right? Hopefully they learn from that. Hopefully they take the next step. And I hope it's the same for the Knicks, right? Getting to the first round of 3 years ago or 2 years ago, and then getting to the second round this past season. Like, it's incremental steps. Hopefully they all move in the same direction, keep building on it. My guy King's Film Room tells me he knew, or he in the chat, he says, I knew, 100 emoji. He knew the Kings were going to be good for the season. Speak for yourself, local guy. Stick to
He
Arby's.
just owned you. He owned you.
Another KFR own. What can I say? that's a daily thing with me and him, honestly. Guy kind of owns me.
You pumped about one of this Bill Burr thing?
I am pumped to go see Bill Burr here in about 2 hours. I'm pumped to go see the California Classic here in Sacramento on Monday and Wednesday. We get the 4th off. It's kind of the downside of the dates that they chose. But we get to see Brandon Miller.
Are you
and not Victor Wembanyama and not Scoot Henderson?
Is Scoot not playing, or he's not in it?
Well, he's not in it because the Hornets and the Spurs, coincidentally, the 1 and 2 picks ended up adding themselves to the California Classic, and everybody was thinking, "Oh my God, Wemby and Scoot." Neither of those guys. Wemby's not even going to be in Sacramento,
right.
And Scoot, of course, ended up in Portland. So I'm excited. I'm excited to see Brandon Miller. I really am. I thought as a college prospect, he was so much fun. And as the season went on, I saw things from him. I was a little critical of like his pop and like his verticality and his athleticism even. And then by the end of the season, he was being, he's so confident that he was dunking on dudes and was so much more sure of himself as a player. I thought he made a ton of strides in college. I hope that he has a good NBA career, but I wonder if it will be another one of those picks where
sliding doors moments.
They went with that guy when everybody said you should have gone with that guy. And
will he be Sam Bowie to Scoot Henderson's Michael Jordan? Many people are asking.
Will he be
no pressure?
Will he be Luka Doncic?
Yeah, no, I mean it could be like Wemby could be Hakeem,
Marvin
right?
Bagley. I mean,
yeah, maybe Wemby's Hakeem, Brandon Miller's Sam Bowie, and Scoot Henderson's Michael Jordan.
Damn.
True.
And we can look back and be like, the fucking Spurs fucked this up.
Yeah. Yeah. True. It's very true.
Are you excited to have Wemby in your conference?
No, but I'll be excited. I'll be excited to see him at least 3 times a year play my team so I can just watch him. Interested to see how that goes. A lot of doomers on Wemby very early, talking about, oh, he's so skinny and he's only good because he's 7'4". Well, I don't know about that.
That's not going to change.
Take, but
yeah, he doesn't shrink.
Yeah, so I don't understand where all that's coming from. Hopefully, he just stays healthy though. It seems like he and his team have always been ahead of that whole thing. It's like, yeah, we know this guy's gonna be freakishly tall. We should probably find ways to keep him healthy, and I think that they're doing the right things. And I think the Spurs went over there to do their due diligence with the medicals, anyways. So they feel confident in him. I'd feel confident if I was a Spurs fan. I'm happy for the city of San Antonio because as a fellow small market fan, always root for small market success. I was sick of it growing up because they just kept on winning all the time. But now it's like, hey, I'm trying to see the Spurs rebuild from the ground up for the first time in my entire life, and that should be.
Don't be too excited about it. Every time they fucking suck, they land a generational big man, and then they become a championship contender. So
careful what you wish for.
Yeah,
that's true.
Yeah,
when the Knicks make the finals in 2025 and the Western Conference Finals are the Kings and Spurs, and the Kings roadblock is simply to just get by this Wembanyama kid, and he averages like 30, 15, and 10. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'll be regretting what I just said.
And happened in '99. I had to sit there and fucking watch Tim Duncan bang in 18 footers. God. And you're just like, it's just like the worst thing to get beat by
I know,
banked in jump shots. You're like, this is so fucking annoying.
Just like junk. And that was my first year watching basketball. So like the lockout shortened season, and I was just like, oh, I thought it was so cool. The Knicks are they're an 8 seed, they're in the finals. And I'm like, it's just boring ass team beating them in the finals. And then like they just dominated the next 2 decades. It's just like, oh my God, the Spurs. But I'll be interested to see how that rebuild works, how that plays out.
Yeah. We'll see. Pretty excited for it. All right, man. Well, I know you had to get going here for your Bill Burr thing.
Yep.
Are you? I guess I know you're pumped. So, plug anything you want. Let people know where they can find you. Do your thing.
Yeah. Shout out to everybody from King's Twitter who popped into the chat. Shout out to everybody on King's Twitter, whether it is that, whether it is you hate me or enjoy my presence every now and then. I know that I troll a lot. I do apologize for that, but it's fun. I like getting a rise out of you guys, but you guys are the reason why I keep tweeting. So shout out to everybody on King's Twitter. I'm on Twitter at that local guy, and the O in local is a 0. That's really all I got to plug. It's just the Twitter account, and huge thank you to you guys for having me on. This was a lot of fun, man. This was very sure when I listen to it back, it'll be a very interesting conversation towards the midway point there. When things when shit kind of started hitting the fan, but always fun, man. Seriously, you guys are the best, and shout out to the Knicks. Hope they get Dante DiVincenzo and King's legend Dante DiVincenzo, by the way.
That's right, yeah.
And
the one that Monty let get away.
The one that Monty said, it's okay, we don't want you anymore, and he signed with the Warriors. But shout out to you guys, man. Seriously, thanks for having me on, and this was fun.
Yeah, man, appreciate it.
Definitely.
Yep, take care.
Yep, you guys have a good weekend.
You too.
Oh man, I'm fucking waiting for this. I'm like, it has to happen now. He's got nothing. Like, what the fuck does he have left here?
I don't know.
He can't even do a sign and trade. Like, they can't even do a fucking sign and trade to get more money somewhere else.
I saw a tweet from Keith Smith earlier. He said the Rockets have about $24 million in cap space after the Fred VanVleet deal.
They're gonna sign DiVincenzo without a fucking center and 58 fucking guards and wings on the team.
Who knows with how weird these teams are?
They have 24 million left, but I think they only need to spend like 6, 7, something like that. They don't need to spend a lot because they just gotta get to the floor,
It's gonna be see what interesting dominoes fall from this now.
The cap hits on this Fred VanVleet deal: 40.8 this year, 42.8 next, 44.9.
Damn.
And it is a max contract, so it's a 3-year max.
Damn.
I wonder if there's an option on it. I don't know if that's been reported on yet or not.
It hasn't been yet, but if it's a player option, man.
So I think you said the Rockets have 24.
24 left.
Pretty sure that's enough to max Reeves. Pretty sure.
Yeah, probably.
Because I know that it's weird. Like, you have to have, or it might be just under the max, but his max is 499, and you have to have enough, because the way the cap hits hard would be like 11, 12, and then 36, 38. That's how you can structure it. But you have to have enough space right now to offer him the average of the contract, if I remember correctly. So, like, I think they have enough because the cap hits would go up, or it'd go up. So they should have enough with 24 million. I wonder if that's their play. Honestly, man, I think Reeves is actually he's the one Lakers dude they hype up over the last 5-6 years that I'm
That's actually really good.
Yeah, I'm like, no, I think he's good. Yep, he might actually be good.
I mean, we'll see who picks him up. I mean, there's only a limited amount of teams that can steal him away from the Lakers at the right price, right?
Yeah. I mean, look, there's a lot of stuff floating out there though too, right? Because you still have the Harden deal that's gonna happen at some point. We don't know when that's gonna happen. Levine potentially, maybe he's on the move.
Dame not happening anymore, I guess.
Yeah, Dame. Oh, who knows? I mean,
Portland's
it could happen.
weird.
It could happen. All they need to do, all it takes is for him to look around and be like, so we just brought back Jeremy Grant. And
Nice.
Yeah, that's the plan. All right. I mean, if I'm them, I'm still sitting there look, if you're gonna do the stupid Dame thing, fucking offer Anthony Simons to the Raptors for OG. Just fucking do it. What do you have to lose? If you're gonna do the dumb thing, at least fucking give yourself a shot. Put some guys around that can play defense. At least you have OG, Jeremy Grant, whatever. Your center's still fucking Nurkic, so good luck with that. But I don't know. I mean, if you're gonna do the dumb thing again, just do it less dumb.
Yeah.
Be less dumb.
It's always a good thing to be less dumb. Keith Smith said Toronto needs a point guard. Wonder if they get in on Vasily Micic. If he's still serious about coming over to the NBA, would have to trade for his draft rights from Oklahoma City. That's such a obscure.
There's no way he tweeted that.
Yes, I'm so serious. That's such an obscure thing to know and have interest in. As if you can't if Toronto just can't send something over to Washington for one of their point guards or whatever. No, Have to trade for draft rights from this guy who we don't even know if he's interested in coming over to the league.
Yeah. It's man. As a reminder, this is so funny, man. This is from Blake Murphy, who's a Raptors guy.
Mhm.
As a reminder, Raptors don't have cap space to replace Van Vliet. They have more breathing room under the tax now to use the MLE, BAE, and make trades. But the guard market is thin, and their spending power is nowhere near starting point guard level. Trade season? I mean, this is... I don't even... They already agreed the Pirtle deal, though, too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I still think you just start trading guys. Like, Pirtle got money. Doesn't like he gives a fuck. So you can fucking trade his ass at some point. I mean, seriously, like what's he gonna do? Be mad? You get $20 million a year to just do fucking nothing in Toronto. Have fun. Go to the strip club.
Yeah. I mean, that was weird that they did that first without knowing what was going to happen with Fred. Unless they just wanted to secure having a center, because like that's like the one thing they never have every year for Toronto. So
yeah.
I mean, like Zach said in the chat, maybe they go after D'Angelo Russell. Jordan Bubb suggests Westbrook. Like,
what has Keith Smith dropped a updating thing of like who has what cap space?
let me check.
Because I'm
I don't
curious
think
to see
so.
what the Pacers have, given apparently the next talk to them about Obi.
Nah, he hasn't dropped any updated one.
That's what it is.
I mean, that was the
This
biggest
was-
domino to fall. So I'm just
This
I'm
was from
assuming
this is from an hour ago. Rockets obviously don't have 62.4 million now. They have
it's
about
24.
24. Spurs have 30.8. That should be a little bit less because they agreed to a deal with Julian Champagne, but he's not going to make that much.
It's like 4 years, 12 million. He's like making
Thunder have
16.
16. Magic have 21.8. They signed Ingles, so that's less. Thunder 16.6. They haven't signed anybody. They're not going to sign DiVincenzo. Kings have 13.5. He's never going to go back there. Jazz have 12.3. That's literally less than what we could offer him at the max, and he's not going to go to Utah. Pacers have 11.9.
He'd be welcome there, but no.
He would be welcome there. Pacers have 11.9. That's still room for Obi if they want to do the Obi thing. Pistons have 6. Pistons have 6.4. You could still slot him into the Pistons if they want to do it. Like you just have to take back one contract from them. But I would hope that Obi gets traded, man. I really do, for his sake.
Yeah, he needs to be somewhere where he can just spread his wings and do what he needs to do to get that money.
Yeah, like play.
Yeah, literally. Like all he has to do is play, because like the numbers with him as a starter they just show alone that he's productive. And
I mean, he just needs, like, even if it's not, but at least fucking let him have a shot, see what he can do, and if he doesn't, then fine, he gets to go be a role player for the rest of his career somewhere. If not, then I mean, if he's good, then good for him and good for whatever team trades for him. But yeah, I mean, honestly, I think the Kings would be a good landing spot for Obi too, if they wanted him.
Definitely a team that runs like that.
They haven't added a 4 either. I mean, they brought back Barnes, but they haven't added a 4. They signed, or they traded for Duarte. They could trade if they trade for Obi. They'd. Still
They signed back Lyles.
Too. Yeah, that's true. So it depends if they. But they lost Metu, right? So isn't Lyles just going to be the backup 5 too?
Possibly.
Because they haven't.
Do they still have Alex Len? Because they seem to play him a ton.
Do they want to play him a ton though?
Yeah, there's that.
Sure they want to play him a ton? We should have asked. Imagine if we had a Kings guy and we could have asked him. But like, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think Obi would be fun there, man. I would love for him, and I would much rather you go there than fucking Indiana. Jesus, you know how much fucking pain I'd be in having to watch him like run the floor with Halliburton and catch alley oops and shit. Even if he ended up being whacked, there'd be like 4, 5, 70 games a year where he'd go off for like 30 points. You'd have to see like, see, this is what we gave up. Like, what the hell, man? Shut up.
Yeah.
Two
Oh my
guys
God.
a guy the Knicks passed on in the draft and a guy they gave up on. By the way, if I don't know if anybody wanted to know this, but the Pacers have more CAA clients on the roster than the Knicks do. In case anybody wanted to know, in case anybody was wondering about our vast CAA connections. Yes, this was a stat. There was a stat that the only lottery picks who played less minutes than Obi 33 years was like Hashim Thabeet and some other scrubs. That is true, and it's very unfortunate because I don't think
He's
he's a
better
scrub.
than them.
It's like the thing is you can't even argue it. It's impossible to argue it because like your argument is, well, he hasn't played enough, and it's like, well, maybe he doesn't play enough because such and such, and there's no counter to that. Like it is what it is. I don't know. The Obi thing depresses me. I still can't believe this Masai shit. He really just fucking let
Fred VanVleet just walk.
this is like he could have obviously traded him at the deadline and just refused to do it.
Same thing
It's
he did with Lowry.
It's impossible. I refuse to believe he couldn't have gotten at least a first round pick and some shit for VanVleet at the deadline. You kidding me? You had motherfuckers offering 4 first round picks for what? Mikal Bridges, 2 for Dorian Finney-Smith, 2 for Dorian Finney-Smith. That's wild. That is so wild. I can't believe this guy. Fucking hell, man. This dude is something. Let's give this like 20 more minutes. And if
then
we don't
call
get a
it a
Dante
night.
deal by then, fuck it. It's Friday night. I need to get to the club. By the club, I mean like my couch. Watch. Just not here. I want to eat some food. Be good. Food would be nice. Oh God.
So let me see who's left, because like it's like Brook Lopez, Dylan Brooks.
Well, so the Rockets have enough. Throw the rest at Brook. You already did the stupid Fred VanVleet thing.
They might as well just throw $24 million at Brook Lopez.
Give him 2 years, 48, whatever you want to do, and just that's it. Just do that.
Wow, that would be hilariously insane.
I mean, I don't see why not.
Yeah, I mean, you already went balls to the walls with that signing, and I have some Houston mutuals that are just like, what the fuck? But
I also wonder if maybe the Knicks are asking DiVincenzo to wait, because like if they dump Obi, then they can give him the full mid level, and it's not like it won't even push them up against the apron or any of that shit. They won't even be in the tax if they do that. But if they give him the full MLE before that, and they don't know if they can move Obi into somebody's space, then they have to figure that out, and that's a game you have to play. I mean, I just hope they trade Obi again for his sake.
so here's who's available, who's left. D'Angelo Russell, Westbrook, Reeves, Malik Beasley, DiVincenzo, Strus, Dylan Brooks, Jay Crowder, Kelly Oubre, PJ Washington, Grant Williams, they're both restricted. Jalen McDaniels, Brook Lopez, Christian Wood, Mason Plumlee. Those are like the best available left.
Yeah, no, the center market sucks.
Yeah.
You know what's gonna happen? We're gonna fucking get off, and then we're gonna get like DiVincenzo signs, and then we're gonna get like you know what the most annoying one was I were going to bed, waking up at like 5 a.m, take a fucking shit, and I opened my phone and it was like, oh, Paul George has been traded to the Clippers, and they
Oh
signed
my
Klay.
gosh, that was insane waking up to that.
Yeah, that was like fucking. I was like, wait, this happened an hour after I went to bed. This is ridiculous. I hope that doesn't happen this time. That'd be very annoying.
Like the moment we get off, it's like, oh, they signed Dante, and then oh, they traded Obi. It's like, what the hell were you guys waiting for?
Look, man, dropping dimes 20. He's been on it. He's been on it. I'm just gonna search. I'm gonna do this. Let's do this. Let's play a game. Let's
All right.
search Masai into our Twitter search and see what comes up.
All right, let me see.
This is the worst take. The first one that popped up is maybe the worst take I've seen. I'm not gonna read anybody's like ats because unless they're like a.
I have a
big
feeling
account.
I
Yeah.
see the same thing.
Good job by Masai. Good job by Masai doing his guy Fred a solid and getting that bidding war going. Legitimately got him 50 million more than he was supposed to. How is that your takeaway?
Oh, I have a different one as my first one. This one says, I'll give Bobby and Masai credit. They realized Fred only cared about money, knew that paying him $43 million annually would ruin our franchise for the next 5 years, and moved on. We can now use the full MLE. Wow, that's like full on copium.
You can send that at. He deserves to have his ad sent. He's a fucking
At-
loser.
At
J-
GTJ got next.
Yeah, there's some really fucking insane ones on here. Fucking hell. This is one. Our boy Ricky G. Respect to Masai for not biting and offering bad contract to FEV. I'm pretty sure he offered him a bad contract, man. I think that's exactly what
He
happened.
just didn't offer him a bad enough contract.
Oh, yeah, they're like the Masai tweets are really good. Man? I love all these Masai is so washed. He's been washed, bro. Just
It's like
ugh.
Masai's roster construction since the bubble. We're short staffed for tonight. Damn, that's crazy. Good luck though.
Masai and the Bulls GM are obsessed with running back mediocre teams. This is so stupid. This is Evan Sidery. I don't know. He tweeted this out. The Raptors become a very interesting team to monitor on the point guard market. They decided to run back their core and wanted to re-sign Fred VanVleet. Toronto brought back Jakob Poeltl, plus declined various trade overtures for Pascal Siakam and OG Anunoby, looking like they're still in win now mode based off their current roster construction. A valuable starting spot is now available. Look at the point guard market, buddy. I want you to do that, Evan.
D'Lo and Russell Westbrook.
Yeah, man. I think I'd rather have Russ because Russ will at least give a shit. Like I just know that he'll try and care, and that's probably enough for me. I couldn't do the D'Lo thing in Toronto. That'd be brutal. Oh man, Raptors fans really going through it. This is good stuff. This is a good one. Is Masai Ujiri a one-hit wonder who lucked into Kawhi? The Raptors have been
Yes.
pretty poorly run the last few years and have now kept two key players with value, VanVleet and Lowry, at the trade deadline just to have them leave for nothing in free agency. I'm sure that Raptors fans will tell you that, look, they didn't lose Lowry for nothing. They got a second-round pick and Precious Achua. All right, buddy? I like
Oh
this.
my
This is a good take. DSJ might be the second best card left. No trolling. I like that.
Hey, he had a solid year. He was just injured a lot.
Speaking of trolling, can DiVincenzo stop trolling? That's a question many people are asking. And do you know if anybody is tracking who has their mid-level left? I guess it's impossible to know, right? Because you can structure deals in like different ways and shit.
Yeah.
Man. This is a good tweet from Michael Groggins at Mikey Groggins. Julius Randle and Cam Johnson got the same contract.
That's insane.
Yeah, this is fuck. A lot of people like the VanVleet contract. I mean, I guess if you're not going to do anything, it's okay. But 2 years, it's an expiring. You can talk yourself into that. I just don't. If all you wanted was a steady hand at point guard, I just think you can do that in different ways. I mean, we talked to Yossi at the start of this, and that's what he was saying, right? Like, you can just go get another team's vet. That wants to sell off and shit.
Yeah. All right. Let's.
Who will be the premium comedy of this team? Phoenix, Dallas, or Houston? I still think Dallas.
Houston has the potential to, depending on if they get Brooks.
I I think Udoka is like crazy. Like I just don't think he'll allow them to be a joke anymore. Like he's gonna be so fucking angry all the time. These guys haven't been coached for 3 years. You gotta remember that. Like they have not had a serious coach or any type of like authority figure for 3 years. They're gonna be in for such a culture shock. They're gonna be so scared of a fucking MA.
Let's see.
Yeah, I think this is you could have gotten a much cheaper option. I mean, look, again, we talked about this before. Washington has like they got Delon Wright, Tyus Jones, Monty Morris. If you just want a guy that can run point, just go trade
And
like
be a vet.
yeah, just go trade 2 second-round picks for fucking Monty Morris. Call it a day. Like, oh, now I have 40 million. I can go overpay Brook Lopez if I want. Like, give him 1 year, fucking 40 million. Great. Yes, I think this is a good point. It's really insane how much crap Leon got for signing Brunson to the contract he got.
Yeah, there's been a lot of Brunson remontada today.
Yeah, I mean the Brunson thing just was stupid in real time if you weren't trying to troll the Knicks, and now it looks even more ridiculous that people that were trolling them at the time because, I mean, none of this is that surprising. It's even more idiotic for the Mavericks now. We're looking at this market. You're like, why didn't you do this? They didn't want to give him the max, right? And his max, I think, was like 5 years, 150. That would be a fucking bargain. That'd be a bargain
Really
right
would.
now.
Which is insane. I mean, like, wow, Fred VanVleet. Man.
This is probably a good place to pivot. This is from Nafi Mulahuda. What type of return Philly is looking for? Harden from LAC. What other teams would be interested? I mean, apparently the Knicks would be interested at the right price.
According to Brian Windhorse.
Yeah.
But I think also I think Philly is looking for expirings just so they I think they want to have flexibility into next year.
There you go. Dennis Schroeder, 2 years, $26 million to the Raptors. Okay, good job,
Well,
Raptors.
there's the Raptors pivot.
Okay, so can Dante just sign now? We good? Can you stop pretending? Stop trolling me. I've had my I made this fucking cheat sheet, random cap stuff.
I'm
All
crying.
this stuff I can fucking.
All right, so then where the hell's D'Lo going?
Back to LA, maybe.
Possibly.
Who else needs a point guard? Nobody else needs a point guard, right?
Not that
Minnesota
I can
doesn't
think
need a
of.
point guard. Maybe Portland. Portland could use another point guard. You know, they could probably use one more. Never hurt anybody to have fucking 7 point guards on the team.
What was such says Masai Ujiri moves quickly to replace Fred VanVleet in free agency, luring Schroeder to the Raptors.
Luring. Wow. Luring.
Yeah, I'm sure he had to lure him like, dude, we don't have a point guard. You want to run point? That's the way he lured him.
Yeah, we'll just give you our full fucking mid-level, pal. Great. Sure. I have nothing else going for me right now. Is the dollar worth more in Canada? Anybody know?
I don't know.
Is Hubert in the comments? He could answer that for
It
us.
should be less. Fucking bag milk merchants.
Fucking hell, man. No, I think this. Apparently, what I mean, I think what I would assume, Philly can't tank because they have Joel Embiid, so they would want some functional player talent, and they probably want some draft capital. So that would be my guess. That would be what they want. Who that is, I don't know. I have no idea.
I mean, like from the Dropping Dimes account, who seems to be the all-knowing godlike figure of this year's
He's the
offseason.
real Woj.
He said that like a structure of a deal would probably be like,
We got exchange rates up here for you people. This is the type of shit we do here. 1.32 Canadian dollar to US dollar. Look at that. Sorry, go ahead.
he was saying like the structure of a deal would be like Norm Powell, Terrence Mann, or like Robert Covington, some combination of those type of players Marcus Morris would be included in there, and then like the 2020, I want to say 2028 and 2030 first round picks,
Yeah, they have those 2 picks to trade. I mean,
and then like a collection of those expiring deals, and maybe Terrence Mann.
I would do that. I mean, I would do a lot of things if I'm him. If I just want off Harden, like again, I just think a lot of GMs are, and maybe look again, I could be totally wrong here. Morey's held off. You know, he held on to Simmons and ended up getting Harden for a pretty nice deal initially. I think these deals these guys are looking for aren't out there. And really what I'm ultimately betting he's hoping for is for Ballmer to just be like, fuck it, just give me Harden. Just get me fucking Harden. I don't care what he wants. If he wants these Terrence Mann, fuck him. I don't know him. Trade him to me. Trade him for Harden. Trade these guys for Harden. I wonder if the major sticking point though is they want the Sixers to take the Norm Powell contract.
Probably.
And I mean, I think the Sixers want to give them PJ Tucker, but I don't imagine that's a huge holdup because Tucker's getting paid less and for less years than Powell. But if I'm Philly, then I probably am holding out for both those picks, right? Like, no, I want both of those picks.
Yeah.
Give me both those things. So that would probably be interesting. Man, they can't do that. Damn, that sucks. I was gonna say if the Clippers could give them, actually, I think the Sixers have their pick in 28 and 30, right? So they could probably structure any trade as like you get if they get both those Clippers picks, they could structure it like
A swap.
or you get the better of which of those picks to make it a little bit more enticing for a team. I don't know. Maybe that moves the needle, but I don't know. The Sixers are just so weird. I can't believe that he's just like, I think he's eyeing Dame. That's what I think he's doing. If they already announced today they're not extending Maxey, which I find weird to announce on like literally before free agency started. Why announce that? What was the?
Yeah.
That's almost like, hey, Portland,
I'm showing our hand.
Yeah, we're not extending him, so he's very easy to attach to, say, Tobias Harris's expiring contract. We can make something happen potentially. Let us know. I don't know. That's what that seems like to me. And if they want both those picks from the Clippers, which I think they're well within their rights to ask for, considering they're not getting anything great player-wise, yeah, you just send those and their own 2029 pick to Portland. I mean, look, you're not going to get a haul for Dame. It's just realistically, like, it's not out there for you. So Maxey and like 3 firsts or something. Honestly, that might be a haul. That might be a pretty fucking
that's
really
a haul
deal.
for Dame at this point.
Yeah, and you still can flip Simons for something else. Then you have to flip Simons for something else. Then, by the way.
Yeah, unless you're trying to run like 3 guards.
Yeah, I mean they might. They love them guards. They've had a 2-guard lineup for like fucking 10 years running. So
it's their favorite thing to do.
It really is. It really, really is. Schroeder, Jordan, Barnes, Siakam, Pirtle, starting 5 is attributed to this. Yeah, that's
brutal.
Jesus.
Trent being your only floor spacer? Jeez.
Oh, that is a disgusting, disgusting contract. Are the Knicks trying just like to avoid the tampering allegations super hard here?
Yeah, they're going to announce it tomorrow.
See, we didn't tamper. He totally met with us and everything.
Yeah, here's a picture of us at dinner.
Yeah, he met with us. We had to convince him over steaks. Fuck. Oh, man. I'm excited. I'm excited to laugh of this Jalen Brown Supermax. I agree. Sorry to go back to Jordan Bub. Who's the biggest loser the first day of the FA, of the free agency, team specific and player specific? I mean, player specific? Shit. I don't know.
I feel like everyone's getting paid like pretty nicely.
Amen Thompson. How about that? Because he just got relegated to the bench behind Fred VanVleet for 3 years. Player
team specific? The Raptors?
Yeah, the Raptors, right? It's got to be the Raptors. They just lost their starting point guard, and then they had to give Dennis Schroeder the full mid-level to replace him.
It's definitely the Raptors, and it's also the Bulls for not real for just like trying to avoid the inevitable.
Good point, Dallas. Cam Reddish is the biggest winner. He got a contract. I agree. I don't mind staying on. I just need to go grab food real quick. That's okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, I'll be back in a minute.
I will entertain the chat as much as I can. All right. I mean, all right, let me see. Team specific. I would say Raptors. I would say Bulls for not realizing the obvious. Keep bringing in those comments, guys, because I'm by myself right now. Team specific also. Let me see. I would say Boston for what they're about to do. If they're about to give Jaylen Brown this actual supermax, which will, Portland. That's another good one. Portland. They decided to give Jeremy Grant $160 million. And they are trying to, I guess, run it back with Dame. We'll see how long that lasts, but yeah, they're also a loser for not. I feel like teams that are just like not realizing that they need to like let go of what's obvious. So like teams like Portland and the Bulls and the Raptors, those teams, they are definitely losers of free agency so far. And we'll see what happens with them. JL says the Nuggets. I mean, yeah, for losing Bruce Brown, that's a pretty big piece of their playoff rotation that they lost. I think they went like 7 deep in the playoffs, and Bruce Brown was a really big reason for that. Or a big reason why they were able to go 7 deep. Maybe Christian Brown steps up in that spot. I don't know. Let's see what else we got here. Kenny Murr says Malik Beasley or Seth Curry. Who would you prefer if Knicks don't get DiVincenzo? This is actually very interesting. I mean, they both offer pretty good shooting. But they offer different skill sets than what DiVincenzo gives you, I would say. DiVincenzo gives you more of an edge on defense.
O'Shea Brissett to the Celtics, looks like.
O'Shea Brissett.
2-year deal.
He's still in the league?
Apparently. Malik Beasley or Seth Curry, who would you prefer if Knicks don't get DiVincenzo? Seth Curry. He's actually like a consistently good shooter.
Beasley is like very, 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 very streaky, and he got kicked out of like the Lakers playoff rotation, right?
Yeah, he might be. He also might be more interested in like dating Larsa Pippen.
Well, he's gonna have to fight Michael Jordan's son for that.
Marcus.
I forgot his name because he's that irrelevant.
Fuck you, Dallas.
Hey, you just
Nobody cares about Io DeSunmu. Fuck him.
Oh my gosh.
That's like my mortal enemy.
Seriously? I didn't know it was that deep.
I mean, I don't know him. He's like my sports mortal enemy. For no reason at all.
Seth Curry going back to the Mavericks.
Oh, yeah? What's the deal?
2 years. No figures yet, though.
That's definitely what they needed is another guard who can't play defense.
Yeah, how many guards do they fucking have now? Unless they're gonna like consolidate somehow with.
You have to think that they have to have someone because they obviously Luka, Seth, Hardaway Jr. Who else on that roster?
Let me take a look. Dallas Mavericks.
Frank is still available. Good call, Dallas. Might be time.
Bring him home. All right, let's see who's on this Dallas Mavericks roster. Is Reggie Bullock a free agent or he's still on the team?
Oh, they're guaranteed his contract.
All right, so they got Jaden Hardy. They got Tim Hardaway Jr. Kyrie,
Josh Green.
Josh Green. He profiles as a wing, kinda. He's like 6'7".
He's small. He's kind of like one of our wings though, like a Josh Hart type wing, you know.
Okay. Yeah, they got Seth Curry, Kyrie, Tim Hardaway, Josh Green, Jaden Hardy, Justin Holiday. He's still on the team, or is he a free agent?
He's a free agent.
Okay. Yeah, I mean they're still pretty guard heavy.
We just need them
This
to
is
give us
this
our
is
pick.
very true. Can't have a world where Cam Reddish has a contract, but Frank doesn't.
Frank's played in playoff games. We're good.
Don't let Cam fam hear that. They'll bring up that Eastern Conference Finals one game. We went crazy.
I actually forgot that happened.
I sadly remember it because they just keep reminding people.
This is what he's capable of.
Just give him the minutes. Believe in him. Taj Gibson, he's a free agent, right?
He is.
Let's bring Taj home.
I wouldn't mind it as like one of the last guys on the roster or something.
This guy chilling on the bench. Let's see what else is going on in NBA land.
There's a lot of trolling.
What I was thinking is like, I understand, they don't want to get the tamper in charge, but it's almost what?
No, it's been 3 hours and 45 minutes basically.
Yeah, you can announce it.
Maybe they're trolling us.
Could be. Waiting for us to hop off live and then. Alrighty. Let's see.
So do you think the Dallas pick conveys now?
I mean, they seem to be forming a, roster that hopefully will compete for wins and not try to lose on purpose at the end of the season. So maybe. I hope so. I mean, if it doesn't convey it this year, what happens then? It's like it turns into seconds or something.
Let's go. I like this. Shwin, did you see your boy Haralabob soccer team he owns lost in their promotion game last week? I did not. But I'm happy to hear that.
24 seconds prefers Jalen McDaniels over Dante for the Knicks.
I do too, but he's restricted. So
you're
playing a weird game there.
Yeah, you're playing the game of do you want to overpay to like smite the Sixers?
And would the Sixers just match anyway?
They might now that Georges Niang is gone.
Mm-hmm.
Let me keep some type of that depth, whatever is left of it.
I mean, they still got Melton, who I like.
True.
Why are we rooting for the Lakers here?
I don't know. I'm not, though. I hope Reeves signs somewhere else, like the Rockets or something.
Yeah, let's get Reeves out of here, out of LA. I do think it's weird.
All right, here's an updated best available free agents from Keith Smith, D'Angelo Russell, Russell Westbrook, Pat Bev, your boy, Io, Austin Reeves, Malik Beasley, DiVincenzo Strus, Brooks, Crowder, Oubre, Torrey Craig, PJ Washington, Grant Williams, Jalen McDaniels. He puts Jalen McDaniels here, but he doesn't have an R next to him for restricted. So unless that's changed somehow.
I'll check. Maybe he's right.
Jeff Green. Wow, Jeff Green is one of the best available free agents. Nice. Brooke
Cool.
Lopez, Christian Wood, Mason Plumlee.
I need Jeff Green to go back to OKC. I'm trying to check Jalen McDaniels right now.
But yep, those are the best available free agents right now. D'Angelo Russell, it's gonna be interesting to see where he goes. Just like because like if he doesn't go back to the Lakers, then like Toronto is like the main option, I think, for him, and that just feels like it's not something that's gonna happen now because they obviously gave their full mid level to Dennis Scrotum. So
I think Spout Track might be broken right now. So I just look it up.
Give me 1 second.
Do you? Oh, Jalen McDaniels is actually an unrestricted free agent. That's pretty interesting. I don't know. What do you think? What do you guys think he's worth? I don't know. I actually have no idea. He's not worth the full mid level. I honestly couldn't even tell you. Let me look at his numbers. Maybe like 7 million, 8 million. 2 years, 16, something like that. Do that. I'd be okay with that. I'd like that.
All right.
Jalen can't really shoot. Yeah, that's probably fair. He only shot 34.5% last year.
From three?
Yeah. I guess it just depends on, do you think getting size on the wing is more important than actual shooting? Like, and I don't mean that in the sense of just like in the idea that DiVincenzo can shoot, but obviously there's some size concerns then in your rotation.
Mm-hmm.
Jalen McDaniels is maybe not the best shooter, but he does play the 4. And he's kind of like a more, I don't say, he's like a modern 4, I guess you could say. Or he can be a modern 4. He played 35% of his minutes at the 4 last year. He'd probably almost be exclusive to 4 in the next we signed here. For his career, 38% of his minutes at the 4.
I mean, for me, I just rather DiVincenzo. Just because I want to see this team kind of be forced to play small, assuming that there's an OB trade following that.
Well, I think you would technically still play small or whatever with Jalen McDaniels, but he's a less known commodity, so it makes it a little harder. I like him, but I'd rather DiVincenzo, probably, just because, again, I think you're getting like some level of certainty that you don't get with McDaniels. And his 3-point shooting has been weird, you know? He's 37.5 his rookie year, but he didn't play that much. 33.3% the next year, 38% in 2021-22, and then this year he was at 38%, but his splits are all weird. He was 32.2% in Charlotte in 56 games. Then he was 40% in Philly. So maybe he's a guy who benefits from playing off of some actual talent. Could be the case.
Keith Smith said, starting to run out of suitors to give Austin Reeves the big offer sheet. Spurs, maybe. The Rockets, that's about it. Lakers might end up getting him back on a bargain deal after all.
How does everything always work out for the Lakers? It's unbelievable.
They making sacrifices over there.
Having a 7-footer always at a center position, plus having multiple guys who can play big, should let us sacrifice size for shooting. I agree with that. And I'll throw this at you, Sam. I mentioned this in our Discord today. There are people that are like, I know this is not like a linear argument, but I think in general most people seem not happy but resigned to OB leaving, right? So that means there's an opening in the rotation, backup for whatever. I've also seen a lot of people express concern. Okay, if we signed DiVincenzo, we're small. Like, I don't know. It could be too much. Okay, fine. That's fair. Fair concern. My question is this. What do you actually think we get worse at as a team if we take OB out of the rotation and DiVincenzo goes into the rotation? I'm just like curious about this. I'm not sure we're like our identity as a team last year was own the glass, especially on the offense, like be dominant on the offensive glass, be a good defensive rebounding team, win the possession battle, have a really good shot chart, basically shoot threes and shots at the rim.
Yeah.
DiVincenzo is a plus rebounder for his position.
Yeah.
He only takes threes and shots at the rim. I think he took like 96% of his shots, either 70% of his shots last year from three. And I think 26.5 were at the rim. So he only does the things that the Knicks want him to do. Doesn't turn the ball over that much. And he's a really good rebounder for his position. I don't know if I said that already. OB was subpar. He's a subpar rebounder for his position, although I think he improved. Obviously not a good three-point shooter, or not a great three-point shooter, I should say. At least not with gravity. DiVincenzo, much better three-point shooter. I think both of them offer you something in transition in terms of DiVincenzo can grab and go. OB can obviously leak out. I don't think OB was so. I mean, we know he wasn't a great defensive player. He wasn't a great rim protector. Wasn't a lot of things on defense. Obviously, DiVincenzo's not going to be a great interior defender. DiVincenzo is actually a really solid perimeter defender. So I'm not quite sure what we lose in our.
Me neither.
From that.
Like, I love Obi, but like I don't see what we lose. Yeah, like Ace Bouchard here says, I mean, Dante's, I would say, a little bit better, more seamless fit as what the Knicks are trying to do, and what their identity has become this past year.
Yeah,
and
I mean,
just also helps Obi out, just like gets him to where he needs to be.
Yeah, and I think like it actually says less about Obi to me than just like how we play. The way we play is how we're going to play. Obi doesn't. That's not what's going to get him. That's not what's going to make him a successful player in the NBA. And it's not really a style conducive to his best skills as a player. So I think just move on. And I'm okay with taking roll the dice on DiVincenzo and trying this like kind of wacky idea to play small with the backup 4 minutes. I'm okay with that. If you need to go sign a 4 later or trade for a 4 later, we can figure it out then. But, for right now, I'm fine with that. And honestly, I think it's worth considering. If you could move Obi into somebody's space, give DiVincenzo the full mid-level. I would be interested in signing somebody like Trendon Watford to like, I don't know, the biannual exception or something to be our backup, a backup larger wing anyway. I thought he was promising to some degree in Portland. Not that he was great at it. He's
Killed us in the Summer League Championship.
Yeah, he's 6'9", he's 240. He shot 39% from three last year on very low volume, which needs to be said. He's EFG, 62.5 true shooting. He's not a great rebounder, but neither was Obi. I don't know. I mean, there's something there. I think if you can do that, you can at least be like, okay, we at least have some insurance at the position if the small ball fucking thing isn't working. And he's also not good enough to the point where Tibbs is going to immediately slot him in as the backup 4. I wouldn't think anyway. Maybe I'm underestimating things Tibbs might do, but I would try that out. He's only 22 years old. With a shot. I don't know. Just throwing that out there.
Yeah, and I think someone in the chat mentioned earlier, how do we feel about like Watford coming in as like an Obi backup? I guess they said. But yeah, I mean, we'll see how that goes. I mean, that's a good flyer right there. He's someone that you don't really have to like, I guess, bank on or waiting on development. Like he can come in and just play. Which, like with other young players, you're like kind of banking on their development.
This for DiVincenzo?
Nah, for
Watford.
Watford. Yeah.
Yeah, and also like this is a good point by JL. Also, won't be any issues if he's not playing minutes. Correct.
Yeah.
I mean, there'll be some issues
because
because there'll be people like, "Oh, Tibbs is fucking benching Trendon Watford. He's 22. Look at what he did last year in this meaningless game 79 when the Blazers were tanking." This one, interesting comment. Not from Malhuda. The bloated Grant contract is basically giving every other team in the league leverage over Portland when they realize a core of Dame, Ant, Nurk, Grant's cheeks. Yeah, I mean that core has been cheeks. We know, like we just know that's a fact. I mean, Nurk is stuck there. That contract is so heavy. That contract is so bad.
He's been stuck there forever.
Yeah. All right, we'll give this until 10, and then we'll probably call it because I don't know what else we can fucking wait for. He's either going to sign at some point or he won't. I mean, I imagine he will. I can't really see what else is out there for him. Maybe I'm not seeing the whole board, though. Maybe somebody's going to clear space aggressively and go after him. I find that hard to believe, but stranger things have happened. The Kings have done stranger things even.
I'm telling you, it's gonna be like 15 minutes after we get off. It's gonna be like, oh, Dante DiVincenzo to the Knicks for like 3 years, whatever it may be.
Yeah, it won't be great. It'll definitely happen too. Just as soon as we end. 15 minutes later.
It's gonna be that, and then it's gonna be like the Obi trade, like back to back.
Yeah, I'll have to jump back on here, and I'll be like, "Fuck, I hate this. I can't believe we just did this for 4 hours." I hope if it happens at like 1 a.m.
Yeah.
Like, oh fuck, I missed it. Shit, that sucks. Tough.
Damn it.
Yeah, do a morning stream. What's up, guys? Obi Toppin, huh?
Oh man. NBA free agency.
I just need Obi not to go to any of my ops. The Pacers one would be the worst. That'd be terrible. I'd hate it so much. I need the Kings to do it. Just bring him back. Bring him home. I'm surprised we haven't seen any extensions, right? Like not any extensions, but we haven't seen any rookie extensions. I don't think.
Mm-mm.
That's interesting. Who's in that
Yeah.
class? We didn't even see an Ant one, which is crazy to me.
Yeah, I thought that would have been like one of the first ones, if not the first one.
That was the 2020 NBA draft, right? So let's see. So nothing for Ant, nothing for Wiseman. Whew, that's a shock. Nothing for LaMelo Ball. Patrick Williams. Not totally shocked, but maybe slightly shocked by that. Slightly surprised by that. Okongwu, I wouldn't sign one.
To run everything back.
Yeah, Okongwu definitely wouldn't sign one for him. Killian Hayes, they're not going to give him one. Obi, ha. Denny, I think he might get one, but down the line. Jalen Smith, not even eligible for it anymore. Devin Vassell, I could see that one happening down the line. Oh, I'm surprised Tyrese Halliburton hasn't gotten a fucking 5-year max. I wonder if they're waiting to announce that as like the last thing. You know,
Possibly.
Yeah, I could see the Timberwolves doing that too with Anthony Edwards and Hornets with LaMelo Ball. Carlos, no. Aaron Nesmith, obviously not. Cole Anthony, no. Isaiah Stewart, no. I do think Cole. I wouldn't be surprised if Cole gets traded. He's an interesting point. I think I would also look to move from Orlando. Free agent Derrick Rose intends to sign a multi-year agreement with the Memphis Grizzlies. Good for him. He can be a good role model for them. Alexei Pokusevsky, no. Josh Green, no. Sadiq Bey, no. Precious Chua, no. Tyrese Maxey, we already know. Zeke Naji, Leandro Bolmaro, RJ Hampton. Is he even on a team right now?
Who?
RJ Hampton.
And he got waived by the Pistons.
Yeah, so he's not in the league right now. And then we get our boy Quick, not yet. Peyton Pritchard, definitely not from Boston. Azubuike, no. Jaden McDaniels, that one will be like a quickly one. I think those will run for a while in the summer. Malachi Flynn, Desmond Bain. He might get he should probably get a max.
Probably. I mean, yeah, he's like their starting 2.
Their starting point guard when John Morant wants to commit crimes. Sorry, I shouldn't misspeak. It's not committed a crime, but when he wants to wave his gun around. All right, sorry. Tyrell Terry retired. Vernon Carey Jr. Not sure he's in the league. Toro Maladon. Tillman, maybe. Other than that, there's like nobody in the second round of this draft. This second round actually fucking sucked. Isaiah Joe, but he's on a new team. I think he's under contract anyway.
I guess Derrick Rose is going to be the backup point guard now, with Ja being suspended and like Marcus Smart being the starter.
Good for him. Godspeed. All the best.
Derrick Rose back to Memphis, where it all began.
That's true. That's right. Yeah, the rest of this fucking draft is Paul Reed. He might get an extension. And man, these undrafted guys are brutal. There's not a good one here. Yeah, that's basically just dies after Bain, that draft. That's crazy. Because the end of that first round is really good.
Yeah.
You got Maxey at 21, Quickly at 25. Pritchard's pretty solid at 26. Jaden McDaniels at 28. Desmond Bain at 30. And then it literally is like the next okay guy, Tillman at 35. And Pritchard's 42. He already got a new contract, so good for him. Trey Jones is at 41. Solid. He got a contract today. Yeah, that's about it. Yep. That's it. All right. I think we can call it here.
Yep.
10 p.m. We got a little beg bomb, so good for us. Sam, anything you want to plug before you get out of here?
Nope. Twitter's right there if you want to follow me. Beware though.
Yeah, thanks to everybody that tuned in. That was fun. Unfortunately, the Knicks somehow did not sign Dante DiVincenzo yet. But we will be waiting for it. If it happens, hopefully it happens not in the next hour. But if it does happen in the next hour, I'll probably hop back on. But if not, then we will react to it when we react to it. All right. Again, thanks everybody in the chat. Huge showing today, and appreciate everybody that came out, even if I yelled at you. Have a good time. Have a good night. Enjoy your weekend. Enjoy your holiday weekend, potentially. And we will see you whenever the fucking pod drops. I don't know. It'll happen at some point, I promise. All right. Later.
Peace out.